In the dimly lit room, strange odors lingered in the air. A phone rang, the caller ID displaying Umbrella H. Ye Bai opened his eyes, pushed the woman lying on top of him away, and got up. He walked to the table, picked up the phone, and answered. As the person on the other end spoke, his expression grew increasingly grim. "I'll leave immediately. I have a way to smuggle myself into Myanmar. Don't worry. Even if I'm caught, I won't drag you into this." After hanging up, Ye Bai lit a cigarette and pulled back the curtains. Sunlight poured in, and his reflection appeared in the mirror by the window. It was a well-built body, but one covered in dark, bluish tattoos. Beneath the ink lay scars, knife wounds, burns, even gunshot marks. The tattoos and scars intertwined, creating a fearsome, almost shocking sight. Ye Bai's gaze traveled upward, settling on the jagged scar that ran across his entire left cheek. "Have I really fallen this far?" He smirked, and the scar twisted like a centipede. A moment later, the cigarette burned out. He opened his backpack, tossed 2 stacks of cash onto the bed, then limped out. By the time he stepped out of the hotel elevator, he was already wearing a mask and hat. A few years ago, this outfit might have drawn suspicion, but now it hardly raised an eyebrow. When he reached the intersection, he froze. 2 men in suits stood silently across the street, watching him.
Ye Bai hesitated.
They looked familiar, probably Umbrella H's men. But why were they here? Were they sent to help him escape, or to silence him? Suddenly, movement behind him. Ye Bai spun around just as a massive truck, branded with the words "Great Fortune," roared toward him. He was airborne, then impact. Through blurred vision, he saw the 2 suited men approach, pick up his phone and backpack, exchange a nod with the driver, and quickly leave the scene. In the darkness before unconsciousness took him, one final thought surfaced. If there's a next life, I'm staying far away from the underworld. In the dimly lit room, Ye Bai's eyes flew open. He sat bolt upright, his face pale with shock. Was that a dream?
No.
It wasn't. Those women are gone. He flipped on the light. The room was bright, minimalist, and oddly familiar. Where am I? Wait. My leg isn't hurt anymore. Ye Bai looked down. Not only was his leg fine, but his tattoos and scars were gone, replaced by pale, lean skin. A wild suspicion stirred in his chest. He rushed to the window and looked down. Sure enough, this was Aunt Qin Yu's house. Aunt Qin Yu was a friend of his mother's. Whenever Ye Bai came to the city for school, he stayed with her. He grabbed the Nokia on the desk. The date read, April 30th, 2013. Turning on the front camera, he stared at the youthful, handsome face staring back. At that moment, he knew he had been reborn. And reborn not just anywhere, but back in his student days. Today's Thursday. Shouldn't I be at school? Why am I sleeping here? Confused, he sifted through his memories, and everything came flooding back. I've been kicked out. A few days earlier, Ye Bai's campus crush, Shun Mengyao, had been bullied by a rich kid. Enraged, he'd gathered his friends and beaten the guy up. The rich kid's family had connections. After some maneuvering, Ye Bai was expelled. In my past life, even after clawing my way into college, I still got thrown out. No, I have to go back. Not graduating had haunted him, so much so that later, when he rose to power, he developed a twisted obsession with college girls. Shun Mengyao. She had been his first love, his unattainable dream. In school, he'd followed her like a loyal dog, showering her with attention and favors. Even after getting expelled, he hadn't given up. When Shen Mengyao went to university, he rented a place nearby, juggling 2 jobs, delivering food by day, working at a KTV by night. Every penny he scraped together went to buying her gifts and funding her lifestyle. Then, half a year later, Shen Mengyao showed up at his door, bruised and battered. She'd been beaten up by another girl at school. Seeing his beloved goddess reduced to a swollen mess, Ye Bai snapped. He stormed into the university and sent the girl to the hospital. She pressed charges. Ye Bai took the fall, paid hefty fines, and spent 6 months in jail. When he got out, Shen Mengyao had vanished, every contact blacklisted. Only later did he learn the truth. Shin Mengyao had gotten together with a wealthy college boy. The girl Ye Bai had beaten? She was the guy's ex. Shin Mengyao had been bullied because she was the other woman. He had been nothing but a pathetic pawn. That was the moment Ye Bai snapped. Gathering his crew, he plunged into crime, running protection rackets, operating underground casinos, loan sharking, eventually managing hotels and spas as fronts for money laundering. Early on, his good looks earned him the nickname Little Ho Nam. Later, after a brutal gang war left him with a slash across his face, they called him Scarface Ye. A year later, he was ambushed by a group of fresh-faced newcomers eager to climb the social ladder. Though he survived, one of his legs was permanently crippled. From then on, he was known as Brother Jinkuin, because Jinkuin stood alone. In the end, while on the run, he was silenced by his former backers, bringing his tragic and criminal life to an end. Since I've been given a second chance, I won't repeat the same mistakes. In this life, I'll do things with integrity and live with a clear conscience. And I'll make up for all the regrets of my past life. The first step was to get the school to reverse its decision. He had to go back. College was non-negotiable, and so was being a college student. As far as Ye Bai remembered, the rich kid who bullied Shin Mengyao was named Yang Wenbin. Yang Wenbin's family was in the real estate business, and rumor had it he had an uncle in a high-ranking position in the education system. There was no doubt. Yang Wenbin was the one who had pulled the strings to get Ye Bai expelled. Pleading with the school counselor or the principal to reconsider was pointless. When forced to choose between a poor farming family and a wealthy, well-connected one, the answer was obvious to anyone. Just as Ye Bai was racking his brain for a way out, a knock came at his bedroom door. "Xiao Bai, are you up yet?" Aunt Qin Yu's voice drifted in from outside, soft, cultured, and laced with a coquettish charm that sent a tingle down the spine. "I'm up, Auntie." Ye Bai opened the door. Standing there was a stunningly beautiful woman who smiled the moment she saw him, her alluring eyes curving into crescents. She wore a loose silk robe, but it did little to hide her voluptuous figure, exuding the full allure of a mature woman. Every movement carried an intoxicating grace. His mother's friend, Aunt Qin Yu. "Lunch is ready. Let's eat first." After Aunt Qin Yu spoke, she turned and walked toward the dining room, her willow-like waist swaying gently, her ample peach-shaped curves rippling with each step. Ye Bai was stunned. His aunt's waist-to-hip ratio was nothing short of perfect. In his past life, after he'd mixed in society, he had naturally seen countless women, but a figure as exquisite as hers was truly rare. To put it bluntly, her body was the perfect X-frame. If she ever made risque videos, she'd easily become a million-follower internet sensation. The two of them sat down at the table to eat. Qin Yu placed a bowl of rice in front of Ye Bai and smiled dotingly. "I made your favorite braised prawns. Eat up." Aunt Qin Yu was a friend of Ye Bai's mother. Ye Bai's parents ran an orchard in the countryside. Since rural schools weren't the best, they had sent him to the city 5 years ago to study, and he'd been living in Qin Yu's house ever since, even through university. Though Qin Yu was in her 30s, her face was still full of youthful collagen, balancing both a girl's charm and a woman's allure. When she didn't understand something, she'd blink with an innocent, confused gaze, almost like a clueless maiden. This was likely because she had never worked, having been a full-time housewife all her life. Years ago, after her husband's sudden death, she inherited his estate, including 3 apartment buildings, and became a full-fledged landlady. Qin Yu also had a daughter, Li Shiyan, who attended the same university as Ye Bai, Taijiang University. Unlike Ye Bai, who wasted his time, Li Shiyan was a model student, the quintessential good girl. Good students usually look down on troublemakers, and Li Shiyan was no exception. What's more, she especially despised how shamelessly Ye Bai spent his parents' hard-earned money buying gifts for Shin Mengyao, acting like such a simp. Though they lived under the same roof, the two rarely even spoke. Thankfully, she was still at school. Otherwise, lunch would have been awkward. "Xiao Bai," Qin Yu's eyes filled with concern. "Are you really dropping out?" I have a friend who works as a dean at a vocational school. I consulted with him, and he said he could arrange a transfer for you this semester. A warmth spread in Ye Bai's chest. He remembered this moment from his past life. Aunt Qin Yu had said the same thing over lunch back then. But back in his rebellious phase, he hadn't wanted to hear it. Instead, he slammed his chopsticks down in annoyance and stormed out. Later, when Li Shiyan called to yell at him, Ye Bai learned that Aunt Qin Yu had been heartbroken. She had cried all afternoon until her peach blossom eyes were swollen. Feeling the depth of her care, Ye Bai silently swore to himself, "This time, I'll take care of her properly. I won't ever make her cry again." Looking straight into Qin Yu's eyes, he said solemnly, "Auntie Qin, I've thought it over. I want to keep studying. Without qualifications, it's almost impossible to get anywhere in this world. I'll go back to campus this afternoon and talk to my advisor." Qin Yu froze. Just last night, Xiao Bai had been stubborn and dismissive. What changed? Now suddenly he seemed like a different person, mature, sensible. Her lips curled into a relieved smile. "That's good. But if your professor refuses, I can still help you transfer." After all these years together, Qin Yu had long considered Ye Bai family, half a son, even. She genuinely worried about his future. Seeing his abrupt change of heart filled her with joy. In celebration, she suddenly craved some wine and stood up to fetch a bottle from the cabinet. The red wine was stored on the highest shelf, just out of reach, so she stretched, even bouncing slightly to try and grab it. "Auntie, let me help?" Ye Bai offered, rising from his seat. "All right, pass me that dry red, the milder one." She glanced back over her shoulder, pointing upward while still on tiptoe. Ye Bai stepped behind her. At over 6 feet tall, he easily retrieved the bottle. "Ah, our Xiao Bai is so reliable." Her calves ached from balancing, and just as she said this, her foot slipped. "Ah!" A startled cry escaped her lips as she wobbled backward. Ye Bai, fearing she might fall, reflexively wrapped his arms around her and held tight. For a second, Qin Yu seemed to short-circuit, stiffening in place. Only after a long pause did she finally squirm free, her voice flustered. "Xiao Bai, did I hurt you?" Her elegant face was flushed crimson. She suddenly realized Xiao Bai really has grown up. He wasn't that little boy anymore, the one who used to sneak peeks at her chest and then blush in shame. Her heart raced, emotions tangled. Eyes downcast, she couldn't bring herself to meet Ye Bai's gaze. Even as a poised, bewitching older woman, in this moment, she looked like a bashful girl caught in mischief. Ye Bai felt a tinge of regret. If only that moment could have lasted longer. The instant that thought crossed his mind, the world itself seemed to warp strangely. Unnoticed, the wind outside the window stilled. The cicada's shrill chirping vanished. Aunt Qin Yu stood frozen in place like a statue, her gaze utterly motionless.
Ye Bai stiffened.
"What?" He rushed to the window and looked down. Pedestrians were petrified mid-step. Car exhaust hung motionless in the air. A sparrow hovered mid-air, wings spread yet unmoving. The entire world had been paused. "Time, stop." Slowly, Ye Bai turned back. His gaze, against his will, locked onto his aunt. Ye Bai stood before the motionless Aunt Qin Yu. Though he had spent many years with her in his past life, he had been an innocent virgin back then. Just stealing a glance at her ample chest would make his face burn and his heart race, too flustered to look longer. He had never realized just how beautiful Aunt Qin Yu was. Ye Bai found it hard to control his hands, but just as he was about to touch her, he froze. If I really do this, how am I any different from those perverts in adult videos? Besides, Aunt Qin Yu genuinely cares for me. If I take advantage of her like this, wouldn't I be a heartless beast? Ye Bai admitted he was attracted to Aunt Qin Yu. But in his past life, though he had done plenty of terrible things, he had never forced himself on a woman. Now that he had been reborn, determined to live a clean life, how could he violate her while she was unconscious? Suppressing his urges, he withdrew his hand. Suddenly, his mind blurred, as if drained from an all-nighter. The next second, the world returned to normal. Looks like my ability has its limits. Ye Bai pondered this. After some experimentation, he figured out the rules of his power. Each time he activated it, time would freeze for roughly 3 minutes. Afterward, he needed an hour's rest before using it again. 3 minutes is already a long time, but for me, it's still not enough. Ye Bai had always been physically strong. Even as a kid, he could take on 7 or 8 people at once. By the time he became a gang leader, his peak record was defeating 7 female martial artists single-handedly. One of them, a university president, had a peculiar hobby. She loved taking selfies. Wait, I know how to get back into school. A bolt of inspiration struck. Ye Bai suddenly remembered a scandal from his past life. Shortly after his expulsion, the university president had been exposed for cheating on her husband. A video of her with an art professor had been leaked by her wife into the school's work group chat. The incident had even trended on Weibo. If I get my hands on that selfie video, I'll have her under my thumb. With a plan in mind, Ye Bai immediately bid Aunt Qin Yu farewell and prepared to head to campus. Xiao Bai, should I go with you? Qin Yu adjusted his collar, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, Auntie. I can handle this myself. Just stay home and wait for my good news. Unconsciously, his reassuring tone sounded like he was coaxing a girlfriend. He even hugged Qin Yu, giving her a pat on the back. Her nephew from before would never have dared such boldness. Qin Yu's brain short-circuited, freezing in place. She tried to rationalize it. Surely it's normal for a nephew to hug his aunt, right? Auntie, I'm heading out. Ye Bai released her, his expression calm and unreadable. Watching him leave, she couldn't help but murmur, Xiao Bai really has grown up. She meant his demeanor. He suddenly seemed so mature, nothing like a freshly 18-year-old boy. Instead, he carried himself like a man her own age. But had he just taken advantage of her? She was his aunt. Even if they weren't blood-related, she was still his elder, his mother's friend. How could he act like that? On the bus, Ye Bai's phone rang. The caller ID read, Mom. Hey, Mom. His voice wavered slightly. He couldn't remember the last time he'd called her that. Xiao Bai, your father and I are coming to the city tomorrow. We'll kneel and kowtow to the principal and beg them not to expel you. These days, you can't get by without an education. His mother, Li Qin, rambled anxiously on the other end. Hearing her voice, Ye Bai's eyes stung. In his past life, he had dismissed his parents' concerns, arrogantly believing he could conquer the world without a diploma. His indifference had driven his mother to tears, but he'd felt no remorse, only irritation. He'd hung up and turned off his phone. His parents had rushed to the city that night, desperate to plead with the school, but couldn't find him. They'd scoured every internet cafe in a panic. And during the search, his mother had been hit by a car, losing an arm and suffering permanent disability. Yet even then, Ye Bai remained blind to his mistakes. Later, when he'd beaten a man half to death while defending Shenmengyao, his parents had sold everything to pay the compensation, drowning in debt. While he was in prison, his disabled mother had climbed mountains to gather herbs to repay the debts, only to fall off a cliff and die. After his release, his father had disowned him, passing away soon after from grief. Losing his parents had been one of the reasons Ye Bai had spiraled into crime. Remembering this, he slapped himself hard across the face. The me from before really was a piece of shit. Mom! His voice cracked. Don't worry. The principal just called. He said I can go back to school. I'm on my way there now. Really, Xiao Bai? You're not lying to me? It's true, Mom. You and Dad just stay home. Once I get to campus, I'll have the advisor call you. He spoke with conviction. After hanging up, the bus arrived at his stop. Ye Bai stepped off and walked toward the school gates, only to be stopped by a young security guard. As the notorious campus kingpin, the pillar of Taohua University, how could the guards not recognize him? Ye Bai, you've been expelled. You're not a student here anymore. You can't enter. Ye Bai's eyebrow twitched as he slowly lifted his gaze. But before he could respond, an older guard rushed out of the booth, kicking the younger one in the rear and yanking him aside. Then, with a friendly smile, he said, "Running late today, kid? Go on in." He pressed the button to open the gate, letting Ye Bai pass. "Brother Lu," the principal ordered. The older guard clamped a hand over the younger one's mouth, silencing him until Ye Bai was out of earshot. "Brother Lu, why'd you let him in?" The principal explicitly said Ye Bai's expelled. "He's not allowed on campus." The young guard fumed. "The principal can go to hell." Brother Lu scoffed. "Haven't you heard what the students say? If Taohua Yu's in chaos, it's because Ye Bai says so. If the principal finds out we let him in, worst case, he yells at us for slacking. But if you piss off Ye Bai, you'll get jumped in an alley and beaten half to death. That punk's got no sense of restraint. He might even kill you by accident. You earn a few $100 a month. Why risk your life for this?" Ye Bai walked through the teaching building toward the faculty office, drawing stairs along the way. By all accounts, Ye Bai was a campus legend, the top dog of Taojiang University and the devoted pursuer of the school's belle, Shun Mengyao. News of the expelled delinquent returning instantly sent the entire school into an uproar. Thundering footsteps echoed as students rushed downstairs in droves. In mere moments, dozens surrounded Ye Bai, all brothers who used to follow him in mischief. "Baiji, what brings you here? Baiji, you came to see us?" The chorus of greetings filled the air. Seeing the fiery admiration in his brother's eyes, Ye Bai was overcome with emotion. In his past life, many of these brothers had faded into strangers after he left school, never contacting him again. But others had followed him into the underworld after his release from prison. Though his gang had later been plagued by betrayers, moles, and informants, those who stuck by him from school were fiercely loyal to the end. Some took the fall for him and went to prison, others shielded him from blades and were left crippled. One had even died saving him from a fire. "Baiji, without you, this damn school's unbearable. I'll drop out too and follow you into the streets." A burly young man with a bowl cut and dark bangs covering his right eye shouted. Nearly 6'3", his hulking frame muscle beneath layers of fat radiated a brutish aura. This was Song Dongfeng, the brother who had perished in flames for Ye Bai in their past life. He was also the strongest fighter in the Ye Bai Syndicate, their version of an elite enforcer from gangster films. Even unarmed, Ye Bai couldn't match him in combat. Ye Bai patted Song Dongfeng's shoulder, his eyes reddening as he swore silently, "Good brother. This time, I won't fail you." Misinterpreting the gesture, Song Dongfeng beamed excitedly. "Baiji, we could start by collecting protection money here, then take over the clubs, arcades, and internet cafes around campus, expand from the school, dominate the city, then the province, hell, the whole country. Just like the One Dong Society in those novels. / Many of the brothers cheered, visions of grandeur flashing in their eyes. "Baiji, I'm dropping out too. Let's rule Taojiang together. Screw this place. Let's get rich, ride Benzes, score mansions, and bag girls. What should we name the gang?" Song Dongfeng, ever the eager planner, piped up, "Baiji, how about the White Wind Society?" Ye Bai rolled his eyes. Might as well call it Vitiligo Crew. In his past life, such fiery speeches would have riled him up too, leading them straight into the underworld. But having witnessed the tragic ends they all met, he knew this path led only to ruin. Even those who cleaned up later risked retribution. This time, no darkness. They'd walk the straight and narrow. "Vitiligo?" Song Dongfeng blinked, then grinned. "Hell yeah. Sounds unhinged. Fits our vibe." Thwack. Ye Bai couldn't resist smacking him upside the head. "Gang life's a dead end. No one's going down that road. Then what do we do?" Song Dongfeng rubbed his head sheepishly. "Study. Graduate. I'm back to finish school." "What?" Song Dongfeng's jaw dropped, his dreams of empire crumbling before they'd even begun. "Got a problem? Disobeying me now?"
Ye Bai glared. "No, Baije."
Though built like a grizzly, Song Dongfenghua meekly nodded, as docile as a kitten before Ye Bai. Loyalty ran deep. "That goes for all of you." Anyone drops out, you'll regret it. Understood. The brothers bobbed their heads like chicks pecking grain.
No objections.
Just like before in the Ye Bai syndicate, his word was law. Bai Ji, you were expelled because Yang Wenbin pulled strings with the Education Bureau. Getting reinstated won't be easy. Zhang Lingnan, nicknamed Skinny Dog, the brother who'd taken the fall, literally, for him in the past, said cautiously. Bai Ji, I've got a plan. A short, pimpled boy named Aunt Qin piped up. In their past life, he'd lost a hand blocking a knife meant for Ye Bai. Always scheming, his beady eyes gleamed. Bai Ji, just climb onto the principal's windowsill like you'll jump. He'll cave. Sharp as ever.
Ye Bai simirket.
Aunt Qin's cunning had been invaluable before. But blackmail via fake suicide? Beneath him. I didn't come back unprepared. Disperse. Ye Bai waved his hand dismissively and walked toward the administrative building. His brothers lingered behind, murmuring among themselves before a whole crowd of them followed in a grand procession. Sophomore year, Class 2 of Electronic Information Engineering. A bespectacled girl with a few freckles and a delicate, pretty face rushed into the classroom, brimming with excitement. Mengyao, Ye Bai is back at school. Right now, he's leading a bunch of his lackeys to the principal's office. What do you think he's planning? Is he going to beat up the principal? Or is he trying to get reinstated? A girl with her hair tied in a neat bun, innocent and lovely, looked up, noticing the gazes of her classmates fixed on her. She frowned slightly but remained silent. Bang! A loud noise erupted. Shen Mengyao's deskmate suddenly stood up and slammed her palm onto the table. She was a supersized tank of a girl, weighing at least 180 pounds. The force of her thick hand nearly cracked the desk. What the hell does Ye Bai's business have to do with our Mengyao? Are you guys not tired of this? Every time Ye Bai so much as farts, you come running to report it to Mengyao. The tank glared with eyes as wide as copper bells, her face full of irritation. The bespectacled girl was startled, then flushed red with embarrassment and shot back. Wasn't Ye Bai expelled because he stood up for Mengyao and beat up Yang Wenbin? Rumors spread like wildfire, but the truth takes forever to catch up. Can you all just stop spreading nonsense? The tank rolled her eyes. Mengyao just complained once that Yang Wenbin was annoying, and then Ye Bai barged into the classroom and beat him up. He was obviously just jealous that Yang Wenbin's family was rich, and now he's trying to spin it like he got expelled for Mengyao's sake, using it to guilt-trip her into being his girlfriend. The bespectacled girl was baffled. She knew exactly how things had gone down. Yang Wenbin had asked Shen Mengyao out to a movie, and after being rejected, he flew into a rage, shoving her and calling her a stuck-up bitch for accepting his gifts but refusing to go out with him. 10 minutes later, Ye Bai stormed into the classroom and beat Yang Wenbin up in front of everyone. How was that not standing up for Shen Mengyao? Just as the bespectacled girl was about to argue further, she noticed the tank rolling up her sleeves, eyes gleaming with menace. Glancing down at her own frail frame, the bespectacled girl quickly regained her senses and slunk back to her seat in defeat. As for Shen Mengyao, she sat there the entire time, her expression calm and indifferent, not uttering a single word, as if she fully endorsed everything her deskmate had said. When the surrounding classmates turned their attention away, Shen Mengyao lowered her head and continued reading, maintaining an air of serene tranquility. To be honest, Shen Mengyao considered herself sharp-witted, with lofty ambitions and a bright future. Someone like Ye Bai, a petty delinquent, was beneath her notice. He was poor, lazy, and now expelled from school, destined to become a worthless dropout without even a college degree. What future could someone like that possibly have? At best, he'd end up working construction or in some factory, scraping the bottom of society. The only reason she had ever kept him around was because of his reputation as the school's ruffian. Having a devoted lapdog like Ye Bai meant no one dared bully her. Even the girls who disliked her could only grit their teeth and endure it. But now that he'd been expelled, rendered utterly useless, why would Shen Mengyao ever want to be associated with him again? The door to the principal's office was open. Behind his desk, Principal Wang sat with a dark expression, his frigid gaze fixed on the entrance. He had already received word. Ye Bai had returned to campus and was heading straight for him. Without knocking or announcing himself, Ye Bai strode in casually and took a seat across from him, leaning back with an air of nonchalance. "Bai Gu, the boys are all waiting outside. Just give the word if you need us." Song Dongfeng's loud voice echoed from the doorway before he shot the principal a threatening glare, as if ready to charge in with a knife at Ye Bai's command and give the man a 3 stabs, 6 holes treatment. The principal trembled with fury. Was this a student or a gangster? Did they even respect his authority anymore? "Principal Wang, let's cut to the chase. I want to come back to school." "Prove it," Ye Bai stated flatly.
Impossible.
Principal Wang snapped, his tone resolute. "Your behavior has caused irreversible damage. Our school will not tolerate a troublemaker like you." "Oh." Ye Bai reached into his pocket but only pulled out an empty cigarette box. With a slight tilt of his head, he raised 2 fingers. "Dongzi." Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan immediately stepped inside. One placed a cigarette between Ye Bai's lips while the other flicked a lighter open. Taking a deep drag, Ye Bai held the smoke in his lungs before exhaling it slowly towards the principal. In that moment, Principal Wang's heart lurched. For an instant, this didn't feel like some punk student. It felt like he was facing a full-fledged crime boss. But how? Just days ago, when Ye Bai was expelled, he'd still been nothing more than a rebellious, unruly troublemaker. How could he have changed so drastically in such a short time? Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan didn't notice anything amiss. They were too busy admiring Ye Bai's unshakable aura. To them, he was cooler than young and dangerous Chan Honam. Snapping out of it, Principal Wang's shock turned to anger. He had let himself be intimidated by some penniless brat. Bang! The principal slammed his desk and stormed to his feet. "Do you think this is a joke? Get out. Ye Bai, if you don't leave right now, I'm calling the police." "Go ahead. I actually have something I'd like to report to them too." Ye Bai chuckled. "Report what?" Principal Wang blinked before sneering. This kid was bluffing. He grabbed his phone and prepared to dial the authorities. Click. Ye Bai snapped his fingers. Time stopped. Instantly, the world froze. Dust hung suspended midair, and the principal's furious, bewildered expression locked into place, almost comically exaggerated. "Only 3 minutes, but that's plenty." Whispering to himself, Ye Bai recalled scraps of gossip. They say his wife found those videos in his phone's gallery. He plucked the phone from Principal Wang's stiff fingers and flicked through the albums. Mostly mundane, family photos, scenic shots. Nothing suspicious. Unfazed, Ye Bai knew this latest Huawei model had a hidden album function. But when he opened it, empty. Maybe the rumors were wrong? Did his wife find them on his computer or camera instead? The laptop on the desk had already gone into sleep mode, now requiring a password. Then Ye Bai's eyes gleamed. He opened WeChat, searching the art teacher's name in the principal's chat history. TCH. That prim and proper art teacher looks all proper on the surface. A few taps later, explicit videos and photos flooded the screen. Only 1 minute left. Calmly, Ye Bai transferred the files to his own device before returning to his seat. Snap. Time resumed. "You still here?" the principal roared. Ignoring him, Ye Bai smirked at Song Dongfeng. "Dongzi, check this out." He tapped play. "Ah, Principal Wang, you're amazing. How many times must I say, don't use my title during this? Amen. Why, you're the best, hubby." This time wasn't frozen. Yet Principal Wang's face locked in horrified stillness anyway. How? Those videos were just taken last week. Strictly between him and the art teacher. Song Dongfeng nearly popped his eyes out. Holy shit, isn't that the art department's teacher? By go, how'd you get this? Send it to me. She keeps calling him Principal Wang. So that fat dude filming must be you, huh, sir? Zhang Lingnan grinned, giving the principal a thumbs up like they were all buddies in on some dirty secret. Hearing the commotion, the boys outside could no longer restrain themselves. They barged in, crowding behind Ye Bai to get a peek, firing off enthusiastic commentary. LOL, internet rumors were right. Fat guys pack tiny heat. Hey, small is alright. Good things come in small packages. A pack of hormone-fueled teenagers hyped over the scandalous footage, hollering like they'd struck gold. Enough. Quiet. Ye Bai pocketed his phone and smacked the desk.
Instant silence.
The once chaotic office now so still you could hear a pin drop. All of you back to class. I still have things to discuss with the principal. Glancing at the scarlet-faced man, he added, What you saw here stays here. No spreading rumors, no talking. Got it, Bai Gu. They chorused before filing out like a retreating tide. Song Dongfeng, the last to leave, even politely shut the door behind him. Now he understood why Ye Bai had been so confident about returning to school. With this video, Principal Wang was nothing but a bug under their thumb. From now on, Taijiang University was theirs. Already, Songdong fantasy future built atop this small school empire.
Ye Bai simirket.
Old Wang, you wouldn't want your wife to see this video, would you? Where did you get it? Did that bitch Zhou you give it to you? That's none of your concern. Ye Bai flicked the ash from his cigarette. Now, I want to come back to school. Any objections? Principal Wang lowered his head in defeat. He had only become principal thanks to his father-in-law's connections. If the video with the art teacher were to leak, his life would be over. After a long silence, he muttered, I have no objections. The video, I won't send it to anyone. But so many students saw earlier. What if they spread the word? Relax. I'll keep my guys in line. Then it's settled, Old Wang. From now on, I'll be counting on you to have my back. Ye Bai stood up, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, patted the principal's shoulder, and left. Principal Wang clutched his hair in agony. He had never sent the video to anyone, so the leak must have come from the art teacher. He couldn't understand. If the video got out, sure, he'd be ruined, but the art teacher wouldn't fare any better, given that she had a husband too. Why would she do this? Unless she and Ye Bai were. Sophomore year, Electronic Information Engineering, Class 2. Advisor Li Daong led Ye Bai into the classroom. Find yourself a seat. Li Daong wore an expression like he'd just attended a funeral. He was miserable. Ye Bai was the biggest troublemaker in the class, always stirring up trouble. To him, Ye Bai was the dregs of society, a stain on his teaching career. When Ye Bai had been expelled, Li Daong had nearly set off fireworks at the school gate in celebration. But now, just days later, the principal had reversed the decision. Professor Li, the principal asked me to remind you to call my parents and inform them that I'm back in school, Ye Bai said. Got it. Li Daong waved him off irritably and left in a huff. Ye Bai didn't care about his attitude and returned to his usual seat in the back, the unofficial throne of the school bully. Worried that Li Daong might slack off, he sent a text home. I'm back in school. You can call the advisor to confirm. With that done, Ye Bai let out a sigh of relief. Now that I'm back in school, Mom won't come to the city, and she won't get into that car accident that left her permanently disabled. Without the disability, she won't fall off a cliff and die accidentally. If his mother didn't suffer that tragedy, he'd live a clean life. No prison, no gang ties, and his father wouldn't waste away in grief. Everything was moving in the right direction. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Ye Bai checked the message. It was from Shen Mengyao. Ye Bai, you're back at school? Scrolling up, he saw dozens of messages he'd sent her after his expulsion, all left unanswered. This two-faced gold digger.
Ye Bai scoffed.
Now that he was back and useful again, she was trying to reel him in? Having seen through her act, he had no intention of humoring her. The lecturer began the lesson. The student next to him was asleep, so Ye Bai borrowed his textbook. Since I've been reborn, I'll study hard and become a top student. Sitting up straight, Ye Bai focused intently on the lecture. 10 minutes later, he was just as intently face down on the desk, fast asleep. By the time the bell rang, he finally woke up. Guess even Rebirth can't make me cut out for studying. I only barely got into college because I sat behind a genius during the entrance exam and copied well. Better figure out how to make money first. Since he'd been reborn, becoming filthy rich was a given. But there was a problem. Everyone knew that after a rebirth, investing in real estate and Bitcoin was a surefire way to get rich. The real question was, how to get the initial capital. Ye Bai racked his brain, recalling the Rebirth novels he'd read in his past life. Sports betting. But he never watched sports. He only liked playing with balls, in a different sense. That option was out. The lottery? No good, those were reserved for insiders and their families. Stocks? Forget it. As a former gangster, finance might as well have been rocket science. If he ran an underground casino or loan sharking, Ye Bai was confident he could make $1 million in a month. But that would just drag him back into crime. What if I froze time and emptied an armored truck? No. This life is about staying clean. No more illegal crap. After agonizing over it until dismissal, he still hadn't come up with a fast, legal way to make money. Taijiang University was the best in the area, so most students were locals who didn't live in dorms. As soon as classes ended, a group of his buddies showed up at the classroom door and escorted Ye Bai off campus. Bai Ye, I've got an idea to make 200,000 in a week, Song Dongfeng said excitedly. Oh? Let's hear it. Ye Bai doubted this meathead could outthink him. Now that the principal's one of us vitiligo gang boys, the whole school is ours. We could start collecting protection fees, $50 from each of the 10,000 plus students. That's a fortune. It was such a great plan that Ye Bai rewarded Song Dongfeng with a solid knuckle rap to the head. Last warning. I'm not leading you guys into gang life. That road's a dead end. I'm taking you all straight. Anyone who chooses crime isn't my brother anymore. Ye Bai's face darkened. Song Dongfeng scratched his head awkwardly. And no trouble at all. We listened to Brother Bai. Brother Bai, southeast direction. Look! And Ai Xian suddenly called out in a hushed voice, his beady eyes gleaming brightly. It's Cao Chen. Seeing her makes my head spin a little. Ye Bai turned his head and was momentarily dazzled. A strikingly beautiful girl had just stepped out of the school. Unbelievably, paired with her slender waist, she gave the impression of delicate branches bearing luscious fruit. If she walked just a little faster, the visual impact would be downright lethal. Cao Chun Sini, with a face of pure innocence, delicate as a fragile white flower, yet blessed with a devilishly voluptuous figure, a fusion of angel and demon. Shen Mengyao had only been elevated to the status of campus belle due to Ye Bai's favoritism. After all, he was the infamous school tyrant. But Chun Sini? She was the true goddess of Taojiang University, outclassing Shen Mengyao in every conceivable way. Back in their student days, Chun Sini had been the kind of untouchable goddess even someone like Ye Bai, the so-called campus tyrant, couldn't approach. Though he indulged in private fantasies, he never dared to interact with her, feeling unworthy in the face of such perfection. Ye Bai had only gotten into Taojiang University by cheating on exams. Chun Sini, on the other hand, attended simply because the school was close to home. She wasn't just a top student. She was also a piano prodigy, racking up competition awards since elementary school. Yet despite her brilliance, in her past life, she never had the chance to shine. The last time Ye Bai heard about her, it was news of her death, the final day of April. After finishing her classes as usual, Chun Sini was on her way home when a wanted criminal targeted her. He followed her, then brutally murdered her. Zhou Kachong, nicknamed Headshot Brother. Over 9 years, he operated across 4 provinces, Jiangsu, Hunan, Chongqing, and Shaanxi, committing dozens of armed crimes. He shot and killed 26 people, injuring dozens more. The local police had even issued a bounty of 500,000 yuan for his capture. Zhou Kachong, the very man who killed Chun Sini. No one knew him better than Ye Bai, because 3 years later, Zhou Kachong was apprehended and briefly became Ye Bai's cellmate before being executed by lethal injection. Zhou Kachong had vividly recounted how he abducted Chun Sini. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in my life. Even movie stars couldn't compare. Too bad she resisted desperately, tried to run. I didn't mean to kill her. just lost control. What a fucking waste. I don't do corpses, so I missed my... Ye Bai's eyes turned glacial. At last, he knew how to earn his first fortune. In this life, with him here, Chan Sini, that unattainable flower atop the high cliffs, would never wither. A reward of 500,000 renminbi will be given to anyone who captures Zhou Kachang and turns him over to the police. The last day of April. April 30th. Isn't that today? Everything seemed predestined. The day of Ye Bai's rebirth was also the death anniversary of Chan Sini in his past life. As he watched Chan Sini walk away with her best friend, arm in arm, Ye Bai was about to follow when a sudden thought struck him. Had Zhou Kachang already set his sight on Chan Sini? Was he watching from the shadows now? If Zhou Kachang was nearby, tailing Chan Sini would surely expose Ye Bai. After all, Zhou Kachang was a notorious and ruthless criminal, wanted by the police for years. He had evaded capture across 4 provinces, committing multiple crimes and killing dozens. A man like that had formidable surveillance skills. Though Ye Bai had his own experience fleeing from danger, his past self had been tracked down and silenced within 3 months by the shadowy forces hunting him. In terms of investigative ability, he couldn't hold a candle to Zhou Kachang. After a brief deliberation, he hatched a plan. Dongzi, go buy me some flowers. Though Ye Bai possessed the soul of a mature man, his outward appearance was still that of a strikingly handsome 185 centimeters college student. In Zhou Kachang's eyes, a college student poses zero threat. Even if he spots me, he'll just assume I'm some lovesick boy with a crush on Chan Sini, secretly tailing her. Without bothering to hide himself, Ye Bai openly followed Chan Sini at a polite distance, bouquet in hand. Before long, the girls ahead noticed him. Sini, why is Ye Bai following us? It's creeping me out, whispered the girl with straight bangs, glancing back. Whoa, seriously? And he's holding flowers. Did he strike out with Shin Mengyao and switch targets? Chirped the ponytailed girl. Totally. Back at the school gate, I caught him staring at Sini. You know, right there, the bangs girl added conspiratorially. Stop talking nonsense. Chun Sini's delicate face flushed pink. Maybe he's just heading the same way. Ye Bai was speechless. None of this made sense. Since when had he been leering at Chun Sini? Was he some kind of pervert? Wait, something felt off. He was at least 10 meters behind them, and the surroundings were noisy. So why could he hear their hushed gossip so clearly? Moreover, the distant skyscraper was kilometers away. Yet he could distinctly make out a couple standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Is this a perk of reincarnation? Enhanced senses, cat-like hearing, eagle-eyed vision. Suddenly, the hairs on his neck stood up. Felt like being stalked by a predator. Without turning, he kept walking casually. As he passed a shop window, he pretended to adjust his reflection, and spotted a lean, hat-wearing man trailing not far behind. Zhou Kachang. Ye Bai recognized him instantly. If he activated time pause now, he could capture Zhou Kachang, but doing so on camera would expose his supernatural ability. During time pause, everything froze, including surveillance footage. But if he subdued Zhou Kachang under a camera, the playback would show him teleporting instantly, an impossible scene. Reluctantly, Ye Bai dismissed the idea. Playing oblivious, he continued ahead. Soon, Chun Sini's friends departed one by one, leaving her alone. Then, she stopped. So did Ye Bai. Behind them, Zhou Kachang halted as well, feigning distraction with his phone. Chun Sini spun around, her large eyes glistening with irritation. Ye Bai, why are you following me? To avoid alarming Zhou Kachang, Ye Bai played his role. With exaggerated bravado, he thrust the bouquet forward. Chun Sini, I want you to be my girlfriend. Her expression twisted in exasperation. Ye Bai, I don't like troublemakers. I'll never like you. Give up. She turned toward a nearby apartment complex. I'm home. Don't follow me anymore. With that, she dashed inside. Ye Bai sighed, plastering on a meticulously crafted look. Equal parts dejection, humiliation, and heartbreak, with a sprinkle of performance. To any observer, he was just another lovelorn college boy. Sure enough, Zhou Kachang's guard dropped. The fugitive brushed past him, entering the complex. Silently, Ye Bai followed, no longer tailing Chen Sini, but now tracking 500,000 renminbi on legs. As he shadowed Zhou Kachang, he dialed the police. Hello? Taijiang City, Jianya District Police Station. Officer, my name is Ye Bai, a sophomore at Taijiang University. I'm reporting a sighting of Zhou Kachang, yes, the fugitive who's killed dozens. He just followed my classmate into Building 5, Unit 1 at Jishin Yayuan, Jikingman Avenue. Ye Bai, are you certain it's him? The officer's voice turned grave. Positive. I saw his wanted poster yesterday. He matches perfectly. And I spotted a gun on his waist. Find a safe place immediately. Zhou Kachang is extremely dangerous. Please hurry. He's after my classmate. I can't just, no, I have to save her. Chen Sini can't get hurt. His voice cracked with feigned panic. Don't act recklessly, hello? Hello? Ye Bai hung up, his expression ice-cold as he pursued Zhou Kachang. Second floor, third, fourth. She lives on the fourth. His feline hearing captured every echo of Chen Sini's ascent, yet he heard nothing from Zhou Kachang. Ye Bai froze at the entrance, holding his breath. Meanwhile, inside the stairwell, Zhou Kachang pressed against the wall, silently counting Chen Sini's steps. Once certain of her floor, he remained statue-still, listening for movement at the door. Separated by a wall, two men stood motionless. An eerie scene unfolded. Two men, separated only by a wall, stood motionless in place, their eyes fixed intently on the doorway without blinking. After a long while, Zhou Kachang confirmed that no one was following him before lowering his footsteps and slowly ascending the stairs. Hearing him climb, Ye Bai pulled a baseball bat from his bag and followed closely behind. Originally, he had planned to use his time-stop ability to subdue Zhou Kachang in the stairwell, but strangely, there were surveillance cameras here as well. Why are there cameras everywhere in this neighborhood? Does some big shot live here?
Ye Bai wondered.
Activating time-stop in the hallway would leave traces on the surveillance feeds, risking exposure of his supernatural power. After some thought, Ye Bai decided it would be safer to deal with the violent criminal inside Chen Sini's apartment. Upstairs, Zhou Kachang reached Unit 401 and knocked lightly. Who is it? Chen Sini's clear voice answered from inside. Is Mr. Chen Zhengbin home? There's a package for you. Chen Zhengbin was Chen Sini's father's real name. Hearing Zhou Kachang speak it, she let her guard down and opened the security door. The moment there was a crack, Zhou Kachang wedged his foot inside. Startled, Chen Sini reacted quickly. She tried to slam the door shut while kicking his foot away, but it was too late. Zhou Kachang forced the door open, barged inside, and shut the security door behind him. Who are you? What do you want? Chen Sini was alarmed, backing away slowly. She tried to flee to her bedroom, but Zhou Kachang grabbed her by the hair and flung her to the ground. Chen Sini screamed for help and struggled desperately, but she was no match for the ruthless man's strength. Zhou Kachang swiftly gagged her with tape and bound her hands and feet. Chen Sini had changed into loungewear after returning home, a snug tank top and a short white skirt. Taking in the sight of the youthful, vibrant beauty, Zhou Kachang gulped. He stepped forward and reached for her skirt. Chen Sini's eyes widened in terror, her struggles intensifying. Displeased, Zhou Kachang slapped her viciously across the face. Smack! 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 Smack, smack, smack. After over a dozen brutal strikes, his palm went numb. Chen Sini collapsed weakly, her hair disheveled, cheeks swollen, blood trickling from her nose and mouth. Her vision blurred, dizziness clouding her mind. Seeing her finally subdued, Zhou Kachang grinned savagely and reached for her skirt again. But the next second, Chen Sini struggled once more. The terror of impending violation overpowered the pain. Her mind screamed one thing. She could not let this monster win. God damn it! His eyes flashed with malice. Snatching a vase from the table, he raised it high and aimed for her head. Chen Sini squeezed her eyes shut in sheer despair. Hearing the security door slam shut, Ye Bai's heart lurched, and he rushed upstairs. Outside the door, he examined the lock and exhaled in relief. Pulling out his keychain, he straightened the metal ring and probed the lock, pressing his ear to the door to listen. Good thing it's not a smart lock. Otherwise, I'd have to waste my time stops smashing it open. Lockpicking was a skill Ye Bai had learned in his past life, from a subordinate. Give him a wire, and he could pick any non-electronic lock. With his enhanced hearing now, the mechanics of the lock were crystal clear, elevating his skills even further. Soon, with a crisp click, the door unlocked. Ye Bai raised his foot and kicked hard. Bang! The security door burst open with a thunderous crash. Zhou Kachang, drop your weapon. You're under arrest. Ye Bai roared from the doorway. Zhou Kachang, vase still raised, jerked around in shock. Seeing it was just that lovesick student from earlier, his lips curled in contempt. Another fool rushing to his death. He shook his head, then reached for the gun at his waist. Whoosh! The world froze. Zhou Kachang's face was frozen in a cruel grin. Chun Sinny's pupils were dilated, part hope, part fear, as if the scene had been paused mid-frame. Ye Bai strode toward Zhou Kachang, pulling a pair of gloves from his pocket. Maybe it was professional habit. Ever since his rebirth and gaining time stop, the first thing he'd done was carry gloves. Slipping them on, he stopped in front of Zhou Kachang and pried the gun from his hand. He inspected the weapon, racking the slide with his left hand. Spring needs 2 more pounds, he muttered out of reflex. Next, he ejected the magazine, pocketed the bullets into Zhou Kachang's coat, leaving only one chambered, then returned the gun. He adjusted the barrel to aim at Zhou Kachang's kneecap and curled the man's finger over the trigger. No, still not enough. Even with one leg crippled, Zhou Kachang could still fight back. Ye Bai knew well just how dangerous Zhou Kachang was. Though he had extensive combat experience, his current physique was nowhere near his former peak. He had no guarantee he could fully neutralize the threat. A wounded beast was often the most vicious. Ye Bai lifted the baseball bat, aimed at Zhou Kachang's right elbow joint, and swung down with brutal force. Next was the left elbow and finally the other kneecap. With time frozen, even the propagation of sound had ceased, making everything unfold in eerie silence. Now it's done.
Ye Bai nodded in satisfaction.
As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. With only 3 minutes left, Ye Bai returned to his original spot, reassuming his righteous and solemn expression. Whoosh! The world returned to normal. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of a bullet tearing through flesh. Then came 3 dull thuds and a blood-curdling scream. Zhou Kachang staggered and collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in pain and confusion. What the hell just happened? Was it a ghost? He had clearly raised his gun to shoot that damn kid, so how had he ended up blasting his own kneecap? And why did his elbows and other leg hurt so much? It felt like someone had smashed them with a sledgehammer, as if the bones were shattered, leaving him utterly powerless. But before he could process it further, Ye Bai lunged at him, swinging the baseball bat down on his head and face with savage force. Thud, thud, thud. With each sickening impact of the bat against flesh, Chun Sinny, who lay nearby, her small head tilted upward, watched with eyes gleaming with fascination. She thought Ye Bai looked so cool, as if he were glowing. As the most dazzling girl at Taojiang University, Chun Sinny had always looked down on delinquents like Ye Bai, dismissing them as immature and stupid. She used to think girls who liked such troublemakers were complete idiots. But at this moment, for the first time, she got it. She saw just how attractive Ye Bai was. In fact, in all her life, she had never met a guy this cool. The rhythmic thuds of the baseball bat, each strike seemed to reverberate straight into her heart. Ye Bai swung the baseball bat with all his might, raining down blows on Zhou Kachang's body. Soon, Zhou Kachang was reduced to a crumpled mess, his bones shattered beyond count. Since his elbows and knees had been broken while time was paused, Ye Bai had to bludgeon his entire body to avoid leaving any suspicious inconsistencies. After a while, Ye Bai tossed the blood-stained bat aside and approached Chun Sinny, tearing the tape off her mouth. Are you okay? Chan Sini weakly shook her head, her bright eyes fixed unblinkingly on Ye Bai's face. Unaware of her strange gaze, Ye Bai untied the tape binding her hands and feet. But the moment he helped her up, her strength gave out and she collapsed. Ye Bai caught her, scooped her up in his arms, and laid her on the sofa. Even lying flat like this, she looks truly, heaven must have blessed her. He averted his eyes, not daring to look any longer. The wail of police sirens grew louder from downstairs. Ye Bai scanned the room, ensuring no evidence was left behind, then stepped to the doorway and raised his hands high. Officers, I'm one of the good guys. I was the one who called the police. The criminal, Zhou Kachang, has already been subdued. Taohua City, Jianye District Police Station. Interrogation room. A sharp-eyed detective was taking Ye Bai's statement. You're saying that after Zhou Kachang saw you enter, for some reason he shot himself in the thigh? Yes, it must have been an accidental discharge, Ye Bai replied, his face still etched with the lingering fear of a near-death experience. And how did you open the security door? With this. Ye Bai placed a straightened keychain on the table. Since the stairwell had surveillance, there was no point lying. The footage would have captured him picking the lock. You're a college student. Why do you have lock-picking skills? The detective frowned. The victim's family had a custom-made security door. Even professional locksmiths would struggle to open it. Yet this kid had managed it effortlessly in minutes. I learned it from a lame neighbor when I was a kid. His nickname was Erlingzi. Ye Bai's answer was smooth. Taohua City did indeed have such a figure, a notorious thief from the 90s underworld. Though Erlingzi had never met Ye Bai, he had died years ago, leaving no way for the police to verify the claim. Ah, him. That explains it. The veteran detective nodded in understanding, clearly familiar with the name. We'll need to file this for the record. Just make sure you don't use this skill for anything illegal. As the questioning continued, the door to the interrogation room opened. A middle-aged officer in his 40s entered, followed by a man in an administrative jacket. Chief, the detective immediately stood. Xiao Lu, step outside for a moment. This is the victim's family member. He has some questions for our heroic young man here. The station chief gestured for the detective to leave. I'm Chun Zhengbin, Chun Sini's father. The man exuded authority, his expression stern yet righteous. Hello, uncle.
Ye Bai stood respectfully. Is, sit. Chen Zhengbin patted Ye Bai's shoulder.
Ye Bai, you're a young man of remarkable courage and justice. I admire that. Chun Zhengbin's face was filled with gratitude. You saved my daughter. If not for you, Sini might have already. No words can express my gratitude. So, I'll make you 3 promises. Within the bounds of law and principle, I'll do everything in my power to fulfill them. His tone was solemn. Uncle, you're too kind. I believe anyone would have done the same in that situation. Ye Bai studied Chun Zhengbin's face, struck by a sense of familiarity. Wait, Chun Zhengbin? The party secretary of Taohua City finally clicked. At first, Ye Bai had assumed the man was just paying lip service, all talk, no real reward. But now that he knew his identity, he understood the weight of those 3 promises. In his past life, Ye Bai had never interacted with Chun Zhengbin, only heard of his reputation. By the time Ye Bai rose to prominence, the city's leadership had already changed. If I remember right, this man was investigated a year later for disciplinary violations. And then he committed suicide. The implications were murky, and Ye Bai didn't dare dwell on them. But from what he recalled, Chun Zhengbin had an excellent public reputation, hardly the image of a corrupt official. Uncle Chun, I heard Zhou Kachang use your name to trick Sini into opening the door. I don't think this was random. It felt premeditated. Chun Zhengbin's gaze sharpened, as if connecting unseen dots. His expression darkened. Ye Bai, thank you for the warning. I just remembered urgent matters to attend to. Come by for dinner sometime. Let's exchange contact details first. He stood. My 3 promises stand forever. After Chun Zhengbin left, the station chief returned with several officers. Kid, you really went all out. The hospital just reported that Zhou Kachang barely survived. He was on the brink. The chief grinned and gave a thumbs up. Officer, I was terrified. He was a wanted killer with dozens of victims. And he had a gun. Ye Bai forced a pained smile. Got it, got it. I'm not here to hassle you. Though you acted a bit heavy-handed, there were extenuating circumstances. It was justified, a mix of bravery and self-defense. The police chief remained smiling. You're aware of the 500,000 yen bounty issued by the police for Zhou Kachang, right? On top of that, our bureau has decided to award you an additional 80,000 yen. Leave your bank details later, we'll expedite the process. The funds should arrive within 3 working days at the earliest. Thank you, officer. Ye Bai perked up. Wasn't this first windfall exactly what I'd been fighting for? An unexpected bonus. An extra 80,000 yen. By the way, young man, protocol would normally require us to notify your school for official recognition. But given the victim's sensitive status, this matter can't be publicized. You understand, right? The chief added. Understood.
Ye Bai nodded.
He couldn't care less about school accolades. Besides, spreading this incident would harm the girl's reputation. Even if she was rescued, malicious rumors would inevitably swirl about her lost virtue. After some back and forth, the station finally released Ye Bai. By the time he got home, it was past 10 p.m. Aunt Qin Yu was still awake, perched on the cramped living room sofa, her plump figure nearly engulfing the tiny seat. Xiao Bai, why so late? Your phone was off. So, did the school reverse their decision? Qin Yu stared at him anxiously. The principal agreed to let me return.
Ye Bai grinned.
Fantastic. She pumped her petite fists excitedly. You must be starving. Let me heat up dinner. As Qin Yu stood up, her snug nightgown clung to her curves, swaying with each step. Ding, ding, ding. A noise came from her bedroom, the washing machine alarm. Xiao Bai, help me hang the laundry. Sure. Ye Bai headed to her bedroom balcony, opened the washer, and began pulling out clothes. Glancing down, he noticed a stepmom dress in the laundry basket by the machine. A muted purple, exuding mature allure. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A bee had perched on it. Why wasn't the window screen closed? All the bugs flew in. Ye Bai picked up the stepmother's dress, opened the window, and shook the bee out. A moment earlier, Qin Yu had told Ye Bai to hang the laundry while she stayed in the kitchen to reheat the food. Wait, the dress I changed out of hasn't been washed yet. How embarrassing if Xiao Bai sees it. Thinking of this, Qin Yu quickly turned off the stove and hurried to her bedroom. Xiao Bai, I'll hang the clothes myself. You go. Qin Yu's voice abruptly cut off. Then her alluring eyes widened, and her rosy lips parted slightly. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Qin Yu was stunned. What was Xiao Bai doing? He actually took her. Auntie, there was a bee on it earlier. I was afraid it might sting you, so I shook it off. Ye Bai remained expressionless, gesturing toward the bee still hovering near the window screen. Just put it down. I'll hang the clothes myself. Xiao Bai, go wait in the living room. Qin Yu didn't believe a word he said. Her elegant, pretty face flushed red, and she couldn't even bring herself to meet his eyes. Though the situation was awkward, Ye Bai, having lived 2 lifetimes, was thick-skinned and unfazed. He set the dress down and walked out calmly. Once he left, Qin Yu quickly gathered the clothes. Stupid Xiao Bai! How dare he try to take my... Blushing with anger, she swung a delicate fist at the air as if punching him. At that moment, Qin Yu, a woman in her 30s, looked more like a shy teenage girl. After composing herself, she left the room and returned to the kitchen to finish reheating the food. Soon, the meal was ready, but Qin Yu was still too embarrassed. She told Ye Bai to clean up after eating, then hurried back to her bedroom and shut the door tightly. Ye Bai found it somewhat amusing. In his past life, after he started working, he had lost contact with Qin Yu, and his memories of her had faded. But after spending time with her today, he realized this 32-year-old auntie didn't seem very mature mentally. She even gave off a childish, adorable vibe. It's probably because she's never had to struggle in society. After inheriting her late husband's estate, Qin Yu became a landlady, owning 3 buildings and living comfortably without financial worries. It made sense that she had this kind of personality. Wait, Li Shiyan is already an adult, right? Ye Bai suddenly thought of something. If Auntie was 32 now, and her daughter Li Shiyan was 18, that meant she had given birth at 14? Giving birth at 14 meant she got pregnant at 13? If that were true, then Qin Yu's late husband probably didn't die accidentally. He'd still be in prison right now. Li Shiyan probably isn't Auntie's biological daughter. Either she's adopted, or she's the child of Auntie's late husband, making Auntie her stepmother. Ye Bai carefully recalled the interactions between Qin Yu and Li Shiyan. Though Li Shiyan called her mom, their daily interactions didn't resemble a mother-daughter relationship at all. Li Shiyan always had a stern face, acting far more mature than her age, sometimes even scolding Qin Yu. And Qin Yu, when being lectured, would lower her head meekly like a child who'd done something wrong, never daring to talk back. One was in her 30s but acted like a kid. The other was still a teenager but seemed unnaturally mature. This mother-daughter pair was truly fascinating. After dinner and washing up, Ye Bai lay in bed, thinking about how to multiply his first pot of gold once he earned it. If I remember correctly, Bitcoin will experience its first major surge by the end of this year, skyrocketing from $13 at the start of the year to over $1,000 by December, with its total market cap exceeding $1 billion for the first time, a nearly 100-fold increase. This was a massive opportunity. First goal: earn 10 million before summer break, then invest it all in Bitcoin and make a fortune. While Ye Bai was racking his brain over how to make 10 million, Qin Yu was also troubled. The thought of Ye Bai taking her made her face burn and her heart race. Xiao Bai has really grown up. Recalling his actions earlier, Qin Yu felt a pang of worry. What if one day, like in those movies, he insisted on with her? What would she do? Xiao Bai is so strong. There's no way I could resist him. If he really did that to me, how could I ever face Qin Jie again? Strangely, beneath the worry, there was a faint, inexplicable feeling. No, I can't think like this. I'm Xiao Bai's auntie, his mother's friend. After all these years together, I've practically treated him like my own son. Qin Yu shook her head, trying to dispel those inappropriate thoughts. After a moment, she opened her laptop and typed into the search bar, "What to do if my best friend's son takes my..." To her surprise, many people had asked similar questions online. But after scrolling through countless answers, none of them were helpful. I know. I'll ask Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu was Qin Yu's college best friend. Like Qin Yu, Aunt Yu was a stunning beauty, and both had countless suitors in university. But unlike Qin Yu's naivety, Aunt Yu was sharp and pragmatic. Not only did she reject all her own pursuers, but she also played the role of a protective older sister, shielding Qin Yu from trouble. Tall and long-legged, Aunt Yu had entered the modeling industry after graduation. But without strong connections and unwilling to accept shady deals, she struggled for years without success. Now, she had switched to live streaming and had gained some fame, becoming a popular influencer with millions of followers. Qin Yu dialed her best friend's number and recounted the situation to her. A hot 6 feet 1 inch college guy? With a toned waist and puppy-like charm? Girl, what are you even hesitating for? Just go for it already. It's not like you two are related by blood. So what if he's your friend's son? Doesn't that make it even more exciting? Xinyu had a pleasant voice, but she was loud and straightforward, earning her fans' unanimous assessment. Gorgeous face, killer body, legs for days, shame about the mouth. Wait, what? Qin Yu was stunned. Seriously? Really? Of course I'm joking. But honestly, I kinda sense that deep down, you do want to get frisky with that handsome nephew of yours. Xinyu teased. No, absolutely not. Flustered, Qin Yu waved her hands. Yu, I'm asking seriously. What should I do now? Xinyu pondered for a moment before replying. I think suppression isn't the solution. If you keep bottling things up, it'll just lead to disaster. To avoid that, I suggest helping him relieve the pressure. Got it. I know what to do now. Thanks. Yu. Love you. Qin Yu blew a kiss into the phone and hung up, her pretty face set with determination. On the other end, Sinew was left dumbfounded. I wasn't even finished. How do you already get it? What do you get? Her actual advice had been to give the nephew some safe sex education, maybe find him some educational films so he could take care of things himself. Did this dummy misunderstand me? She wouldn't actually take matters into her own hands, would she? Nah, she's a 32-year-old grown woman. She can't possibly be that naive, right? Ye Bai was still brainstorming his next money-making scheme when a knock interrupted him. Xiao Bai, are you asleep? Aunt Qin Yu's voice came from outside. Not yet. Come in, Auntie. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, forcing calm onto her face. But her darting, restless eyes betrayed her inner nervousness. Xiao Bai, there's something I need to talk to you about. Go ahead, Auntie. Well, you see. After several stammering false starts, Qin Yu took a deep breath and mustered her courage. Auntie knows you're all grown up now, not a little boy anymore. It's normal for you to be curious about women. I completely understand. And I get how restless you must feel inside. I'm not even mad about you taking that. But, well, freshly worn clothes are dirty. As she spoke, she placed something on the bedside table. These ones are clean. If you need to, you can use these instead. Qin Yu rushed through the rest of her words, then feigned composure as she walked out. The moment the door clicked shut, she bolted back to her own room like a spooked rabbit. Aha! What was I thinking? This is so embarrassing. Her face burned crimson, a mix of shame and flustered panic swirling inside her. Yet, strangely, there was also something else. Ye Bai stared blankly at the item left behind by his aunt. What even is this? What's she trying to say? Use this too? He could hardly believe it. I, Ye Bai, was once a legend in my own right. How could I possibly resort to something this degenerate? Besides, in his past life, he'd seen and experienced all kinds of women. There was no way he'd stoop this low. That said, someone as stunning as Auntie? Rare even in my previous life. Truth be told, Ye Bai was kinda into her. Wait, what's that noise? His expression sharpened as faint, indistinct sounds reached his ears. Activating his super hearing, the noises immediately clarified. No way. Is Auntie really? He was stunned. The usually dignified, elegant Aunt Qin Yu was actually doing that in the middle of the night? Then again, considering she'd been alone since her husband's death, it made sense. Everyone had needs. Should I go help her out? Memories of certain cinematic scenarios flickered through his mind. After a brief internal struggle, he dismissed the idea. While he did have designs on Qin Yu, the timing wasn't right. Barging in now would only scare her. She'd resist fiercely. Ye Bai wasn't the type to force himself on anyone. He wanted her willing and eager, and he was more than confident that, given time, his charm would win her over naturally. Still, those sounds, he suddenly really wanted to see what Auntie was up to right now. As the thought crossed his mind, his eyes began itching intensely, an unbearable discomfort. Rubbing and eye drops only provided partial relief, the irritation fading slowly. When he finally blinked and looked up again, he froze. What the hell was he seeing? Before him unfolded a breathtaking scene, one that sent his pulse racing. Wait, my eyes just penetrated two walls. A jolt of shock ran through him. He'd unlocked a new supernatural ability, X-ray vision. A lightning bolt realization struck. Now he knew exactly how to make his next fortune. Ye Bai thought of his next money-making plan. Gambling. X-ray vision was the ultimate superpower every gambler dreamed of. With this ability, he could dominate the casino. I can take a trip to Macau during summer break. But before that, once the bounty money comes in, I'll hit Jusho Villa first and win a few million. Jusho Villa was located in Zhenan District, Taojiang City, home to the largest underground casino in the area. The casino's owner, Yu, was also an old acquaintance of Ye Bai's. In his past life, after Ye Bai rose to power, he clashed with Yu over a construction project. Fearing Ye Bai would strike first, Yu preemptively sent his men to eliminate him. During that conflict, Aunt Qin had blocked a knife meant for Ye Bai, losing his arm in the process. The injury left him disabled, forcing him to retire from the underworld in disgrace. To avenge Aunt Qin, Ye Bai had seduced Yu's lover, turning her against him. In the end, by the lake at Juxiu Villa, Ye Bai personally sent Yu to his grave, stuffing him into a steel drum, filling it with cement, and sinking it to the bottom of the lake. Yu, I hope you're smarter this time around. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you off again. Ye Bai had sworn to live a clean life this time, staying far away from the underworld. But a man had to have flexible principles. When the time came, he wouldn't hesitate to act. The night passed without incident. When Ye Bai woke up in the morning, Auntie Qin had already prepared breakfast. Bai, I made goji berry and black chicken soup for breakfast. I went to the market at 5 to get the freshest ingredients. Qin Yu looked radiant, her energy infectious. Mom, isn't this a bit greasy for breakfast? Li Shuryan emerged from the bathroom, freshly washed and still wearing tiny shorts that showcased her long, shapely legs. She sat at the table expressionlessly, completely ignoring Ye Bai as if he were air. You're still growing. Nutrient-rich food is good for you. Ye Bai, already standing at 185 centimeters, chuckled. Auntie, do I really need to grow anymore? He was referring to his height, but Qin Yu misunderstood. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with something unspoken. This brat is getting bolder, daring to tease me right in front of Shuryan. Qin Yu shot him a glare, but her eyes were too alluring, too liquid, making her anger look more like a coquettish pout. After the two kids left for school, Qin Yu cleaned up the kitchen and immediately headed to Ye Bai's room. Huh? Why isn't it in the trash? Puzzled, she checked under the bed and between the sheets but found nothing. The item she'd left for him last night was still untouched on the desk. This doesn't make sense. Things aren't going the way I expected. If this continues, Bai might really lose control one day and try to. I have to help him relieve the pressure. Otherwise, he'll keep having those thoughts. Recalling the incident on the balcony, Qin Yu frowned. Does he actually prefer that kind of? After a long internal struggle, she finally made up her mind, her face burning. When Bai got home, she'd give him exactly what he wanted. This little rascal is so hard to please. Ye Bai walked into the classroom with Song Dongfeng and took his usual seat in the back row. Almost immediately, Shun Mengyao's best friend, a girl built like a tank, marched over and rapped her knuckles on his desk. Ye Bai, Mengyao has stomach cramps. Go buy her some brown sugar from the store and make her ginger tea. Her tone was pure command. Without even looking up, Ye Bai replied, Fuck off. The tank girl froze. What did you just say? I said get lost. Shin Mengyao's stomachache is none of my business. His impatience was palpable. You're so petty. Mengyao just forgot to reply to your messages. And you? Ye Bai cut her off. I have zero connection to Shin Mengyao and zero obligation to do anything for her. From now on, keep her problems away from me. You? What's your problem? Do you even want to be her boyfriend anymore? I used to chase her, but now, I don't care about her at all. So do me a favor. Stop bothering me. Seeing the tank girl wasn't backing down, Ye Bai slammed his palm on the desk. Dongzi. On it, Baiji. Song Dongfeng, who'd been itching for action, cracked his knuckles as he lumbered over. Get this fat ass out of my face. Make sure she never comes back. Got it. Song Dongfeng loomed over the tank girl, his eyes bulging like a bull's. You heard my boss. If I ever see you near him again, I'll beat you into next week. Now scram before I lose my temper. The tank girl trembled with rage, her face turning purple, but under the glare of the 190 centimeters, gorilla-built Song Dongfeng. She didn't dare utter another word. She slunk away in defeat. Mengyao, did you hear that? Ye Bai's gone too far this time. You should just ignore him from now on. The tank girl plopped down next to Shin Mengyao, tattling like a child. Shin Mengyao nodded. She had heard every word, but she felt nothing. No anger, just amusement. Did Ye Bai really think she couldn't see through his little game? Pretending to lose interest, acting cold, even pretending to dislike her. All to make her realize his worth? How childish. Did he really think a small-time thug like him could manipulate her? In her eyes, he was nothing more than a tool. A faint, mocking smile curled on Shin Mengyao's lips. Just then, the noisy classroom fell silent. Shin Mengyao looked up and saw a girl standing at the doorway. Her face was angelically pure, delicate enough to inspire protectiveness. But her body was the kind every woman envied. An angel's face, a devil's figure. It was Chun Sini. Shin Mengyao frowned. What's she doing here? Then, in a voice as clear as jade beads falling on a plate, Chun Sini spoke. Excuse me? Could you please call Ye Bai for me? As Chun Sini appeared, the noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. Except for Ye Bai, who was sprawled over his desk preparing to sleep. Everyone else was staring dumbfounded at her. Chun Sini turned to the boy in the front row by the door and said, Excuse me, could you call Ye Bai for me? The boy was a rather sleazy four-eyed nerd, secretly reading a raunchy novel about a certain Mrs. Bai. Just as he was completely absorbed in the book, an extremely beautiful girl suddenly appeared before him, frying his brain like an overheating CPU. When she saw the boy staring at her like an idiot without responding, Chun Sini lightly furrowed her brows and tapped on his desk. Excuse me? Ah? Oh. The boy jolted awake, his face flushed, his heart racing, too embarrassed to meet her eyes. Damn, the school beauty is way too stacked. He turned around and shouted in a shrill, exaggerated tone, like an old gossipy aunt. Ye Bai, Chun Sini's here for you. After Ye Bai left the classroom with Chun Sini, the boy excitedly grabbed his desk mate by the neck and shook him. Holy SHT, did you see that? Chun Sini talked to me. She's so pure and pretty. But why does her face look a little bruised, like it's swollen? And God, she's massive. No wonder she's nicknamed Cow Chun. Just standing near her is suffocating. Whether he suffocated or not was unclear, but his desk mate, whose neck he was strangling, was already starting to see stars. The quiet classroom erupted into chaos as students buzzed with gossip. Why did Chun Sini come looking for Ye Bai? When did that delinquent hook up with the school princess? One was practically royalty. Born into privilege, a piano champion with awards lined up on her shelf. The other was the school's resident troublemaker, nothing more than a good-for-nothing punk who spent his days picking fights. They existed in completely different worlds. And yet, here they were walking together. There was nothing more explosive than this. Honestly, though, they looked kind of perfect together. A strikingly handsome guy and an absolute bombshell. No kidding. No wonder Baiji was being so cold to Shin Mengyao today. He was secretly upgrading us to a new sister-in-law. Song Dongfeng exclaimed excitedly. He'd always disliked Shin Mengyao. That girl was such a pretentious fake. A straight-up green tea BTSH. No matter how well Ye Bai treated her, she acted like it was nothing but her rightful due, as if she were some high-class princess and he was just her lowly servant. Song Dongfeng had never understood why. So many girls flocked to Ye Bai, eager to be the boss's woman. Yet for some reason, he was completely obsessed with that hypocritical Shin Mengyao. Though he hated her guts, as a loyal underling, he didn't dare meddle in his boss's love life. So grudgingly, he had to play along and cater to her whims too. But now, finally, Ye Bai had come to his senses. Chun Sini is way better. She's not fake. She's not stuck up. And she talks to everyone so politely and gently. A woman like her is really worthy of being our sister-in-law. Of being the queen of vitiligo. Shin Mengyao and her bestie, Heavy Tank, were dumbstruck. Chun Sini and Ye Bai dating? How? That's impossible. Heavy Tank blurted in disbelief. No way. Shin Mengyao rejected the idea outright. How could a girl like Chun Sini, a literal prodigy, possibly fall for someone like Ye Bai? They were worlds apart. Even though Shin Mengyao despised Chun Sini, she had to admit she was talented. Plus, didn't they say her father was some high-ranking city official? Meanwhile, Ye Bai's parents were just rural farmers. No money, no connections, and he himself was nothing but a violent, uneducated thug. Even she, deep down, looked down on him. So how could Chun Sini possibly like someone like that? But then, why did she come looking for him? She'd never been this close to any boy before. Shin Mengyao frowned, racking her brain for answers but coming up empty. Ye Bai followed Chun Sini to the small garden behind the school. She turned to face him, her expression sincere. Ye Bai, thank you for saving me. Chun Sini would never forget that moment, when she was at her most desperate, in the darkest hour of her life. Ye Bai had burst in like a ray of light and saved her. She didn't even dare imagine what would have happened if Ye Bai hadn't followed her home yesterday, hadn't noticed that wanted criminal stalking her. If he hadn't been there, at worst she would have been violated, at best she might have died. You really didn't have to thank me in person. Your father already paid me, plus the government's giving me that 580k bounty reward. Ye Bai replied nonchalantly. Chun Sini studied him for a long moment before saying, If what I said yesterday hurt you, then I'm sorry. Pausing, she added earnestly, I was wrong. Normally I don't like delinquents, but I don't dislike you. She met his eyes without hesitation, completely unfazed. Honestly, I think you're pretty handsome, and you make me feel safe. I guess I might be starting to like you. Unlike most girls, she didn't blush or stammer while saying this. Her tone was as steady as ever, direct, composed. Ye Bai was startled. Wait, what? Was Chun Sini actually into him? Was this a confession? Ye Bai, let's make a deal. Go ahead. My family won't let me date in college. Study hard, graduate, and afterward, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. As she spoke, she handed him a small cloth pouch she'd been holding. I made this bracelet a while ago. I'd always thought, if I ever liked a boy, I'd give it to him. Here, now it's yours. Ye Bai didn't respond immediately. What he felt in that pouch wasn't just a bracelet. It was the weight of a young girl's earnest emotions. Looking at her, so serious, so stubborn. He couldn't bring himself to reject her. Should he tell her the truth? That he hadn't saved her out of kindness? That it was just for the bounty? Hell no. Who wouldn't love a girl like this? In his past life, before he'd gotten sucked into the underworld, he'd been a hopeless simp. And after, most of the women who threw themselves at him were insincere. He'd never actually experienced a sweet, genuine romance. A gentle breeze brushed past, the morning sun warm against his skin. Somewhere in Ye Bai's long-dormant heart, a ripple stirred. Okay, he said, taking the pouch. Then it's settled. Chun Sini nodded, turning to leave, her steps lighter than before. After Ye Bai returned to the classroom, Song Dongfeng immediately approached him, his face full of anticipation. Bro Bai, has Chun Sini become our new sister-in-law? No. Ye Bai shook his head. Huh. Song Dongfeng was visibly disappointed. He had almost thought they were free from their misery. Ye Bai added, Not yet, but unless something unexpected happens, it'll happen after graduation. Song Dongfeng froze for a second before his face lit up with joy. Hell yeah. So, Bro Bai, does that mean you won't keep being Shin Mengyao's? I mean, you won't keep chasing her anymore. MHM. I figured it out. I'm done. She's not worth it. Ye Bai nodded. Perfect. 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 Song Dongfeng repeated the word 3 times excitedly, then immediately pulled out his phone and logged into QQ. He shared the good news with the brothers in the Vitiligo Brotherhood group. Sure enough, nearly 100 members in the group erupted in celebration. It felt like a nationwide festival, even livelier than New Year's. Truth be told, everyone had witnessed the drama between Bro Bai and Shin Mengyao over the years, and no one liked that pretentious, manipulative green tea bitch. Not only did she milk Bro Bai dry of his kindness, but she also flirted shamelessly with Yang Wenbin. Last time, she even got Bro Bai expelled from school. How the hell was a bitch like her worthy of being Bro Bai's woman? She wasn't even in the same league as the new sister-in-law, Chun Sini. Some of the brothers had actually harbored secret crushes on Chun Sini. Now that they knew their goddess was getting together with their leader, they weren't sure whether to feel happy or heartbroken. Ding! Ye Bai received a message from skinny Zhang Lingnan. Bro Bai, treat Chun Sini well. ? Her favorite color is blue. She loves cream puffs but can't handle spicy food. She doesn't follow celebrities but loves movies. Her favorite is The Legend of 1900. She admires talented guys. Bro Bai, don't get the wrong idea. I got all this from her best friend. ? Bro Bai, even though Chun Sini seems tough, she's actually really sensitive to pain. Promise me, Bro Bai, you'll be gentle with her. Okay? ? Bro Bai, don't worry. I cut all ties. From now on, she's just my sister-in-law in my eyes. Ye Bai was speechless. He never expected Chun Sini to be Skinny's unrequited love. In his past life, Skinny had never mentioned it. But now that he thought about it, all of Skinny's ex-girlfriends in his past life had resembled Chun Sini, big-chested girls. Meanwhile, on the other side of the classroom, Big Tank was dumbfounded when she saw Ye Bai return with Chun Sini, now holding a cloth bag. Did Ye Bai really start dating Chun Sini? And it was Chun Sini who made the first move? She even gave him a gift. Big Tank wondered if she was dreaming. Mengyao, no wonder Ye Bai's been so cold to you lately. Turns out he's hooked up with that bitch. As Shin Mengyao's best friend, Big Tank knew exactly how much jealousy and disgust she harbored toward Chun Sini. Shin Mengyao didn't respond. Her brows furrowed. Chun Sini really has no standards, huh? Even picking up the trash you didn't want. She always acts so high and mighty. I thought her taste would be better than this. Big Tank sneered. Hearing this, Shin Mengyao's mood instantly improved. Right? Ye Bai was just her lapdog. How pathetic of Chun Sini to fall for someone she had discarded. She wasn't all that impressive after all. While Ye Bai was fast asleep, the Nokia on his desk vibrated. A text message came through. Sender, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Plus yen 580, 000.00 received. Balance, 580,000 yen and 30 sen. The reward for his act of bravery and the bounty were tax-free. The full 580,000 yuan had been deposited. Ye Bai's deskmate, a chubby, fair-skinned boy, noticed the vibration and instinctively glanced over. Wait, how many zeros was that? The chubby boy leaned in for a closer look, then his jaw dropped. Holy shit! He couldn't help but exclaim, drawing the entire class's attention. Shun Mengyao frowned and turned around, only to see the chubby boy staring at Ye Bai's phone in disbelief. What had he seen? What secret had he uncovered about Ye Bai? Xiaoya, ask him what he saw on Ye Bai's phone. Shun Mengyao ordered her deskmate, Big Tank. Big Tank nodded, pulled out her phone under the desk, and sent the chubby boy a QQ message. What did you see on Ye Bai's phone that shocked you so much? Did Chun Sini send him something flirty? The chubby boy replied quickly, No, it was a text message. What text? A deposit notification from ICBC. Joe? Then why the big reaction? Probably just his parents sending him living expenses from the countryside. Since when do parents send 580,000 yuan as living expenses? What? 580,000? Are you sure you didn't misread it? Of course I'm sure. I counted the digits multiple times. It's 580,000. His phone's still on. Come see for yourself if you don't believe me. Without hesitation, Big Tank stood up, walked over to the chubby boy's seat, and pretended to borrow a textbook. She then peeked at Ye Bai's phone, and nearly dropped her own jaw in shock. When she returned to her seat, her face was trembling with disbelief. Mengyao, Ye Bai just received a deposit of 580,000 yuan in his bank account. Shin Mengyao froze. No way. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Shin Mengyao could no longer stay calm. She realized she couldn't understand Ye Bai anymore. He had suddenly become a completely different person. Just a few days ago, he had been showering her with attention, sending her QQ messages, asking if she wanted to eat barbecue or go ice skating. But today, he had publicly declared that they had no relationship, that he no longer liked her, and had even started flirting with Chun Sinny out of nowhere. That alone wouldn't have been a big deal. At most, it just meant Chun Sinny was picking up the scraps she didn't want. But the real shock was the 580,000 yuan in his bank account. What did 580,000 yuan even mean? It was 2013. The average price of a newly developed property in Taojiang City was 6,000 yuan per square meter. With 580,000, he could outright buy an entire apartment. Where the hell did he get that kind of money? Shin Mengyao couldn't help but fantasize. If Ye Bai spent all that money on her, how many luxury goods could she buy? Louis Vuitton, Coach, Hermes, Chanel. She could even travel abroad, take gorgeous photos, and post them on QQ Space and WeChat Moments. She had already crossed Ye Bai out of her fish pond and planned to ignore him for good. But now she couldn't resist. She took out her phone and sent him a message. Ye Bai, let's make up. I'll allow you to keep pursuing me. I don't want a date before graduation, but afterward, I'll consider you first. She expected him to come crawling back like before, wagging his tail like an eager puppy. But after waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Shin Mengyao was annoyed. How dare he ignore her? She, his goddess, had lowered herself to say such things. What kind of attitude was this? She sent another message. What's your problem? Then, she saw it. A glaring red exclamation mark. She had been blocked. Being discarded like trash by her former simp was the worst feeling. Shin Mengyao was stunned, then furious. Since when did a simp get to block her first? Humph, men really do change when they get money. He used to swear he'd only ever love me, that he'd never give up. And now, after just 2.5 years of chasing me, he's already moved on. So what if he has 580,000? Big deal. Who does he think he is? Gradually, she calmed down. After some thought, she realized, with her looks, once she graduated, she could land any high-quality boyfriend she wanted. Not just 580,000. She could snag a boyfriend worth 5.8 million, or even 58 million. A loser like Ye Bai, who just got lucky with some cash, was nothing. He'd peaked already. Meanwhile, Ye Bai glanced at his bank notification and narrowed his eyes. Tonight, he'd execute the second phase of his money-making plan. He called his crew to the backyard and gave them detailed instructions. Without question, they immediately scaled the wall and got to work. By afternoon, classes ended. Ye Bai led the rest of his crew to their secret base, an abandoned building behind the school. Dongzi, get the boys to bring out the gear. Got it, Baiji. Song Dongfeng waved, and several underlings rushed upstairs. Moments later, they returned, each carrying a large duffel bag. They dropped the bags and unzipped them, revealing an arsenal of weapons. Extendable batons, baseball bats, steel pipes, and even illegal blades. Baiji, it's been a while since we've had action. Who are we hitting today? Or did someone pay us to smash a place again? Song Dongfeng clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles in excitement. Typical Baiji, born to be a gangster. Just yesterday, he'd sworn off the underworld and told his boys to go straight. And now, he was back in business. Neither. Ye Bai shook his head. Soon, Zhang Lingnan returned, carrying a black backpack. His face was flushed with excitement. Baiji, got the cash, 230,000. Exact amount. He handed Ye Bai the bank card and the bag. Ye Bai took the card and let Zhang Lingnan keep the bag. When Song Dongfeng heard there was 230,000 in cash inside, his eyes nearly popped out. After getting permission, he unzipped the bag and gasped. He'd never seen so much money in his life. Baiji, where'd you get this? Legally earned. Ye Bai's tone left no room for questions. Song Dongfeng didn't dare press further, but his admiration for Ye Bai skyrocketed. This is why he's the leader of Vitiligo, my damn boss. effortlessly pulling in this kind of cash. Absolute legend. His instincts had been right. Following Bai Ji was the path to greatness. Not long after, an Xian returned. He waved at the entrance, and the roar of engines filled the air. A motorcade rolled into the abandoned building's courtyard. Leading the pack was a Mercedes W140, the Tiger Head model, followed by 5 Audis, 6 BMWs, and a dozen motorcycles. Bai Ji, the cars are rented and ready. Ye Bai nodded, then scanned the group. All of you, get your driver's licenses when you can. I'll cover the cost. The crew nodded eagerly. Some felt a pang of guilt. They didn't even know how to drive, forcing their boss to hire drivers for today's operation. Ye Bai pulled out 3 stacks of cash and tossed them to an Xian. Take the boys to eat, then hit the mall. Get yourselves some decent outfits, look professional. At the very least, don't scream college kid the second someone sees you. Once you're set, wait at the foot of Shopping Mountain. Move in when I give the order. Dongzi Nanzi, you're with me. With that, Ye Bai, Song Dongfeng, and Zhang Lingnan boarded the Mercedes. The car sped toward its destination, Jusho Villa, atop Shopping Mountain in Taojiang City's Zhenan district. As the man who had once been the underground casino owner's rival, and the one who had ended him, Ye Bai knew Xiao Hongyu's nature all too well. Ruthless, vindictive, obsessed with money. If someone walked out of Xiao Hongyu's casino with over $1 million in cash, and had no powerful backing, they'd never make it down the mountain alive. At best, they'd lose the money. At worst, they'd lose their life. In his past life, after Ye Bai had risen to power, winning a few million from the casino wouldn't have made Xiao Hongyu bat an eye. But right now, he was just a college student. Carrying that much cash down the mountain was like a child walking through the market with a bar of gold. Even if Xiao Hongyu didn't act, someone else would. So before stepping into the underground casino, preparations had to be flawless. The tree may wish for calm, but the wind will not cease. The storm was coming. As they passed by the Seg Plaza, Ye Bai had the driver pull over and bought new outfits for both Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan. For Song Dongfeng, he picked a business casual look, a black dress shirt paired with suit pants and thick-soled leather shoes. Standing at over 1.9 meters tall, Song Dongfeng had a massive, muscular frame wrapped in a thick layer of fat. Dressed like this, he exuded an intimidating presence, reminiscent of Ma Dong-suk but even taller and more imposing. Zhang Lingnan, on the other hand, had a lanky build that couldn't carry a suit well, so Ye Bai chose a youthful, sporty outfit for him, wide-leg jeans, a black t-shirt, and a lightweight sun jacket. The moment he changed, the delinquent vibe around him faded significantly. Ye Bai also picked a new outfit for himself, a white dress shirt, black suit pants, and thick-soled leather shoes. To be fair, Ye Bai was naturally handsome with a great physique, and combined with the boss-like aura he had cultivated in his past life, he looked good in anything. Anyone who saw him would have to admit he was the picture of elegance. Walking ahead of Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan, he looked like a young mafia heir out for a stroll with his bodyguard and lackey. When the 3 of them got back into the car, the driver was stunned, constantly stealing glances at them in the rearview mirror. Before entering the mall, they had looked like street thugs, but now they were completely transformed, especially the strikingly handsome leader. His expression was as calm as still water, as if even a mountain collapsing before him wouldn't faze him. His face still carried a hint of youth, but his aura was simply unmatched. Soon they arrived at Shopping Mountain. The road up the mountain was wide but winding, twisting through more than a dozen turns before reaching the summit. The Jusho Mountain Villa Hotel stood at the peak. After instructing the driver to wait in the parking lot, Ye Bai led the other 2 into the hotel, crossed the lobby, exited through the back door, and arrived at the rear courtyard. The area was covered in lush grass, surrounded by towering trees. Ye Bai walked across the lawn, entered the woods, and stopped in front of a 5-story building. A man stepped out from the shadows. "Hello, this is the hotel storage area. Please stop here." Ye Bai pointed at the sky and said, "The sun outside is too harsh. I'd like to step inside for some shade. Would you mind?" Song Dongfeng was baffled. What sun? It's the middle of the night. What is Bai Ji talking about? But to his surprise, the man stepped aside and said, "Please go ahead." Song Dongfeng was speechless. Ye Bai walked in first. What he had just said was the code phrase for this underground casino. Newcomers had to recite it to prove they were invited guests. Otherwise, even if someone brought millions in cash, they wouldn't be allowed in if they didn't know the passphrase. Beyond the entrance was a hallway that split into 3 paths at the end. Ye Bai was quite familiar with this place. After all, it had been his old rival's territory in his past life. Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan had even hacked people up here before. Leading the two through a maze of turns, they reached a closed door at the end. Ye Bai knocked, and the security camera above swiveled toward them. This was the second checkpoint. Ye Bai raised his hand and flipped off the camera. Click! The automatic door slid open, revealing a downward staircase. That's right, giving the middle finger to the camera was the second passphrase. It was one of Xiao Hongyu's little quirks. Descending the stairs, they reached another door guarded by 2 lackeys. But at this point, there were no more obstacles. One of the lackeys slowly pushed the door open. A cacophony of sounds spilled out. Dice rattling, tiles clacking, cards shuffling, gamblers shouting. The space inside was brightly lit. Unlike the gilded opulence of Macau casinos, this underground gambling den had been converted from a parking garage. Its walls painted stark white and the ceiling lined with fluorescent lights. Ye Bai approached the chip exchange counter. The room was designed like a bank, with only a single window for guests to exchange cash for chips. 20,000 in chips, 10 at 1,000 each, 90 at 100, and 100 at 10. Ye Bai placed his bag on the counter. 20,000 was the minimum buy-in for this underground casino, which was why Ye Bai had instructed Aunt Qin to withdraw 23,000 from the bank earlier. 20,000 was for gambling, and the remaining 3 was for the crew's new outfits. The bill counter whirred as the cashier counted the chips. Once the teller finished verifying the money, the two exchanged a glance, and the cashier gave a slight nod before sliding the chips forward. "Nanzi, take the chips." Ye Bai gave the order and strode inside. The main hall was divided into different sections. Games like Goldflower, Bullfight, Big and Small, Pai Gao, and Texas Hold'em were spread out across the floor. Ye Bai had started his rise in the underworld by running gambling dens and loan sharking, so he was intimately familiar with all of this. But his favorite was Goldflower. The game was simple and brutal, relying heavily on luck but also involving psychological warfare. He made his way to the Goldflower section and took a seat at a 6-player table. "Gentlemen, mind if I join?" There were already 5 people playing at the table. To the left sat a big-headed, fat man with several gold teeth and a thick gold chain around his neck. Next to him was a woman in a Cheongsam, slender, pretty, with a bit of a mistress vibe. Across from them was a young man with heavy dark circles under his eyes, dressed head to toe in designer brands. Undoubtedly a spoiled rich kid with a drug habit. Beside him was a gaunt middle-aged man with sharp cheekbones, even skinnier than Zhang Lingnan, looking like a seasoned gambler, what people called a degenerate dice chaser. To Ye Bai's right sat a refined old man with a strong bureaucratic air, probably a retired director or department head. The wealth of such men was always hard to estimate. Those who knew, knew. The ante for this round of Jia Jinhua, a poker variant, was 1,000. Before the deal, everyone had to put in 1,000 in chips. The dealer began distributing the cards. Ye Bai activated his supernatural ability, X-ray vision, and immediately saw his own hand. 2 aces and a 3. In Jia Jinhua, that was already a strong hand. But when he scanned the table, he realized Gold Teeth also had a pair of aces. Aces with a jack, which beat his own hand. After a few rounds of betting, Ye Bai folded. Sure enough, when the round ended, Gold Teeth won tens of thousands, grinning as he tossed a chip to the dealer. The second round began. This time, Ye Bai had a high card hand, the weakest possible. He stayed in for a few rounds before folding again. By the third round, Ye Bai still only had a high card hand. But so did everyone else, and his was the strongest. Ace King 7. Damn it! I don't believe this, no good hands at all. I'm going all in blind this time. Ye Bai feigned frustration and slammed the table. The other players shook their heads internally, already labeling him as reckless. This round, the betting was intense. After over a dozen blind raises, the pot had swelled to nearly 90,000. The curvy mistress was the first to crack. She peeked at her cards, an 8 high, a terrible hand, and folded immediately, not even daring to bluff. The gaunt man checked next. His king high was decent for a high card hand, so he stayed in, doubling his bet to match the open raises. The bespectacled old man looked at his jack high. With 5 players still in, his odds were slim, so he folded. The dark-eyed rich kid checked his ace-queen jack, the second best hand on the table, and stayed in. With 2 players already open raising, Gold Teeth had no choice but to check his own hand. Ace-7-3, the third best. He called as well. I bet you're all bluffing. I'm staying in blind. Ye Bai put on a show, gritting his teeth and acting stubborn as he kept betting blind. With 1 player still blind, the open raisers had to go 3 more rounds before comparing hands. By then, the pot had surpassed 100,000, and no one wanted to back down. All 3 open raisers stayed in. After 3 more raises, the gaunt man lost his nerve. Wisely, he chose to compare hands with Gold Teeth. Naturally, Gold Teeth won, and the gaunt man folded. Gold Teeth smirked, putting on a show of confidence. The rich kid, despite having the second best hand, fell for the act, assuming Gold Teeth must have at least a pair, and folded. Now only Ye Bai and Gold Teeth remained. After openly raising 2,000, Gold Teeth grinned. Your turn, kid. I still don't buy it. I bet you and that other guy both had weak hands. You just got lucky. Ye Bai stood abruptly and tossed in 5 10,000 chips. Lost a few rounds already. This time, I'm getting a flush. I'm raising blind 50,000. Gold Teeth's smile vanished. A blind 50,000 meant he'd have to openly raise 100,000. To call or not? Gold Teeth frowned, weighing his options. He had an ace high. The kid was still blind, his odds were good. I call. He threw in 100,000 chips, then sneered. But I'm not showing. Your move. No. I'll raise another 100,000. Open 200,000. Gold Teeth tossed in another 100,000. His grin turning predatory. Well, kid? You in or out? With only 2 players left, they could have compared hands already. But Gold Teeth refused, even upping the stakes, playing a psychological game. He acted confident, trying to scare Ye Bai into folding rather than matching another 100,000 blind. Or, if Ye Bai checked his cards and found a mediocre hand, he'd be trapped. Opening against Gold Teeth would cost 200,000. Most would fold here, unwilling to risk 200,000 on a bluff. Gold Teeth's aggressive betting made it seem like he had a monster hand. This was the thrill of Jinhua, the mind games. But Ye Bai had already seen the cards. He wasn't worried. Trying to bluff me? Fine, I'll match. 100,000 blind. No show. He shoved in the chips, playing the stubborn rookie to the hilt. Gold Teeth's face went blank. After a pause, he nodded slowly. Got guts, kid. Fine, I'll show you. 200,000. Let's see him. Ye Bai's act convinced him. If Gold Teeth had a strong hand, he'd keep pushing. But with just a high card, there was no point in bleeding more chips. He threw in 200,000. Time to reveal. The pot now exceeded 650,000, nearing 700,000. Ye Bai had only put in under 200,000. If he won, he'd net over 400,000. You're done. I've got a flush for sure. Ye Bai rubbed his hands, then checked his cards, his smile fading bit by bit. Gold Teeth felt victory in his grasp. That look meant a weak hand. You win. No flush. Ye Bai dejectedly tossed his cards down. Damn it, Ace-King 7. That last card ruined it. Ha! My pleasure. Gold Teeth grinned triumphantly, arms outstretched to rake in the chips. Then his face froze. Ace-King 7. You little... How is that luck even real? Furious, he slammed his own cards down. Ace-7-3. He'd lost. Jinya wore the expression of someone who'd just bitten into something foul. He'd lost the bet. That kid's hand was weak, just a low-tier high card, but it still beat his. A K7 trumped A73. What the hell? Ye Bai cranked up the theatrics, feigning wide-eyed delight. I thought you'd at least have a pair. Man, bluffing with just an ace high. Thanks for the chips, old-timer. Grinning, Ye Bai scooped up the stacks and tossed the dealer a 1,000 chip. The house took a flat 1,000 cut per round, no matter the pot size. Places that took percentages, they never lasted long. God damn it. Deal again, kid. You got the balls to ride this out with me? Virginia was tilting now, itching to reclaim his pride. Ye Bai just chuckled and let the silence hang. The cards flew. This round, Ye Bai's hand was second worst. After a few strategic raises, he folded. A few rounds later, luck struck. J45, suited. He pushed hard, but Virginia, burned once, folded the moment Ye Bai raised. Time bled on. Ye Bai's stack ballooned to 2 million. Minus the 200K principal, that was 1.8 million pure profit. The table had noticed his unnatural streak. Folded weak hands early. One big whenever he stayed in. Was this kid X-raying the damn cards? Next deal. Virginia peeked first, then slammed his cards down. Screw this. Luck's rotten tonight. I'm out. The bespectacled old man followed. Then the sleep-deprived kid. A game that should have lasted till dawn crumbled in 2 hours, thanks to Ye Bai. The curvy Qipao woman lingered. She sidled up, pressing against Ye Bai's arm like they were old friends. Such a sharp one, aren't ya? Take me along. Handsome. Her fingers traced his sleeve. Ye Bai remained stone-faced. He recognized the type, vultures circling a hot streak, hoping to leech off his luck. Pass. I play solo. She exhaled rose-scented temptation. Don't be cold, I'll make it worth your while tonight. I've got skills. Her gaze turned syrupy. Ye Bai tilted his head. Dongzi. Song Dongfeng loomed over like a silverback gorilla.
Mom.
Move. Ugh. What a waste of a pretty face. She ripped her grip away, flipped her hair, and stormed off. Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan shot Ye Bai worshipful looks. The legend. Raked in millions and shrugged off a succubus? They'd have volunteered as tributes. Dice zone. No more poker, this table had the highest stakes. Smaller games? Maybe 100K a night max. Ye Bai headed for sick bow aka. Big small. The dealer was a prim woman in her 20s, smiling like her cheeks were stapled. She shook the dice cup, clatter clatter, then thumped it down. Place your bets. Ye Bai activated X-ray vision. Huh? Lacy thong. Unexpected. Ahem. Wrong focus. Rookie mistake with the power, sometimes you see too much. He corrected. Dice showed 1, 3, 4, 8, small. House rules. Min 1K, max 100K per bet. Ye Bai slapped 100K on small. Ding. The cup lifted. 1, 3, 4, 8, small. Staff swarmed to pay out. Kids got steel nerves, mumbled a bystander. Dropping 100K straight? I'd piss myself. Beginner's luck.
Ye Bai şuruk.
Next round. 3, 5, 6, 14, big. He intentionally bet 10K on small, lost. Losses as camouflage, wins as sledgehammers. Soon, plus 300K from sick bow. Total haul, 5 million plus. Heat rising. The pit bosses took notice. New face. 5 mil in one night. Feels off.
Pro hustler?
Rival casinos hitman. They swapped dealers mid-game. Standard protocol against ear players. Geniuses who decipher dice by sound. The thong-clad dealer bowed out. Her replacement strutted in like frostbite personified. Chanel tweed jacket. Flung perfectly onto a wall hook. Sheer kimono barely containing volcanic curves. A coiling blue dragon tattoo devouring her left shoulder. The crowd gasped. This was Snow, the dungeon's final boss. Game on. Her cold, alluring face, seductive figure, and snow-white skin, paired with the somewhat menacing blue dragon tattoo, created a striking contrast. an unconventional beauty that exuded both elegance and temptation. Moreover, she carried an exotic charm, the kind unique to women from the island nation, one that made men yearn to conquer her. The men present were all well-traveled and experienced, yet without exception, their eyes were glued to her. Ye Bai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just like in my past life, she's still as dazzling as ever. Wherever she appeared, she became the center of attention. That's right, Ye Bai knew this woman. Knew her intimately, in fact. Shiraishi Yukiko, a master of deception hired by Xiao Hongyu, the underground casino boss, all the way from the island nation. She was also Xiao Hongyu's public lover. In Ye Bai's past life, during a conflict with Xiao Hongyu, Aunt Qin had taken a slash meant for him, losing an arm in the process. Later, seeking revenge for Aunt Qin, Ye Bai had deployed a honey trap, turning Xiao Hongyu's closest confidant against him. That confidant was none other than this very woman standing before him, her beauty as cold as ice. So Ye Bai knew all too well the burning passion hidden beneath her frosty exterior. She was a woman of ice on the outside, fire within. Once you conquered her heart and body, she would willingly give her life for you. After turning Yukiko, Ye Bai had also uncovered Xiao Hongyu's darkest secret. The man was secretly gay and impotent to boot, forever doomed to play the submissive role. Yukiko, though publicly his woman, had suffered in silence, enduring unbearable loneliness. That was the main reason Ye Bai had succeeded in swaying her. In his past life, after Ye Bai had eliminated Xiao Hongyu, the man's lover had tracked down Yukiko, demanding to know Ye Bai's whereabouts. She had refused to speak a single word, and was ultimately drowned in a swimming pool. Yukiko seemed born without the ability to smile. Ye Bai had only ever seen her grin once. That day she had already been a cold corpse. Clatter. Yukiko picked up the dice cup and began shaking it. Her technique was unique. The dice clattered chaotically, making it impossible even for masters with perfect pitch to discern the numbers. After all, this was the largest casino in the province, and Yukiko, as its resident deception expert, had real skill. But unfortunately for her, Ye Bai wasn't relying on hearing. He had X-ray vision. A moment later, Yukiko set the cup down, her gaze fixed ahead, expressionless. "Place your bets, no more changes," a staff member announced loudly. The gamblers snapped out of their daze and hurriedly placed their wagers. 216. 9 small. Ye Bai pushed forward $1 million in chips without hesitation, betting on small. Yukiko's eyes flicked toward him. Ye Bai met her gaze and smiled faintly. Her face remained blank, her eyes unreadable. In his past life, Yukiko had admitted that Ye Bai was exactly her type. She'd taken a liking to him at first sight. Today, he'd deliberately dressed the same way as their first encounter. Keep pretending. Little Yukiko, still as secretly passionate as ever. Ding. Yukiko pressed the bell and lifted the cup. 216. 9 small. The dealer called out. Ye Bai won another $1 million, bringing his total to $6 million. A staff member leaned in, whispering to Yukiko. She gave a slow nod. She understood why the casino had called her in. They'd thought this was just some small fry, but he'd actually cracked her special shaking technique. And he was handsome, charming even. Unlike other men, his gaze held no lust, just clarity. A true gentleman. A good man. Though Yukiko felt a flicker of attraction, she knew better than to let personal feelings interfere with work. She had to make him lose everything here. Sorry, handsome. Her expression solemn, Yukiko picked up the dice cup again. This time, she switched techniques. The dice clattered rhythmically before she set the cup down. Inside, the 3 dice scattered, spinning silently before finally settling. At this level, even the god of gamblers wouldn't be able to guess the numbers. Yukiko's skills were indeed top tier. But alas, she was up against a cheater. 4, 5, 6. 15 big. Ye Bai tossed another $1 million on big without hesitation. When the cup lifted, he won again, $7 million now. Yukiko's face darkened. She was facing a real adversary, pressure mounting. Time for her ultimate move. This time, she shook the cup casually before slamming it down. 235. 10. Small. Ye Bai had a hunch what she was planning, but he still bet $1 million on small. Place your bets. No more changes. The crowd followed suit, though cautiously, unsure if Ye Bai was a casino plant. Ding! Yukiko pressed the bell and gripped the cup. Here it comes. Ye Bai's eyes sharpened. Sure enough, as she lifted the cup, Yukiko activated her secret technique, super oscillation, the Shiraishi family's closely guarded art. The cup vibrated at an imperceptible frequency, making the dice jump, changing the result to 336, 12, big. In his past life, after winning Yukiko over, Ye Bai had wheedled this technique out of her. Though he'd only grasped the basics, he'd adapted it for other uses. Her skill was truly peerless. Even X-ray vision couldn't counter it. But Ye Bai had another cheat. Snap. He flicked his fingers. Time froze. The world stood still. A man mid-shout, "Open! Open!" now had his spit suspended mid-air. Ye Bai sidestepped him in disgust. Approaching Yukiko, he reached out, brushing her flawless cheek. Warm. This time, I won't fail you. Not only would he save her from loneliness, he'd give her the happy ending she deserved. Yukiko, my heart aches for you. But this time I still have to win. Sorry. Ye Bai grasped Yukiko's hand, lifted the dice cup, and silently adjusted the points from 336 back to 235. He had a clear plan in mind. By making Yukiko lose to him, he would shatter her undefeated legend. The casino would then question her abilities, or suspect her of colluding with outsiders to embezzle money. Once distrust grew between Yukiko and the casino, he could step in as her savior, to rescue her, to end her loneliness. After setting everything in motion, Ye Bai returned to his seat. Whoosh! The world sprang back to life. Yukiko's hand hesitated as she lifted the dice cup. For a fleeting moment, she felt an illusion, as if a warm, large hand had gently brushed her cheek and the back of her hand. How absurd! She chided herself. No one was near me. I must be lonelier than I thought. 235. 10 points. Small. The dealer announced the result loudly, his gaze at Yukiko tinged with disbelief. Yukiko's expression froze. This can't be. She had sworn she manipulated the dice, making them land on 336. So why had they reverted to 235? Through her earpiece, the casino manager's furious voice crackled. Madam, why didn't you use your technique? I did. But when I opened the cup, nothing changed. Yukiko argued. Did you make a mistake? Impossible. My skills surpass even the Ishihara family head now. I wouldn't slip up once in 10,000 tries. She snapped reflexively. Then maybe this was that 1 in 10,000 fluke. Madam, don't fail again. Crush that kid next round. Fine. I will win the next one. Her resolve hardened. Yukiko waited for the payout, then picked up the dice cup and shook it again. By now, Ye Bai's chips had surpassed 8 million. The crowd erupted as he won yet again. The gamblers finally understood. This man was the real deal. Many regretted not betting more when they had the chance. All eyes locked onto Ye Bai, waiting to mirror his next move. As Yukiko set the cup down, the dealer declared, "This table is temporarily raising its betting limit. Maximum single bet, 10 million. Place your wagers. No changes once set." The atmosphere grew electric. The casino was clearly escalating, either to crush Ye Bai in one decisive round or risk losing even more. This'll be a spectacle. Ye Bai glanced up and met Yukiko's gaze. A spark of challenge flickered in her eyes. He smirked, then walked away. Joke's on you. I've already used my last trump card. Time pause. Staying now would be suicide. 8 million tonight. That's enough. Technically, he could wait for time pause to recharge, go all in with 8 million, and leave with 16. But that would drive Xiao Hongyu insane. Ye Bai's goal was to drive a wedge between Yukiko and the Xiao Hongyu syndicate. Not get her killed. A former Asia-ranking champion, a cheat master who'd never lost, now repeatedly defeated by a nobody? Anyone would suspect she was scamming the casino. Ye Bai had overheard Yukiko's tense exchange with management. Leaving now was the safest move for both of them. As Ye Bai exited, Yukiko and the staff stood dumbfounded. But there was nothing they could do. A gambler had the right to quit. They couldn't force him back under public scrutiny. Report this to the boss upstairs. Now. If even the madam lost, something was very wrong. This was beyond the floor manager's pay grade. Upstairs, VIP room. Xiao Hongyu was hosting high-stakes Texas Hold'em for a few discreet VIPs when the news arrived. His first question, rivals sending troublemakers? Unlikely. If it were rivals, they'd have pushed to the end against Madam. Connected. New face. Background still unknown. Then it's just some drifting pro. Get the money back. Chop off both his hands. Xiao Hongyu snorted. In his prime, this nobody wouldn't have seen dawn. Only the tightened laws lately granted the punk mercy. Lounge area. Ye Bai and his two companions lounged on massage beds, attended by black-stockinged bunny girls. Normally, Zhang Lingnan, the more easily excited of the trio, would have been in heaven under these women's touch. But tonight, his mind still reeled from the earlier adrenaline. No amount of rubbing stirred him. Boss Yi, I still feel like I'm dreaming, Song Dongfeng murmured in awe. He'd always known his leader was skilled, but this level? Like a movie god of gamblers. So damn cool. Ye Bai stayed silent, waiting for time pause's cool down. The real fight was coming, and he'd be ready. Brother Bai, are we gonna be in trouble soon? Zhang Lingnan murmured quietly. He'd already guessed that the 8 million they'd won at the casino might not make it safely down the mountain, which was probably why Brother Bai had made those arrangements earlier today. Ye Bai opened his eyes. Tell the boys it's time to head up. Their moment was almost here. Zhang Lingnan and Song Dongfeng exchanged a glance. There wasn't a trace of fear between them, only a simmering excitement as adrenaline pumped through their veins. Rumors claimed this place belonged to a notorious underworld boss from Taojiang City, a man whose influence ranked high across the entire province. But so what? As long as Brother Bai was with them, they'd dare to take a stab at even the king of heaven himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the casino, the cheapao-clad woman Ye Bai had earlier rejected wandered the gaming halls until she spotted Gold Tooth near the Pai Gao tables. Yahe. With a coquettish whine, she plopped straight into Gold Tooth's lap, draping her arms around his neck and nuzzling against him. Slut. Lost all your money again? Only crawling back to Yaji when you're broke. Gold Tooth delivered a rough slap to the meaty curve of her backside. Yaji, you're so mean, she pouted, then leaned in close to whisper into his ear. That pretty boy we played Goldflower with earlier just won 6 million at dice. Right now, he's sitting on at least 8. What? Gold Tooth's eyes flashed with greedy surprise. Should we handle him like we did that last guy? Take him for everything? The woman murmured. Gold Tooth hesitated. That kid didn't seem like easy prey, flanked by a bodyguard built like a damn grizzly bear. This wasn't some lowlife they could shake down without consequences. Yaji, what's the yearly take from your KTV compared to this? One big score now would beat grinding for years. The sway of her hips pressed against him was as persuasive as her words. Gold Tooth's expression twisted between apprehension and desire, until, finally, his jaw clenched with decision. Fine. We'll do it. He grabbed his phone. I'll call Tiger and the crew. You shadow that pretty boy, you'll get your 30% cut. Yaji, you can count on me. She planted a loud kiss on his cheek before slinking off to the lounge, melting into the shadows to keep watch on Ye Bai. A smirk curled her lips, venom lacing her thoughts. You ungrateful little bastard. Too good for me, huh? Think I'm dirty? We'll see who laughs last today. Jushio Villa parking lot. Over a dozen black-clad figures wearing hats and masks crouched behind cars, weapons in hand, silently waiting. The targets are here. Prepare to move. The leader's earpiece crackled with the order. Copy that. Shwa. A black-clad figure drew a dagger from his waist, its cold edge glinting. Wait. Someone else is after them. Let the dogs fight first. We'll play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Understood. The dagger was silently sheathed as the figures cautiously raised their heads in the darkness, observing silently. The cooldown of time stop had finally ended. During that time, Zhang Lingnan and Song Dongfeng had tallied up the chips together. 8,405,000 in total. After tipping the hard-working black-stockinged bunny girls with the loose chips, the trio headed to the casino's cashier to exchange the remaining chips for cash. This was an underground casino, no bank transfers here. Thousands of guests in one night, turnover probably in the tens of millions. Imagine if we just robbed this place. A wicked thought crossed Ye Bai's mind. But after a moment's consideration, he dismissed it. Robbery's not as profitable as gambling anyway. Once Yukiko's free of this place, if I ever run low, I can always come back for a quick resupply. After a long wait, the dealer finally finished counting and converted the chips into cash. Several burly men opened the security door from within and carried out 4 large bags. A total of 8.4 million chips, fully exchanged. We look forward to your next visit. The dealer wore a professional, hollow smile, his eyes flickering with unreadable emotion, somewhere between mockery and pity. Thanks. Ye Bai nodded, slinging one bag over his shoulder while letting Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan carry the remaining 3. Together, they walked out of the casino. Ye Bai felt nothing. In his past life, he'd been an underworld boss who started with a casino. 8 million? He wouldn't even blink at hundreds of millions in cash. But Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan were barely adults. Carrying so much money made them practically float with disbelief, as if dreaming. They left the underground casino, then exited Jushio Villa Hotel. The night was deep now, and the remote mountaintop location was dead silent. Not a soul in sight. Just as they reached the parking lot's entrance, before Ye Bai could step inside, Birum, a van roared out of the darkness, screeching to a halt beside them. The doors flew open, and out jumped 7 or 8 masked men, armed with weapons. Their leader, a thick-necked fatty, swaggered forward, twirling a machete. Hey kid, one big tonight, huh? Hand over the cash, and I might let you live. His voice was deliberately rough. Ye Bai studied the group, puzzled. This is Xiao Hongyu's crew? Is this really the level of Xiao Hongyu's men in 2013? Where are his 4 heavenly kings? Not a single one showed up. Xiao Hongyu's top enforcers, the 4 heavenly kings, were legends. One of them, Ye Bai, was the one who'd hacked off an Aishin's arm. B-boss, screw talking. Just hack him a few times. They'll cooperate. A woman's voice piped up from behind. Ye Bai turned to see a masked woman standing nearby, likely tailing them from the casino. Despite the disguise, her tight cheongsam and unmistakably wide hips gave her away. The same woman who'd begged him to take her earlier. Ye Bai's gaze shifted back to the fatty's gold chain and gut straining against his shirt. Wait, isn't that gold tooth the guy from the poker table earlier? So just a bunch of small-time losers. A cold smirk tugged at Ye Bai's lips. Perfect. Let them be the example, a warning to Xiao Hongyu's side. Keep them from making moves too soon. I'm not fully developed yet either. Best avoid direct conflict with Xiao Hongyu for now. He raised his right hand and made a subtle gesture. What, surrendering already? Gold Tooth grinned. Smart kid. Drop the bags and get on the ground. Bang! Suddenly, high beams erupted from all directions. One pair, then another until the entire area was flooded with blinding light. Engines roared from every side. Gold Tooth's heart plummeted. Shielding his eyes, he squinted. Dozens of cars and motorcycles closed in, forming an impermeable circle. The convoy stopped. Engines cut. Click, click, click. A synchronized wave of doors opened. Men poured out, their footsteps thunderous, like a black storm swallowing the sky. All wore matching black suits and white shirts, armed with axes, batons, machetes, baseball bats. At the front marched a short, pockmarked guy, his shirt lifting slightly to reveal a Glock tucked in his waistband. Their expressions varied. Cruelty, amusement, excitement, like jackals circling prey. Boye. Nearly 100 men bowed in unison, shouting loud enough to shake the heavens. Goldtooth's legs shook like a sieve, his teeth chattering. Then, thud, he slid into a kneel at Ye Bai's feet. "Be big bro. It's all a misunderstanding. We got the wrong guy." Seeing their boss Big Goldtooth drop to his knees so quickly, the 6 or 7 lackeys behind him wasted no time. They raised their weapons, then promptly flung them aside. In perfect unison, they all knelt down. What a joke. The opposing side was a sea of pitch-black figures, probably over 100 strong. Not only was every one of them armed, but some even had guns tucked in their waistbands. The whole vibe was like something out of a movie, an ultra-disciplined gang straight out of the underworld. To sum it up in one word, professional. It had the same intimidating aura as the Axe Gang from Kung Fu Hustle. What chance did their pitiful handful of men have against these guys? Begging for mercy on their knees was the only sane move. If they'd actually tried to fight, they'd probably have been torn to pieces. "Boss, just think of us as farts, and let us go," Big Goldtooth pleaded. He wanted to cling to Ye Bai's leg but didn't dare, so he settled for gripping the hem of his trousers, his whole demeanor oozing terrified deference. Ye Bai kicked him away with a single motion before exchanging a glance with Song Dongfeng, who instantly understood and stepped forward to yank off the captive's hood. Sure enough, Big Goldtooth's pudgy face was revealed, smirking obsequiously, eyes darting nervously, like a clown frozen in fear. "Damn, it's this old bastard. I knew he was bad news back when we played 3-card poker. Should have seen it coming." Song Dongfeng spat right in Big Goldtooth's face. The latter forced an awkward laugh, too scared to wipe it off, and just kept groveling. "Bai, how do you want to handle them?" And Xian stepped forward, lifting his shirt to reveal the Glock at his waist. He gestured subtly, asking if they should just execute them on the spot. Ye Bai said nothing. Big Goldtooth was trembling now, snot and tears running freely as he banged his head against the ground in desperation. After a long pause, Ye Bai finally spoke. "Kill them all."
Nisuan froze.
He had only meant it as a joke to scare those bastards. He never expected Brother Bai would actually order them killed. But Xian had grown up watching gangster movies. He knew all too well that the underworld was a one-way road. Sooner or later, blood would stain his hands if he followed Brother Bai. So, in a way, he was mentally prepared. Gritting his teeth, Xian made up his mind. Fine, he'd kill them all. And he'd do it himself. Maybe this was Brother Bai's way of testing him? "Rat, give me the knife." Xian took a machete from one of his underlings, then pulled out a red silk scarf from his pocket and wrapped it tightly around the handle. He'd learned this trick from movies. When you're hacking people, blood makes your hands slippery. If the knife slips, you risk getting killed instead. A ruthless glint flashed in Xian's small eyes. His lips pressed into a hard line as his heart pounded wildly. "Forget it," Ye Bai spoke up. "They don't deserve to die. Just break their legs." "Huh?" Xian was stunned. He wasn't sure if he felt relieved or a little disappointed. Thud, thud. The sound of metal smashing against bone echoed through the air. A few screams erupted but were quickly cut short, replaced by muffled whimpers. "Brother Bai, what about the woman?" Zhang Lingnan pointed at the woman in the cheongsam behind them. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, a stream of yellow liquid trickling down her thighs and pooling on the ground. "Be Brother Bai. I know I was wrong. Spare me. Please, I'll do anything, just let me go," she sobbed, begging for mercy. Ye Bai couldn't be bothered with her. He waved a hand, signaling Xian to handle it. She didn't regret what she'd done. She was just scared. Xian lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly. "Don't be stupid, sister-in-law. I don't hit women. Get lost." The curvy cheongsam woman burst into loud wails, even more terrified now. "Leave? Who dares to leave after hearing that? Does he think I haven't seen Kung Fu Hustle?" She could already picture it. The moment she turned around, this short bastard would pull out a shotgun and blast her into the air. "Not leaving? Fine, then stay." Xian snatched a baseball bat from one of his men, strode over, and swung it hard at the woman's legs. Crack! A crisp impact rang out, followed by a piercing scream before she passed out from the pain. Don't think I won't hit you just because you've got a fat ass and dress like a slut.
Ni Xian spat in disgust.
He didn't believe in chivalry. All he knew was that Brother Bai had ordered their legs broken, and that included her. Besides, she'd been the one egging that gold-toothed fatso to attack Brother Bai earlier. A venomous bitch like her deserved worse than just a beating. Let's go. Ye Bai waved, and the crew quickly filed into their cars, ready to leave. He gave Song Dongfeng a quiet order. Though confused, Song turned toward the dark parking lot and shouted, "Still watching? Come clean this up." The parking lot remained silent. Scratching his head, Song got into the car, and the convoy roared off. A long while later, a group of men emerged from the shadows. The leader's face was tense with unease. Who the hell were these people? And how had they been spotted? They hadn't made a single sound. Brother Haiwa, what do we do with these guys? A lackey pointed at Goldtooth and his crew. Take them back. Robbing customers in our territory? They won't get off easy. Haiwa's expression didn't flicker, as if he'd completely forgotten that they had planned to rob Ye Bai tonight and chop off both his hands. They came prepared, nearly 100 men, over a dozen cars, all Mercedes, Audis, and BMWs, plus dozens of motorcycles. Every one of them was armed. A lot had pistols tucked in their belts. They outnumbered us badly. Most of our guys were still in the casino. I only had about 10 men with me. Didn't dare make a move. They were all in black suits, disciplined as hell, like some kind of mafia from the movies. And their license plates were all covered. No way to tell where they came from. Xiao Hongyu listened to the report, his brow furrowed. Who the hell were these outsiders? This was clearly a powerful underworld organization. None of the local gangs in Taojiang City had this kind of presence. What were they after? Just a few $1 million? No way. With that many men and guns, they could have raided the whole casino if they wanted. Xiao Hongyu racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Could they be from another city trying to stake a claim here? Maybe this was a show of force. Haiwa ventured hesitantly. Very possible. Xiao Hongyu nodded grimly. They might be targeting us, using this as a declaration of war. Next time it'll be for real. Call all our men back. We need to be ready for their next move. Yes, sir. Haiwa acknowledged and left. Xiao Hongyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, downing his drink in one gulp. A storm's coming. The enemy seems strong. But so what? Xiao Hongyu had ruled Taojiang's underworld for over a decade. The word fear wasn't in his dictionary. Secret base, abandoned building. Apart from the money-loaded Mercedes, all the rented cars had been returned, and the drivers paid off and dismissed. And Ai Xian had been lost in thought the whole ride. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. Brother Bai, were you really going to make me kill them earlier? You looked like you were having fun, so I played along. We're law-abiding citizens. Since when do we kill people?
Ye Bai replied.
Besides, murder wasn't something you did in front of a crowd. Remember, everything we did today was self-defense. Breaking their legs was just giving criminals the punishment they deserved. Ye Bai's expression turned serious. I told you. I'm not leading you into gang life. That wasn't a joke. Understood. Understood. The brothers all nodded. Now they got it. No matter what Brother Bai had them do, they'd never admit to being gangsters. Gangsters were low-class. They were disciplined members of the Vitiligo Association, a totally legitimate organization. Hey, Schwanzi. YV, you got a gun on your waist. Where'd you get that? Zhang Lingnan asked. Heh, bought it for $5 at a toy store. Matches the black suit, right? Pretty badass, huh? And Ai Xian grinned, showing off his toy pistol. Nanji, I got one too. Hee. Me too. Several other brothers lifted their shirts, proudly displaying their own toy guns. Ye Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Honestly, in the pitch dark, who could tell it was a toy gun without looking closely? Xiao Hongyu was probably scared out of his wits right now, thinking he'd messed with some powerful faction. Everyone worked hard tonight. Dongzi, Give each of the guys 10,000 yuan. You three take 20,000 each, Ye Bai ordered. Song Dongfeng immediately pulled out a bag, unzipped it, revealing stacks of bright red bills inside. The brothers held their breaths, looking at Ye Bai with awe. Everything that had happened tonight had already been vividly recounted by Zhang Lingnan. Everyone knew that Bai Ji had transformed into the god of gambling, dominating the casino and winning over 8 million yuan. Truly their legendary big bro. Absolutely badass. And tonight they just tagged along without doing much, yet Bai Ji still handed out money. So generous. Where else could they find a boss like this? Bai Ji is invincible. As expected. Following Bai Ji means feasting. Bai Ji, I have a younger sister. She's graduating middle school soon. Piss off, no dating minors. Bai Ji, I've got an older sister, and damn, she's stacked. Bai Ji, my sister-in-law is smoking hot. Bai Ji, my mom just got divorced, if you don't mind. Bai Ji, I can wear a skirt. The brothers joked around, filling the air with laughter. After distributing the money, Ye Bai drove his Mercedes-Benz W140 back home with the remaining cash. Out of the 8.4 million, after paying the guys, 7.53 million was left. Combined with the 350,000 still in his bank account, his total assets now stood at 7.88 million. Cheating really is the fastest way to get rich. Hitting 10 million before September won't be hard at all. Screw it. Let's aim for 100 million instead. Ye Bai revised his plan. He already had a rough idea of his next move. He could scout things out over the weekend. Soon, the car pulled into the private garage beneath his aunt's apartment building. Ye Bai frowned at the trunk full of cash. Leaving this much money in the car was risky, but carrying several large bags upstairs would be too conspicuous. No way to explain it to his aunt. Maybe I should buy a place this weekend? The thought of buying property crossed his mind. Though housing prices had already begun skyrocketing, they were still far from their peak. Investing now was a guaranteed profit. Besides, living with his aunt would inevitably lead to awkward situations. Having his own place was definitely necessary. But where do I stash this money for now? Since it was gambling winnings, he couldn't just deposit it in the bank. As Ye Bai frowned in thought, the bag he was holding suddenly vanished into thin air. What the? Where'd the money go? His heart skipped a beat. The next moment, his consciousness descended into a vast, white void, where the missing bag of cash now sat. What is this? A spatial ability? A personal inventory? Overjoyed, Ye Bai explored further. Though the space appeared endless, his consciousness could clearly sense its boundaries. It was about the size of a 10-square-meter bedroom. With a mere thought, he could store items inside or retrieve them. Talk about perfect timing. Is this the benefit of being a reincarnator? Abilities activating one after another. He transferred all the cash into his personal space. Good thing this is my aunt's private garage. No cameras to catch this. But this space, it's practically the ultimate tool for murder and arson. Hide a body in here, and even Conan couldn't crack the case. Ye Bai's old habits resurfaced. It was already 1 a.m., and the house was silent. Activating his super hearing, he detected Li Shiyan in deep sleep, her breathing steady. His aunt, however, was still awake, scrolling on her phone. After a quick shower, Ye Bai stepped out of the bathroom, only to find his aunt waiting for him. Xiao Bai, why are you back so late? Qin Yu interrogated, picking up the clothes he'd left on the sofa and sniffing them. Why do you smell like perfume? Her expression was full of suspicion, like a jealous wife doubting her husband's fidelity. A classmate's birthday. We went to karaoke. Probably some girl's perfume. Ye Bai answered smoothly. Qin Yu still seemed skeptical, until she glanced down and flushed crimson. Now she believed him. A man who'd just been fooling around wouldn't be in this state. Xiao Bai, why aren't you wearing pants? She hastily covered her eyes. I just got out of the shower. Besides, Auntie, you've watched me grow up, you're practically my second mom. It's not like you're a stranger. Ye Bai shrugged, casually drying himself with a towel as he headed to his room. Qin Yu's heart raced, her fingers slightly parting to peek. Xiao Bai's figure was too good. He never worked out, yet he had a toned, athletic build, 8-pack abs, a narrow waist. More sculpted than any male celebrity. The sheer masculinity was overwhelming. He's really all grown up now. Back in her room, Qin Yu couldn't shake the image of Xiao Bai from her mind. Then, her best friend's advice echoed in her head. Yu's right. No matter what, I have to help Xiao Bai relieve his stress tonight. Resolute, she pulled something from her drawer and approached Ye Bai's door. Xiao Bai put some clothes on. Auntie needs to talk to you. She knocked, waited for his response, then entered. Xiao Bai, I know you're under a lot of pressure, and it must be hard, but why didn't you use what I gave you last night? Do you prefer the kind you found in the laundry basket? Ye Bai was stunned. What the hell is she talking about? If he were truly an innocent 18-year-old, he might have been thrilled. But inside this teenage body was the soul of a man who'd lived through decades. There was no way he'd do that. He had to clear things up. Auntie, that day was a complete misunderstanding. I didn't pick it up on purpose. There was literally a bee on it. Qin Yu didn't buy it. Yeah, right. Placing the item on the table, she said, Enough. This one's the same as the one you found in the laundry basket. Take it.
No.
Auntie, I really don't want this. Ye Bai refused. Qin Yu grew frantic. You don't believe it's that kind?
No.
Before he could finish, his words died in his throat. Because his aunt, her elegant, lovely face was flushed scarlet, her eyes brimming with embarrassment. See, you little rascal? Now that you've seen it with your own eyes, you've got to believe me. Here, take it. Ye Bai swore that any man would struggle to resist. If not for his vast experience and his desire for Auntie to yield willingly, he would have already lost control by now. Happy now, you little rascal? Qin Yu suppressed her embarrassment, placed the item on the nightstand, then hurriedly dashed out. In her flustered state, she even forgot to close the door behind her. Back in her room, she threw herself onto the bed and buried her face in the blankets. Oh, what am I even doing? Stupid Xiao Bai, it's all your fault. You just had to push for that. Qin Yu felt her heart pounding wildly, an indescribable sensation blooming in her chest. Whether from sheer embarrassment or something else, her eyes shimmered with moisture, as if tears might spill at any moment. Took Ye Bai a long moment to snap out of his daze. How had he never noticed in his past life that Auntie had such a vivid inner world? Shaking his head in resignation, he counted himself lucky for his ironclad willpower. If this were a manga, things would have escalated long ago. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Ye Bai examined himself in the mirror and noticed that the definition of his muscles seemed slightly more pronounced than the day before. Not in a bulky way, but in a sleek, aesthetically pleasing form, the kind that looked lean in clothes but toned without them. His body brimmed with inexhaustible energy, and he even felt marginally stronger than yesterday. He'd had the same sensation the previous morning but dismissed it as a trick of the mind. Now that it persisted, he knew something was off. I haven't been working out, yet my physique is gradually improving. Is this another perk of reincarnation? Some kind of constitution-enhancing ability? Surely I won't evolve into some nuke-proof, indestructible superhuman, right? Not that he'd complain if that happened, he'd actually love a body like that. When he stepped out of his room, Auntie was already preparing breakfast. Xiao Bai, go wash up. Breakfast is almost ready. Qin Yu set a plate of sizzling, fragrant sausages on the table. Just like the morning before, she radiated a refreshed, glowing aura. By the time Ye Bai finished washing up, Li Shiyan was already seated at the table, sipping milk. The sunlight cast a golden halo around her, accentuating her elegant demeanor. Of course, she treated Ye Bai as heir, expressionless, silent, refusing to so much as glance at him. Ye Bai paid her no mind either, ignoring her just the same. The fried eggs are done too. Auntie emerged from the kitchen with several plates. The table now boasted fried eggs, fresh lettuce, and ketchup, a classic Western breakfast of sandwiches and milk. Qin Yu rolled up a sandwich and handed it to Ye Bai before making one for herself. Ah! She gasped. Her sausage had slipped onto the floor. What a waste! That was the last of them at home. Qin Yu sighed. She loved sandwiches, especially with sausages. Knowing her preferences well, Ye Bai offered his. It's fine, Auntie. Have mine. Qin Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, as if sensing an underlying meaning in his words. After breakfast, once both kids had left, Qin Yu didn't even bother cleaning the kitchen. Instead, she rushed straight to Ye Bai's room, determined to find evidence. Strange. The trash bin is completely empty. Then she spotted it on the nightstand. Her eyes widened in shock at what she saw. Humph. Got you, you little brat. Acting all reluctant when you clearly wanted it. But after a closer inspection, her delicate brows furrowed. Wait. It doesn't look like it's been used. That can't be. Does Xiao Bai not like this type? Returning to her room, she hesitated before pulling out a small garment from her drawer. She'd bought it online out of curiosity after seeing other women wear similar things, though she'd never dared to try it herself. This isn't lingerie. It's just strings holding together a scrap of fabric. Qin Yu clicked her tongue in disapproval. What kind of woman would wear something so shameless? Just once. I'll try it just this once. You little devil. If you're still not satisfied after this, Auntie really won't know what to do with you. Ye Bai had originally planned to wait until the weekend to proceed with his next steps. But then it occurred to him, the whole school, from top to bottom, is filled with my people now. Going there is no different from going home. Old Wang, get me an extended leave. Handle it yourself. That's it. Ye Bai dialed the principal's number, issued his order without waiting for a response, and hung up. After a moment's thought, he sent the principal a follow-up text, telling him to arrange extended leave for Song Dongfeng and the other two as well. Soon, the principal replied, "What do you take me for? Don't push it. I'm the damn principal, not your lackey." Clearly, the principal was furious. Without hesitation, Ye Bai sent a photo, the art teacher and the principal in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. Consider it done. Ye Bai still hadn't returned the leased Mercedes from the previous day, so he drove it to the central plaza to pick up his three friends. Song Dongfeng and Ai Xian were dressed as they had been the night before, black suits with white shirts. Zhang Lingnan, apparently impressed by the look, had also gotten himself a black suit, but since his frame was as scrawny as a stray dog, he looked like a monkey playing dress-up. "Bai Gu, let me drive. I don't have a license yet, but I learned how last summer," Song Dongfeng offered. He wasn't too confident in his skills, which was why he hadn't volunteered the night before when things were serious. But today he had no choice. Since when does the boss chauffeur his underlings? Ye Bai nodded and handed him the keys. "Bai Gu, where to?" Song Dongfeng, ever the show-off, had somehow procured a pair of white gloves and looked oddly professional. "Rainbow Bridge, Yongla District." As he spoke, Ye Bai's mind drifted into memory. Rainbow Bridge was a river-crossing bridge lined with residential buildings on its banks. It was a popular spot for tourists to enjoy the waterfront, bringing in a steady flow of visitors. In his past life, after getting expelled, Ye Bai had taken a job at a small bar there to earn money for Shin Mengyao's gifts. He remembered clearly, just days after he started, the landlord's youngest son racked up a 5 million gambling debt, and loan sharks came knocking. To save his son, the landlord had no choice but to sell the entire building to the bar owner for 5 million. But who could have guessed? A mere week later, the area was designated as a high-tech development zone, and the building's value soared sixfold. "If I can snatch up this building now, I'll walk away with over 20 million in profit." By his estimate, the sale was happening around now. Soon they arrived at Rainbow Bridge. The Goodwood Bar was already open. Behind the counter was a young guy with spiky, bleached blonde hair, wearing the tight pants and slip-on shoes that were all the rage among streetwise types. As soon as they entered, Ai Xian walked up and offered him a cigarette while asking around. "You're too late. My boss already struck a deal with the landlord last night, the guy said, blowing a bubble with his gum. Hearing this, Ye Bai actually relaxed. If the deal just closed last night, contracts definitely haven't been signed yet, and paperwork hasn't been processed. The building had 6 floors, and the landlord lived on the 4th. They left the bar and headed straight up. Song Dongfeng knocked loudly on the door. Who is it? The steel security door swung open, revealing a hunched old man with gray hair and bloodshot eyes. He froze for a moment upon seeing the group, then looked them up and down, his expression darkening with anger. I already said I'd sell the place within a week to pay you back. Can't you damn loan sharks wait a few days? Spittle flew as he ranted, already trying to slam the door shut. Ye Bai quickly wedged his foot in. Uncle, you've got the wrong idea. We heard you're selling your place, and we're here to buy. You're not with those debt collectors? The old man squinted suspiciously. Really, we're not. Then you're too late. I already sold it. I know, 5 million to the bar downstairs, right? I'll give you 5.5. Full payment, cash. Ye Bai gestured to Song Dongfeng. Song Dongfeng nodded and set down the bag he'd been carrying, unzipping it to reveal stacks of cash. Crisp, red, and dazzlingly enticing. The old man stared, wide-eyed. 5.5, really? As real as gold. Fine. It's yours. The old man's son owed 5 million in gambling debts. Selling was meant to break even, but now he'd net an extra 500,000. No reason to refuse. He immediately gathered the property documents, and they headed to the real estate registry to finalize the sale. Normally, property transfers took 2 weeks to a month, but with the upcoming price surge in just a week, delays weren't an option. Ye Bai needed everything done today. His first thought was Chun Sini's father, Chun Zhengbin. As the head of Taoyang City, Chun could handle this with a single call. But he'd only agreed to help Ye Bai 3 times. Even though this deal would earn him over 20 million, Ye Bai felt it wasn't worth it. A favor like this should be saved for critical moments. Old Wang's the university president. Surely he has connections. Realization struck, and Ye Bai dialed Principal Wang, explaining the situation. After a long pause, the principal answered stiffly, "Sorry, I can't help. I'm in education. I don't have the leverage to meddle with the housing bureau." Got it. Ye Bai hung up without another word. Then he sent a video. The opening shot was first-person perspective. Principal Wang and the art teacher, their faces were unmistakable. Moments later, after admiring his own artistic masterpiece, Principal Wang responded, "It's arranged. Call this number when you get there. 133. Truly, a principal who cares for his students."
Ye Bai siket in admiration.
True to his word, Principal Wang's influence worked wonders. In just half a day, all paperwork was processed. Even the property deed was prepared. Ye Bai officially owned his first building in this life. Meanwhile, back at the Goodwood bar, the owner's face twisted in shock when he learned the landlord had sold the building to someone else for 5.5 million. He made a call, then sped off to Juxiu Mountain Villa Hotel, barging into room 888. The moment he stepped inside, a slap sent him sprawling. "You incompetent trash. Can't even handle one simple job. Cat goo. I had it all set last night. We were just finalizing the paperwork today. How was I supposed to know someone would cut in?" The bar owner whined, scrambling to his knees. "Cat goo, since it's done, should I at least go collect that 5 million debt?" Someone else in the room suggested. "Do it. That old bastard thinks he can screw us over? Have his son back at the casino tonight. Give him another 1 million in credit." Understood. Find out who bought that damn building. Anyone bold enough to dig dirt under the Tai Sui's head won't live to regret it. After purchasing the apartment and paying the property acquisition tax, Ye Bai's remaining assets amounted to 2.2 million yuan. His plans to buy both a house and a car had to be put on hold for the time being. It was already afternoon, but after spending the entire morning running errands, none of the 4 had even had lunch yet. Ye Bai found a Sichuan restaurant to settle their meal first. What should I do next to make money? As Ye Bai pondered, He noticed An Xian sitting across from him with a sleazy grin on his face, his phone emitting the coquettish, fragile voice of a woman. "Brother Crow, you're so annoying. Wanting to see me there again? Live streaming?" Ye Bai's eyes lit up. He suddenly had an idea. It was 2013, and the live streaming industry was still in its infancy. Manhwa Live, the future giant of live streaming platforms, had only launched its live streaming service the year before and hadn't even rebranded to Manhwa yet. It was still called Ye Bai Live. Douyu Live was currently just a channel on AC Fun. Longzhu Live wouldn't launch until next year. Ye Bai knew all this so well thanks to An Xian. This guy was obsessed with watching live streams and had a thing for female streamers. In Ye Bai's past life, when he first rose to prominence, it was the dawn of the live streaming era, the industry's golden age. After having his arm chopped off, An Xian had no choice but to leave the underworld behind, abandoning violence to focus entirely on business. He drafted a proposal and successfully convinced Ye Bai to enter the live streaming industry, establishing a talent agency and signing many female streamers. Surprisingly, An Xian was a natural at this. He had a knack for managing beautiful female streamers and made a fortune. Later, when short videos took off, he even built several Douyin influencers with millions of followers. In this life, I can build my own live streaming platform. Ye Bai was confident. As a transmigrator, he had foresight and knew the industry's trajectory. He could definitely carve out a piece of the pie. It wasn't impossible for him to even become the industry leader. With money and traffic, I could even create my own short video platform. ByteDance, Douyin's parent company, was just founded last year. Douyin itself won't launch for another 3 years. In the future, ByteDance would become one of the internet's big three, rivaling Tencent and Alibaba, all thanks to Douyin. Ye Bai could seize the opportunity, create his own version of Douyin, even his own ByteDance, and become an internet giant. He could set up a media company for An Xian, have him recruit female streamers, and establish an agency, first partnering with Manhwa and Douyu. Then, later this year, after making a killing on Bitcoin, he'd have the funds to build his own live streaming platform. With this in mind, Ye Bai asked, "Xiao Xian, what are you up to?" "Watching a live stream." "What's a live stream?"
Ye Bai fine ignorance.
An Xian immediately perked up with enthusiasm, eagerly explaining while shoving his phone toward Ye Bai. "Bai Ge, this is Ye Bai Live. Check out this chick shaking her ass. She's a streamer." Once An Xian finished, Ye Bai said, "Seems pretty interesting. How about we start a media company and hire some female streamers?" "Huh? Holy shit. Bai Ge, are you serious?" An Xian nearly jumped out of his seat. "Of course. Hell yeah." An Xian was ecstatic. "I plan to put you in charge of the company. Think you can handle it?" An Xian's beady eyes gleamed with ambition. "Honestly, Bai Ge, I've been watching Ye Bai Live since high school. I've always fantasized about running a live streaming company and playing around with streamers if I ever got rich. So, I can't promise much else, but when it comes to this, I've got confidence." "Good. After we eat, we'll go register the company." The moment Ye Bai finished speaking, An Xian wolfed down his food like a tornado, as if trying to shove the entire bowl into his mouth. After the meal, the four immediately headed to the Industry and Commerce Administration Bureau. "What should we name the company?" Ye Bai asked. "Bai Ge, how about Vitiligo Media?" Song Dongfeng blurted out. "Fuck off. Then White Wind Society?" "Nanzi, stuff his mouth with your stinky socks."
No, Bai Ye, EMMP Ho.
After some discussion, they unanimously agreed on the name, Bay Media Company, Limited. As An Xian put it, "This is our first company. It's gotta bear the boss's mark." Bay was not only a play on Ye Bai's name but also sounded stylish. It was perfect. Soon, they completed the registration at the bureau with a registered capital of 1 million yuan. Normally, the process wouldn't be this fast, but Ye Bai had a certain kind-hearted principal on his side. Upon hearing that his student was starting a business, the principal immediately pulled strings, making calls left and right to expedite the process. "Nanzi, Dongzi, you two each get 10% equity. Xiao Xian will manage the company and take 20%. Sound good. Ye Bai expected his brothers to agree, but all three shook their heads like rattles. Bai Ji, you're funding my dream. How could I take equity on top of that? And Ai Xian said, Bai Ji, I don't know shit about live streaming. I wouldn't feel right taking shares. Zhang Lingnan added. Same here. Song Dongfeng chimed in. Ye Bai looked at his brothers, warmth swelling in his chest. In his past life, Song Dongfeng had died in a fire saving him. And Ai Xian had taken a blade for him, losing an arm. Later, when Ye Bai's live streaming company thrived, and Ai Xian never complained despite owning less than 10% of the shares. Even when the company was implicated in illegal gambling operations on the platform, he took the fall alone. By the time the Ye Bai group collapsed and Ye Bai fled, and Ai Xian was still behind bars. Zhang Lingnan even took the fall for Ye Bai, willingly serving a life sentence for intentional homicide without a word of complaint. His only request was for Ye Bai to look after his mother and wife. These three men, Zhang Lingnan, and Ai Xian, and Song Dongfeng, were Ye Bai's true brothers in his past life, the kind who'd charged through fire and brimstone together. Ye Bai owed them far too much. What were a few shares compared to that? Now that everything had reset with his rebirth, of course he'd share prosperity with his brothers. What, you won't even listen to me now? Ye Bai glared. Take the shares or get lost. Pretend I'm not your big brother anymore. Caught in a dilemma, the three eventually compromised after discussion. And Ai Xian, as the company's actual manager, would hold 10% of the shares. Zhang Lingnan and Song Dongfeng would each take 5%. Ye Bai retained 80%. Bai Ji, didn't you just buy a building today? Why not set up the company there? And Ai Xian suggested. Ye Bai shook his head. That place was about to be demolished. The entire building would be sold off in a week. Rent an office at Longting Plaza in the city center instead. Got it. I'll handle it. And Ai Xian nodded. Bai Ji, my uncle's in the renovation business. I can get him to help with the interior work. Guaranteed to save us a ton, Song Dongfeng offered. Bai Ji, Song Dongfeng fumbled, eager to contribute, before finally blurting out, I'll drive for you. Be your chauffeur and part-time bodyguard. Deal. You'll take the Mercedes W140 for now. Once we're flush, I'll get you a new ride. Song Dongfeng nodded eagerly. For the first time in a long while, the three felt their futures blazing bright, their bodies thrumming with energy. No doubt about it, following Bai Ji meant feasting on meat. Bai Ji was the greatest of all time, the absolute legend. Although Ai Xian was naturally suited for live streaming, he was still just a mediocre college student, far from the experience and expertise he had in his past life when he left the industry. Fortunately, Ye Bai possessed foresight that surpassed the current era, perfectly compensating for Ai Xian's shortcomings. Ye Bai only needed to steer the big picture, leaving the details for Ai Xian to fill in. Song Dongfeng drove Ye Bai home in his Mercedes-Benz. By the time they arrived at his aunt's place, Ye Bai had already briefed Ai Xian on most of the matters regarding the live streaming company. Bai Ji, don't worry. I've got this. I'll draft the proposal tonight and put out the recruitment notice for streamers. Once the company's renovation is done, we can hit the ground running. And Ai Xian looked as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. Ye Bai patted his shoulder, offered a few words of encouragement, and headed upstairs. Wait! Live streaming streamers. Clear Spring treasure appraisal. Antiques. A flash of insight struck. Ye Bai stopped in his tracks as a series of words surfaced in his mind, piecing together into vivid images. He suddenly remembered a top-tier streamer from his past life, Clear Spring Treasure Appraisal, whose content revolved around authenticating antiques. There had been a sensational news story in Taohua City related to this streamer. During a live broadcast, Clear Spring randomly connected with an antique shop owner in Taohua City. While appraising the shop's items, he noticed something unusual about a cane hanging on the wall, one that had gone unsold for over a decade. Hidden inside was an ancient bronze sword. It was called something like the Sword of King Fuchai of Wu, the 10th of its kind ever discovered, and it later sold for over 20 million yuan. There are plenty of canes in the antique market, but with my X-ray vision, I can intercept that bronze sword. If I sell it, I can use the money to buy buildings at Rainbow Bridge and make a huge profit in just a week. A single building could net over 20 million. If he acquired 5, he'd be a billionaire in no time. Ye Bai immediately called Song Dongfeng. Dongzi, gather the guys tomorrow morning at the Antique Street in Yuntown. I need their help with something. The Antique Street had hundreds of shops. If Ye Bai searched alone, the opportunity would be long gone by the time he found the sword. His plan was to have his crew mark all the shops with canes hanging on their walls, then step in himself to locate the bronze sword with his X-ray vision. When Ye Bai got home, his aunt was doing yoga on a mat. She wore a fitted tank top and yoga pants, her curves accentuated flawlessly. That waist-to-hip ratio was nothing short of perfection. Xiao Bai, I left dinner for you. Just heat it up in the microwave, Qin Yu said, glancing over her shoulder as she lay on the mat. Got it, auntie. I'll eat when I'm hungry. Ye Bai sat on the sofa, watching her practice. Her next move seemed to be the cat stretch. Kneeling on the mat, hands forward, arching her back while raising her head and tilting her hips up. Qin Yu did a few stretches, her movements feline and graceful, before realizing something was off. She turned and saw Ye Bai staring intently at her backside. Her heart skipped a beat, a strange mix of embarrassment and delight bubbling up. Maybe both. Xiao Bai, I'm going to my room now. She couldn't stay any longer. The way he was looking at her was unsettling. Back in her room, Qin Yu's heart still raced. She felt the dynamic between her and Ye Bai was shifting, subtly but undeniably. Even in her dreams lately, he was the leading man. What do I do? It feels like he's on the verge of losing control. Just now, he had looked like a starving beast, ready to pounce and devour her like prey. If things really escalate, how would I face Sister Qin? How would I face Shiryan? She buried her face in her hands, tormented. No. I have to help him relieve the pressure. I read online that after boys finish, they enter a state of clarity, no more desires. That way, I won't have to worry about him losing control. Determination flickered across her face. She stood up and struggled out of her yoga pants. Her hips were just too voluptuous. A moment later, she stood outside Ye Bai's door, hesitating before lightly knocking. Xiao Bai, I need to talk to you. Gomein. Qin Yu entered to find Ye Bai sitting on the bed, his gaze intense. Her nerves flared instantly, and she lowered her eyes, unable to meet his. Xiao Bai, the thing I gave you last night, why didn't you use it? Don't you like it? Yeah, Ye Bai admitted. Why you don't like the plain kind? What about this one? Blushing furiously, she placed a small box on the table. Again, Ye Bai was speechless. He could already predict how this would go. Auntie would leave the item in his room, return to hers, and spiral into wild fantasies all over again. He was done with this back and forth. Auntie, I don't want any of this. You don't like this kind either? Qin Yu's heart sank. Her carefully chosen gift had been rejected, leaving her dejected. I think it's creepy. I can't do it. Auntie, I'll be honest. I like you. I dream about you. Ye Bai laid his cards on the table. In one swift motion, he pulled Qin Yu into his arms, his hand resting on her waist. She gasped as she landed in his lap, the overwhelming scent of masculinity hitting her like a bolt of lightning. Her mind went blank. Auntie. Qin Yu's pupils trembled. Her mind went blank, and her body stiffened. When she regained her senses, she struggled to sit up but was held tightly by Ye Bai. Xiao Bai, no, stop. We can't do this. Qin Yu whimpered. Auntie, don't suppress yourself anymore. I know you like me too. Let go of me, Xiao Bai, please. Panic filled Qin Yu's face as she pleaded. We can't do this. You're Qin Jie's child. How could I ever face her again? Auntie, we're not related by blood. And you and my mother are just childhood friends. That still doesn't matter. The age gap is too big. You're still a college student just like Shiryan. What would she think of me if she found out? She'd think I was some shameless woman. Xiao Bai, calm down. Watching Qin Yu's flustered expression, Ye Bai sighed regretfully. He could sense that her affection for him wasn't just what an elder would feel for a younger person. But she still couldn't break free from societal expectations. She couldn't bring herself to accept being with someone younger. He had been too impatient. The timing wasn't right yet. Ye Bai loosened his grip and sighed.
I'm sorry, Auntie.
I was too impulsive. Qin Yu struggled out of his embrace, forcing herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart. It's okay, Xiao Bai. I don't blame you. The fact that Xiao Bai had regained his composure at the critical moment was already impressive. Qin Yu wanted to leave, but then she hesitated, recalling the advice from her best friend, Sinew. Xiao Bai restrained himself today, but what about next time? Will he still hold back? What if he loses control completely next time? What then? But he refuses to help himself. A thought suddenly crossed Qin Yu's mind, something she had learned from a TV drama. Do I really have to do that? After an internal struggle, she finally made up her mind. Xiao Bai, we can't. But I have another way to help you. Another way? Ye Bai lifted his gaze. Qin Yu murmured her suggestion meekly, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. Her delicate fingers fidgeted nervously. Ye Bai froze for a second before nodding slowly. All right, Andy. Thank you. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Ye Bai woke up and opened the window. A gentle breeze greeted him, refreshing and invigorating. When he stepped out of his room, he saw Qin Yu and Li Shiyan wiping the dining table. At the sight of Ye Bai, Qin Yu quickly withdrew her hand. For some reason, a faint blush crept onto her elegant yet youthful face. The three of them sat down for breakfast, but Qin Yu seemed distracted, spilling milk all over the table. Mom, what's wrong with you today? You seem off, Li Shiyan asked, her pretty face full of suspicion. And nothing. I just had trouble sleeping last night. Qin Yu hesitated before finally speaking. Shiyan, I wanted to ask your opinion on something. Sure, Shiyan nodded. Well, I have a friend who's in her 30s and a divorced single mom. Recently, she started dating a college freshman. Oh, that kind of thing? Li Shiyan waved a hand dismissively. That happens all the time online. Even a famous actress in her 50s recently got together with a 20-year-old male model. Ah? So, you don't think there's anything wrong with that? Qin Yu perked up slightly. Wrong? I think it's disgusting. Li Shiyan scrunched up her face in disdain. If they're lonely, they should date someone their own age. Why prey on inexperienced young guys? It's shameless. Qin Yu's hopes deflated. As expected, Shiyan couldn't accept big age gaps, much less a relationship between an aunt and her nephew. This wasn't just about age. It was also about the difference in status. Li Shiyan continued. Besides, relationships with huge age gaps never last. Women in their 30s and 40s are already aging. Their bodies start deteriorating, their figures change, and wrinkles appear. But young male college students? They're at the prime of their lives. Even if they date older women now, they're probably just doing it for the thrill. Once those women grow old and ugly, the guys will start resenting them. Despite being just a newly adult student, Li Shiyan spoke with surprising rationality. Qin Yu listened quietly, shoulders slumping as she realized how right her daughter was. Ye Bai was speechless. The progress bar for winning over Auntie had just broken through a crucial threshold. It was almost at 100%. But now, thanks to Li Shiyan's speech, it was at risk of resetting to 0. I think everyone has the right to pursue happiness, he interjected. Age shouldn't be an obstacle. So, Auntie, tell your friend to follow her heart and not worry about societal judgment. Life is short. She should enjoy it.
Sing Ye Bai contradicter. Li Shiyan frowned slightly.
But she had no interest in engaging with him or wasting energy on arguments, so she ultimately said nothing more. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who had been sulking, felt her mood lift slightly after hearing Ye Bai's words. That's right, life is so short. Why live under the scrutiny of others? Seize the moment. Happiness is what matters most. Wait, you little rascal, Ye Bai. This troublemaker just knows how to sweet-talk and sway people with his smooth words. Qin Yu shot Ye Bai a playful glare. Despite being a woman in her 30s, her demeanor carried a girlish charm. After breakfast, Li Shiyan left first for school. Ye Bai headed to the kitchen and wrapped his arms around Qin Yu from behind as she washed dishes. Ye Bai. What are you doing? Qin Yu shuddered. Auntie, thank you. Ye Bai understood the principle of striking while the iron was hot. Earlier, Qin Yu had nearly been pushed into a depressive spiral by Li Shiyan's words, but he had successfully shaken her resolve. Now was the time to reinforce his influence. Ye Bai, let go of me, quick. What if Shiyan forgot something and comes back suddenly? Qin Yu panicked, her voice trembling. Ye Bai tightened his embrace. Auntie, happiness is what matters most in life. Don't let gossip weigh you down. Ye Bai, please, take your hands away. Her voice cracked with desperation. All right, fine. Reluctantly, Ye Bai released her. He knew her personality well. Pushing too hard would backfire. It was best to stop at the right moment. The moment Ye Bai stepped out, Qin Yu's legs gave way, and she slumped to the floor. That little devil. Taohua City, northern suburbs, Yun Town. Antique Street. Nearly 100 young men in black suits and white shirts had gathered. Passers-by kept their distance, wary of their intimidating presence. They looked like something out of a gangster movie, many even carrying weapons at their waists. The leader, a towering man nearly 2 meters tall with a Herculean build, could have passed for a battlefield general in ancient times. Bai Ye. As a strikingly handsome young man stepped out of a luxury car, the group bowed in unison. Someone discreetly snapped a photo. Damn, that's cool. Is that guy the underground king of Taohua City? He's got that perfect mix of dominance, elegance, and nobility, like a mafia prince straight out of a novel. Ye Bai's face darkened. Why are you all still dressed like this? Heh, Bai Go, it looks cool. Song Dongfeng scratched his head, grinning like an idiot. People are going to think we're actual gangsters, Ye Bai muttered. But he couldn't dictate what his brothers wore. Fine, whatever. If they want to look like the mafia, so be it. I'm a legitimate businessman just with a lot more friends than usual. Absolutely no ties to organized crime. I've got a task for you all today. After Ye Bai explained, and Aunt Qin quickly organized a plan. The group split into teams of 3, each assigned a section of Antique Street to search for a wall-mounted dragon-headed cane. Soon, the 100-strong crew dispersed, leaving only Ye Bai and Song Dongfeng behind. Ye Bai had initially considered using his super eagle eye and X-ray vision to locate the cane, which supposedly concealed a bronze sword inside. But the moment he activated his abilities, an overwhelming flood of antiques filled his vision, nearly triggering his trypophobia. Worse, he accidentally witnessed 2 men engaging in activities this early in the morning. Nope, I'll just wait for the results. Just then, his phone rang. Chun Sinny's name flashed on the screen. Hello, Ye Bai. Why haven't you come to school for 2 days straight? Chun Sinny's tone was accusatory, laced with frustration. She felt betrayed. They just made a pact, and now he was skipping class. Oh, I took leave. The curriculum's too fast, so I'm studying at home for a while. Ye Bai lied smoothly. Surprisingly, Chun Sinny bought it. Her voice softened. That makes sense. With all your troublemaker friends around, it's hard to focus. Studying at home might actually help. Don't fail your classes. Okay? Just graduate safely. Is this her way of cheering me on to become her boyfriend? After hanging up, Song Dongfeng leaned in. Bai Gu? Was that Saozi? It was Chun Sinny. Oh, Saozi called to check on you? An hour later, the teams regrouped. And Aunt Qin compiled the findings in a notebook and reported, Bai Go, 78 shops have canes hanging on their walls, but only 19 have dragon-headed ones.
Ye Bai nodded approvingly. Nishuan's definitely a talent.
Give him a stage and he'll shine. Good work. Go handle the live streaming company setup now. Ye Bai took the notebook. Got it, Bai Gu. And Xian left with Zhang Lingnan and a few others. His efficiency was impressive. He'd already scouted office spaces online yesterday and scheduled a meeting with Zhang Lingnan's uncle today. If all went well, renovations could start immediately. Ye Bai skimmed the notebook. The first shop with a dragon-headed cane was right at the street entrance. He checked. The cane did have something inside, but it was stuffed with cotton, not a bronze sword. Second shop, third, 10th. By the 19th, he still hadn't found it. Was the intel wrong? Maybe the cane wasn't left hanging for a decade before being discovered. Or did the teams miss something? Frowning, Ye Bai flipped to the notebook's last page and spotted a note from Zhang Lingnan. Bai Gu, if the 19 shops don't have what you're looking for, try Antique Street number 88, Mingqing Hall. It's one of the biggest stores here. Opens at 11 a.m. Ye Bai checked the time. 10:50 a.m. Let's go, Dongzi. The two headed deeper into Antique Street. Soon, they arrived at number 88. The shop scale was undeniably grand. Luxurious exterior, sprawling space, easily the largest he'd seen today. A woman in a cheongsam stood with her back to them, bending over to raise the rolling shutter. The curve of her hips, accentuated by the tight qipao, formed a perfect heart shape as she leaned forward. Seeing the woman's round, plump backside, Song Dongfeng's eyes lit up. This was exactly his type. He had a thing for women in cheongsams or body-hugging skirts. Song Dongfeng glanced at Ye Bai for approval before stepping forward to strike up a conversation. Hey, beautiful, are you open for business yet? The cheongsam-clad figure pushed up the rolling shutter door and turned around, revealing a face strikingly similar to Uncle Nyo, complete with a thick beard. Who ya callin' beautiful? I'm Wang Gang, a full-grown man. The beauty gave a coquettish eye roll. Song Dongfeng staggered back as if struck by lightning, utterly horrified. Ye Bai felt like his eyes had been violated. He recognized this person. Wasn't this one of the two men he'd seen earlier when he activated his super eagle eye and X-ray vision? Where was the other one? Just as he wondered, employees of Mingqing Hall began arriving for work in the distance. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a suit and bow tie, sporting a neatly groomed mustache. He was quite handsome, exuding a mature charm, like a British gentleman straight out of a period drama. So there you are. Ye Bai immediately recognized him as the brave soul who had been carrying the hairy leg. Who would have thought that such a dashing, refined man was actually gay, and with such unique tastes? Gangzi, what are you doing blocking the door? Go inside and make tea. The British-style gentleman scolded the alluring Wang Gang before turning to Ye Bai with a warm, welcoming smile. Welcome, gentlemen. I'm Xiao Zhan, the owner of Mingqing Hall. Please, come in. Ye Bai couldn't bring himself to look directly at the man. Something about his gaze felt a little too interested. But for the sake of the bronze sword, he steeled himself and stepped inside. Mingqing Hall was indeed spacious, lavishly decorated and filled with all sorts of antiques. Ye Bai's eyes swept across the room before settling on the western wall. Found it. He breathed an internal sigh of relief. At least this trip wouldn't be a complete waste. Maintaining his composure, Ye Bai stopped at a shelf on the west side and pointed at a porcelain bowl. How much for this? That's a Qing Dynasty Finsai melon and butterfly porcelain bowl, once used by Empress Dowager Cixi herself. 1.88 million renminbi. Xiao Zhan replied with a practiced smile. Sure, if you say so. Ye Bai then pointed at a calligraphy piece on the wall. And that? A genuine work by the Tang Dynasty poet Li Wei. 5.8 million. Ye Bai frowned. Li Wei? Don't you mean Wang Wei? Xiao Zhan faltered for a second before doubling down. No, it's Li Wei. If it were Wang Wei's work, we'd be adding another zero to the price. Next, Ye Bai gestured to a dragon-headed cane hanging on the wall. What about that one? That's the walking cane once used by Yu Saihua, a female general of the Yang family during the Northern Song dynasty. 2.88 million. You mean she Saihua, grand lady she? Boss. The character is pronounced she, not you. Ah, yes, my mistake. You're quite knowledgeable, sir. At this point, Ye Bai understood this entire shop was full of fakes. The extravagant decor was just a smokescreen to deceive customers. This so-called gentleman was nothing more than a gilded fraud. His education level probably worse than Ye Bai's. A guy who'd barely scraped into college. Hell, Xiaozhan might have even slipped through the cracks of compulsory education. Boss, my grandfather's turning 60 tomorrow. I want to buy him a walking cane that looks like an antique. Be honest. How much for that one? The moment Ye Bai finished speaking, Xiaozhan's expression darkened. What are you implying? Every item in Mingqing Hall is a genuine antique. Get out. We don't serve rude customers like you. He moved to shove Ye Bai out. Boss, you really don't want people finding out about you and Wang Gang, do you? Ye Bai smirked. Xiaozhan's face paled. How did he know? He and Xiao Gang had only just last night. Give me a real price. Ye Bai pressed. 10,000. Take it or leave it. 100. 5,000. 100. 1,000. That's my final offer. 100. 800. I can't go any lower. That's cost price. 100. Seeing Ye Bai's unrelenting stance, Xiaozhan gritted his teeth. Fine. Take it and get out. Now that's what I call a fair deal. Ye Bai tossed a bill on the counter, grabbed the cane, and walked out, signaling to his lackeys waiting nearby. When you were scouting earlier, which shop seemed the most legit? Baiji, I asked around. Tingyu Zhai is the most reputable antique store here, said a lackey with dyed blonde hair. Another nodded in agreement. Yeah, Baiji, I checked it out. The place looks high-end, and the owner's a real stunner. You sure she's not another Wang Gang? Song Dongfeng asked, still traumatized. Relax, Dongji. She's 100% a knockout. If I'm lying, you can gouge my eyes out. The group arrived at the rain listening pavilion. Admittedly, this shop looked the most professional, with its antique-style decor exuding a classical charm. The proprietress who came to greet them was equally captivating. A stunningly fair-skinned beauty. Her skin was snow-white, smooth, and flawless, like an elf from a movie. Based on Ye Bai's experience, women like this weren't just fair-skinned. Most of them were also mythical creatures. But why did this woman seem familiar? As he puzzled over it, the woman sized him up and tentatively called out, Ye Bai, you are? Ye Bai was taken aback. I'm Wang Wenjing. Don't you recognize me? Her face lit up with the excitement of meeting an old friend in a distant land, her fair cheeks flushing pink. Wang Wenjing. Hearing the name, Ye Bai finally remembered who she was. A fellow villager from his hometown, the older sister who used to let him tag along when they were kids. Wang Wenjing, despite her name, which suggested gentleness, was anything but quiet. She had been the ringleader of the children, climbing trees to raid bird nests, setting traps in the mountains to catch wild boars, and wading into rivers to catch crabs and snakes. Though a girl, she was more mischievous and daring than any boy. Ye Bai could hardly believe it. The tomboy with the bowl cut from his memories had grown into such a delicate beauty, and this gentle, demure demeanor, even carrying the grace of a refined lady, where had the fiery-tempered dragon of the past gone? Wenjing, is this shop yours? In your... Wang Wenjing nearly cursed it out of habit but swallowed it back, forcing a ladle-like smile. Of course not. I'm still in college. I just work part-time here.
Ye Bai nodded.
Now it made sense. So the dragon hadn't changed her nature. She was just pretending. But as he took in her delicate features, a bold idea struck him. Wang Wenjing might have been a lawless tomboy, but she was also the idol of their childhood group, the epitome of someone else's child. She had always been clever, picking up skills effortlessly. Even at a young age, she mastered everything from cooking and firemaking to carpentry, weaving, and embroidery. Wasn't she basically a premium version of Li Ziki? Not only was she more versatile than Li Ziki, but she was also prettier and had better poise. I could sign Wang Wenjing to Bay Media and turn her into a video blogger like Li Ziki. Li Ziki was a viral sensation. Her personal brand alone was worth billions. If Ye Bai remembered correctly, Li Ziki wouldn't rise to fame until 2015. Right now, she was just an obscure Taobao shop owner. Wang Wenjing is way prettier than Li Ziki. If we replicate her path, she'll definitely blow up even bigger. Building a video blogger with tens of millions of followers would be a huge boost to Ye Bai's business plans. Wenjing, we haven't seen each other since elementary school, right? I never expected you to change so much, Ye Bai remarked. Wang Wenjing smiled softly, the picture of gentleness. Then she leaned in and hissed in his ear. You little brat, you've got a death wish, huh? Calling me by my name like that? It's Wenjing Jie to you. Got it, Wenjing. You. Just you wait. Wang Wenjing glared daggers at him. Her former tagalong had grown up. His bones hardened, and he'd forgotten the fear of being under her thumb. Her fingers itched to teach him a lesson, but with so many people around, she had to hold back, for now. Ye Bai didn't forget his main objective. Raising the cane in his hand, he said, I'm here to sell an antique. Wenjing, call your boss out. The boss isn't here. Then get someone who can make decisions. Wang Wenjing eyed him suspiciously. This kid had always been full of schemes. Was he dabbling in counterfeit artifacts now? She glanced at the cane and quickly spotted something off. After working part-time at the antique shop for months, she'd picked up enough to recognize basic details. The craftsmanship of this cane was clearly chemically aged. Dude, even I can tell this is a fake. You really think the rain-listening pavilion would buy it? She gave him a look like he was an idiot. Don't worry about it. Just get someone out here for me, Ye Bai said calmly. Fine, suit yourself. Don't cry when they kick you out. She turned to leave but added, I can't stop you from selling fakes, but later, pretend you don't know me. Don't get me fired. Song Dong, who had been watching the two whisper closely, couldn't hold back any longer. The moment Wang Wenjing left, he sidled up to Ye Bai. Baiji, is she another sister-in-law? Ye Bai kicked him. Get lost. Hey, I get it. Don't worry, Baiji. I won't let Sister Cinny find out. Soon, Wang Wenjing returned with a refined elderly man. Young man, you wish to sell an antique? That's right. Where is it? The old man looked around but saw nothing. This. Ye Bai raised the cane. The old man's expression darkened. Are you mocking me, boy? Or do you take me for a fool? You think you can pass off something this obviously fake? What's the rush? Ye Bai smirked, lifted the cane, and swung it hard against a nearby marble pillar. Bang! The cane shattered instantly, splinters flying everywhere. Wang Wenjing was stunned. She wondered if her former follower had lost his mind. The appraisers at the Listening Rain Pavilion are among the most renowned in the country. If you came here to sell a counterfeit, fine, but to throw a tantrum and smash the fake after getting exposed? Wang Wenjing could already picture Old Man Lu flying into a rage, ordering security to beat Ye Bai to a pulp before tossing him out. Yet, after a long pause, no furious roar came from Old Man Lu. When she turned to look, she saw him staring fixedly at the shattered cane, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What is this? Let me see. Quick, let me see. He hurried over eagerly, taking the broken cane from Ye Bai's hands. Then, he too raised the cane and struck it against the marble pillar. Wang Wenjing was dumbfounded. What the hell? Is Old Man Lu losing it too? Clang. A metallic ring echoed as the cane shattered completely, layers of wood peeling away to reveal a bronze sword inside. Old Man Lu carefully examined the sword, his hands trembling. The sword of King Fuchai of Wu. It's actually the sword of King Fuchai of Wu, and in such pristine condition. He was beside himself with excitement. To think such a priceless artifact was hidden inside an ordinary cane. Could it have been concealed during that particular era? Ye Bai's interest was piqued. That particular era? Old Man Lu seemed lost in thought, his expression darkening momentarily. After a long silence, he finally looked up and asked, Young man, How much are you asking for it? What do you think it's worth? How about 5 million? You think I'm some clueless outsider? Give it back. I'm not selling.
Ye Bai fine indignation.
Wait. Old man Lu hesitated, then said with visible reluctance. 10 million. That's my final offer. This sword is worth around 11 million at most. You've got to let me make some profit. Ye Bai nearly rolled his eyes. Sure, as if anyone in the antique trade ever tells the truth. Every last one of them is a schemer. If he hadn't known that this very sword would later sell at auction for over 20 million, he might have fallen for it. Even accounting for inflation, it was easily worth 20 million now. 20 million. Final offer. One more word of haggling and I walk. This street has more than just your antique shop. This time, old man Lu's face twisted in genuine pain. Gritting his teeth, his expression eerily similar to Xiao Zhan's, he spat out, "Deal!" Wang Wenjing's eyes widened in shock. 20 million. That little tag-along from her childhood was now a multimillionaire? Holy shit. Rich guy, please adopt me. I don't want to work anymore. While Ye Bai was selling the sword of King Fuchai of Wu, everyone's attention was fixed on the scene. No one noticed a shadowy figure lurking at the outskirts of the crowd, observing furtively. When the man saw Ye Bai sell the bronze sword hidden inside the cane for an astronomical 20 million, his jaw dropped. He scrambled away in panic, rushing straight to Mingqing Hall. "Boss, disaster has struck. There was a bronze sword hidden inside that dragon-headed cane. That kid sold it to old man Lu at Qin Yu Studio for a full 20 million. Xiao Zhan, who had been drinking tea, shot to his feet so abruptly that his teapot toppled and shattered on the floor. His face twisted in shock. "What? You're not mistaken? Absolutely true. I saw old man Lu pull the bronze sword out of the cane with my own eyes. Damn it!" Xiao Zhan hurled his teacup to the ground, his expression cycling through disbelief, greed, and bitter regret. 20 million. How many fake antiques would he need to sell to earn that much? Mingqing Hall might look impressive, but it only fooled casual buyers. Serious collectors went to Qin Yu Studio, they wouldn't even step foot in his shop. Even on a good year, Mingqing Hall barely scraped together a few million in profit. God damn it. That was my 20 million. That little bastard swindled me. You little runt. I'll make sure you don't leave the street alive unless you hand over that money today. Xiao Zhan whipped out his phone and dialed furiously. "Chowzi. Emergency. Bring the boys over now." Qin Yu Studio. Old man Lu had taken Ye Bai's bank details and gone to arrange the transfer with accounting. Wang Wenjing was still standing frozen in shock, her rosy lips slightly parted. Unable to resist, Ye Bai popped something into her mouth. A lollipop. Wang Wenjing snapped back to reality, instinctively licking the candy before blurting out in disbelief. "That bronze sword? Was it yours? And you get to keep the money?" Ye Bai nodded. Beside him, Song Dongfeng chimed in proudly. "And get this. Bai Ji bought it just 10 minutes ago at another antique shop for $100. What? You made 20 million off something you paid 100 for? Wang Wenjing nearly choked on envy. If the sword had been a family heirloom, she might have accepted such a windfall. But the fact that he'd scavenged it from the antique market? What insane luck was this? Then again, Ye Bai had spotted the cane's hidden secret. Maybe he deserved that 20 million. Unlike her, she just stood there thinking he was selling a counterfeit. "Unreal," she muttered, giving Ye Bai a thumbs up. Soon, Ye Bai's phone buzzed with a bank notification confirming the deposit. He handed the sword to old man Lu and signed the sale agreement, completing the deal. With that, Ye Bai's net worth skyrocketed to 21.2 million. By now, it was lunchtime. Ye Bai invited Wang Wenjing to join him, but she hesitated before declining. She was on duty, and skipping work meant docked pay. "Then let me be blunt," Ye Bai said. "I've started a media company. Want to jump ship? 5,000 monthly base pay, plus room and board." "Huh? Seriously?" Her eyes widened. At her current gig, she barely made 100 a day. 5,000 a month? She couldn't even imagine how cushy life would be. But then suspicion flashed across her face. Wait, you're not hitting on me, are you? Ye Bai deadpanned. Relax. I like gentle girls. I know exactly what you're like. If I could ever see you that way, it'd be like wanting to fencer's salute with my bro. One screech from you would scare me limp. Ugh. Lower your voice. I'm a lady now. She clenched her fists, barely restraining the urge to punch him. And my voice isn't that bad. Listen, Ye Bai Gidge. She suddenly switched to a cutesy, fragile tone. Ye Bai shuddered. Please stop. I'm begging you. Sure. Her voice now was pleasant. But he'd known her too long. This violent dragon couldn't fool him. He still remembered her real voice, grinding her teeth. She hissed, Who's forcing it? This is my voice now. So what if I sounded raspy as a kid? Puberty exists. Dumbass. Ye Bai just shook his head. No point arguing. This girl really thought he'd forgotten how she used to switch personas. Domineering around friends, then morphing into a sweet, soft-spoken angel the second she stepped into his house. In the end, Wang Wenjing agreed to join Ye Bai's company, and she never wanted to set foot in her current job again. Turning to old man Lu, she blushed slightly. Director Lu, could we talk in your office? Lu's eyes lit up. Normally, she avoided his office. Why the sudden invite? Had she finally seen the light? Given up struggling? Had his effortless 20 million purchase won her over? Rubbing his hands eagerly, he followed her inside with a leer. The moment the door shut, a blur flashed, followed by agonizing pain between his legs. You disgusting old creep. I've had enough of your lewd, stingy bullshit. Look in a damn mirror. A worm like you dares to lust after me? Still furious, she kicked him twice more for good measure. This vile man had harassed her since day one. Only her family's financial struggles had kept her from acting sooner. With a long exhale, she felt liberated, her mind clear, her spirit unburdened. Exiting the office, she politely closed the door behind her and smiled at Ye Bai. Done quitting. Let's go. As the group strode out of Qin Yu studio, Song Dongfeng glanced at Wang Wenjing and asked softly, Are you Bai Ji's friend? What's your name? One, Wenjing Jie, just fine. Call me Dongzi, he stammered, then whispered to Ye Bai, Bai Ji. Wenjing Saw is so gentle. Just like her name. I might defect. Cinny Saw, forgive me, but how could anyone resist such a tender, caring elder sister? Ye Bai stayed silent. Sure. Gentle. Gentle enough to punt your head like a soccer ball. They hadn't taken 10 steps from Qin Yu's studio when a gang of men suddenly surrounded them. A snarling voice cut through. You've got a death wish swindling me. Ever heard of who runs this street? The refined Xiao Zhan and the alluring Wang gang stepped out from the crowd. Xiao Zhan pointed at Ye Bai and said to a dark-skinned, burly man behind him, Chaozi, it's this little bastard who scammed me out of my $2 million antique. The burly man strode forward, sizing up Ye Bai with a cold snort. This pretty boy? Don't worry, Brother Zhan. I'll handle this. As he spoke, he pulled out a butterfly knife from his pocket, twirling it with flashy flourishes. Listen here, you little shit. You've got 2 choices. Either return Brother Zhan's antique or cough up the 2 million. Otherwise, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Just then, a wave of heavy footsteps echoed from behind. The burly man turned around to see dozens, no hundreds, of men in black suits and ties closing in from all sides. The scene was straight out of a gangster movie, and even the dark clouds overhead seemed to roll in with their approach. Chaozi, damn, you've really made it big. You've got this many underlings now. Xiao Zhan patted the burly man's shoulder approvingly. Chaozi really came through. Just one call and he brought this many guys to back them up. Ha! The burly man was baffled. The hell? Brother Zhan, these aren't your guys? The two exchanged a glance, their faces paling. Among the approaching men in black suits, many had already lifted their shirts slightly, revealing the grips of Glock pistols. Their grins were downright predatory, as if the slightest wrong move would turn them into human calendars. Oh shit, they'd messed with the wrong people. These were the real-deal professional underworld figures. Compared to them, Xiao Zhan and his crew were just small-time thugs. Clatter. The butterfly knife slipped from Chaozi's hand and hit the ground. Xiao Zhan and Wang Gang tensed up. Wang Gang trembled uncontrollably. Whether from fear or excitement was unclear, but it felt like he might lose control of his bladder any second. "Which gang are you with?" Song Dongfeng strode forward, grabbing Xiao Zhan by the collar and lifting him like a rag doll. At nearly 2 meters tall, he loomed like an iron tower, making even the burly Chaozi seem small in comparison. Xiao Zhan forced a smile uglier than a grimace. "B brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Just a joke. The antique was a legal transaction. You paid for it fair and square." Song Dongfeng snorted, tossing Xiao Zhan to the ground before kicking Wang Gang and Chaozi down for good measure. Their so-called underlings stood frozen in fear, their expressions sobering under the cold stare of gun barrels. Ye Bai didn't even glance at them. With a casual wave, he turned and walked away. "Consider yourselves lucky. The boss is in a good mood today. Otherwise, we'd be taking a few limbs as souvenirs." Song Dongfeng sneered before leading his men after Ye Bai. Once they were gone, Xiao Zhan shuddered in lingering fear. Since when does Taohua City have people like this? Or are they outsiders? Dragons crossing the river? No idea, but that level of discipline and all of them packing heat? These guys are the real deal. Chaozi gulped. Just then, one of their lackeys raised his phone. "Brother Chao, I saw a post about them on the Taohua City Forum this morning. Some people were saying their leader is the true underground emperor of the city, the mafia prince." "Let me see." Chaozi snatched the phone. The post included a photo of Ye Bai stepping out of a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, flanked by nearly 100 men in black suits and white shirts, all bowing in unison. Now that's dominance. Chaozi couldn't help but admire. This is how a real man should be. According to the post, this man was the undisputed ruler of Taohua City's underworld. Even old-school crime bosses like Xiao Hongyu, Feng Chang, and Kai Baozi had to kneel before him. "This is probably legit," Chaozi said gravely. Xiao Zhan nodded, feeling slightly better. He was already thinking about how to spin this into a boast for future drinking sessions. And indeed, in later years, after one too many drinks, Xiao Zhan would proudly tell the story. The mafia prince of Taohua City, the underground emperor himself, once bought a cane from my shop for a fortune. That man's eye for antiques is unreal. He took one look and knew there was a bronze sword hidden inside. Sold it for 2 million at Tingyu Zhai. Damn shame, though. That cane sat in my shop for years, and I never noticed a thing. But the mafia prince? Spotted it in seconds. That's what separates legends from the rest. Some people are just born for greatness. Wang Wenjing hesitated, her expression conflicted. She felt like she'd just escaped a fire only to jump into a den of thieves. Finally, she couldn't hold back. "Ye Bai, are you in the mafia now?" Ye Bai frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm a legitimate businessman. These are my brothers and my classmates. They're still in college. Just took a day off to help me out." Song Dongfeng chimed in. "Yeah, Wenjingjie, we're not gangsters. We're all part of the school's Vitiligo Support Association." Wang Wenjing was stunned. Vitiligo Support Association? What the hell? Then why do students have guns? "You mean this?" Song Dongfeng grabbed a pistol from one of the underlings and fired it at her. Wang Wenjing flinched, but instead of a bullet, the gun emitted a click, followed by a small flame from the barrel. Song Dongfeng grinned. "Relax, Wenjingjie. It's just a lighter. We use them to scare people." Wang Wenjing was speechless, but at least she could finally breathe easy. She observed carefully and noticed that although these men in black suits were dressed maturely, a few of them had youthful faces with fuzzy little mustaches on their upper lips. Moreover, they no longer had the fierce, menacing expressions from earlier. Now they were laughing and joking around. So that intimidating aura, just like the Axe gang from the movies, had all been an act. Wang Wenjing sighed inwardly. These college students today, their acting skills are truly next level. After leaving the antique street, before getting into the Mercedes-Benz, Ye Bai turned to his brothers and instructed, "Find time to get your driver's licenses. I'll buy a few cars for you guys to get around. It's a waste of time having to take the bus every time we meet up." "Yes, brother Bai," the group answered in unison, their faces filled with nothing but respect and admiration for Ye Bai. Wang Wenjing was speechless. She began doubting again. Are these really college students? Not gangsters? After dismissing the others, Ye Bai took Wang Wenjing and Song Dongfeng out for lunch. During the meal, Ye Bai called Aunt Qin to discuss Wang Wenjing's situation, instructing him to arrange her onboarding when he had time. He also outlined a rough plan for her, telling Aunt Qin to hire professional photographers and editors as soon as possible so they could immediately launch the Prince Chi project. Take Li Ziqi's path and leave her with no path to take. After the meal, bidding farewell to Wang Wenjing, Ye Bai took Song Dongfeng to Rainbow Bridge to continue buying up properties. Meanwhile, after hesitating for a long time, Wang Wenjing finally sent Ye Bai a message. "Boss Ye, could I get an advance on my salary?" Ye Bai replied quickly, "What's wrong? My mom's in the hospital. The medical bills wiped out all our savings. That's why I had to take on this job. How much do you need?" 3 months' salary. Would that be okay?" After sending that message, there was no reply from Ye Bai for a long time. Wang Wenjing felt disheartened but didn't blame him. Who asks for a 3-month salary advance before even starting the job? Even if they were childhood friends, they hadn't been in touch for 5 or 6 years. Ding! A notification chimed. When she opened it, her pupils trembled in shock. It was a bank alert. 100,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. "Ye Bai, work hard. I trust you won't let me down." At that moment, Wang Wenjing was so moved she nearly cried, even feeling the impulse to offer herself to him. No, the impulse to work for him for the rest of her life. With a boss like this, who cares if it's the mafia? I swear. No, this young lady swears. "Ye Bai, I'm following you for life." Song Dongfeng's driving skills had improved significantly, and Ye Bai no longer needed to give instructions from the passenger seat. He could now relax in the back and enjoy the ride. To be honest, the driving experience of the Tiger Head Mercedes-Benz W140 S-Class wasn't anything special, but the ride comfort was top-notch, extremely plush. In his past life, Ye Bai had preferred rugged, imposing vehicles. He'd owned a Land Rover, a Navigator, a G-Class, and even hunted down a classic American muscle car from the 70s or 80s. So he wasn't very familiar with the Mercedes S-Class. But after renting this Tiger Head for a couple of days, he found it quite pleasant. The car's refined appearance also suited his current image as a legitimate businessman. Ye Bai decided that once the Rainbow Bridge properties were sold in a week, he'd buy himself a Mercedes Maybach and get a few more cars for his crew. Soon they arrived at Rainbow Bridge. After parking, Ye Bai led Song Dongfeng into a ground-floor shop in the first building at the intersection, a bakery owned by the landlord. When the owner learned of Ye Bai's intention to buy the building, he looked surprised. "You want to buy this place too? How strange. Lately, so many people have been coming to ask about it." Ye Bai's expression turned thoughtful. The government's policy documents were supposed to be confidential, and the plan to designate this area as a high-tech development zone had been abruptly handed down by the provincial authorities. Only a handful of people were privy to the details, but secrets never stayed buried for long. Some always found ways to get insider information through special channels. The situation was murky, and it wasn't something to delve into. And there's this one group that's downright shameless, acting like gangsters. The bakery owner fumed. "I refused to sell, and now they harass me every day, even splashing dog blood and feces on my door." The more he talked, the angrier he got, cursing them and daring them to try killing him. His parents were long gone. His ex-wife had taken their child and remarried far away. He had no attachments left to fear those scumbags. Ye Bai said, "If you don't want to sell to them, why not sell to me? Dragging this out isn't doing you any good. Your business is suffering." Wouldn't it be better to take the money and enjoy life? The owner's eyes widened. What, you think I'm not enjoying life now? This bakery barely costs me anything to run, and I make a tidy profit every month. Plus, I get rental income from the upstairs units. I'd have to be an idiot to sell and burn through the money. And for all I know, you could be working with them. Get out. Don't mess with my business. Well, that building was a lost cause. The owner's stubbornness meant he'd be laughing all the way to the bank in a week. Next stop. This landlord also ran their own business, a flower shop. The owner, a woman in her 40s, said, "You want to buy this building too? Too bad you're late. My no-good husband gambled away millions, and now loan sharks are hounding us every day. We had no choice but to sell to pay off the debt." Ye Bai's expression darkened. Gambling and loan sharks again. What were the odds? 2 properties in a row, both sold because of gambling debts. This was no coincidence. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. As Ye Bai continued his inquiries, he found 2 more buildings had been sold for the same reason. The buyers were different on paper, but they were clearly connected. A sense of urgency gripped him. He turned to Song Dongfeng. "Dongzi, let's split up. Start from the other end and see if anyone's willing to sell. If they hesitate, test the waters with a higher offer. Even double the market price is fine, as long as they agree. In a week, the property values here would skyrocket 6-fold. Even overpaying now would still leave a hefty profit. But he couldn't push too hard, people weren't stupid. If he offered an exorbitant sum, they'd smell a rat. With the 2 of them working separately, efficiency shot up. Ye Bai approached over a dozen more landlords. Some had already sold, while others were adamant about holding on. As expected, among the sold properties, another had been offloaded to settle gambling debts. Just as Ye Bai was nearing the end of his assigned area, hope finally appeared at the last building. The owner was a disheveled man in his 40s, sporting a bird's nest of hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes. Puffing on a cigarette, he said, "This building's 8 stories tall. Market price is 6 million. I already agreed to sell it to someone else for 6.5. If you want it, I can back out. But what? You gotta pay more." "How much?" "Another 500,000. Ye Bai frowned, pretending to hesitate before reluctantly agreeing. "Fine. 7 million it is." The man nodded, satisfied. "All right, then it's settled. I'll just call the other guy and tell him the deal's off so he doesn't waste time prepping the paperwork." As he spoke, he picked up the landline on the coffee table. "Damn it. If my luck hadn't been so rotten lately, I wouldn't be selling this place at all. With 7 mil, I'm gonna turn things around. Just you wait." Just as the call connected and he uttered a hello, Ye Bai strode over and slammed the phone down. "Hold off on notifying him. Let's get the paperwork done first. If he shows up with his crew and screws up our deal, we're both screwed." The man had been about to snap at Ye Bai, but after a moment's thought, he nodded. "You've got a point. Let's head to the property bureau and get it sorted." Ye Bai hadn't expected to snatch another property from under these people's noses. If that call had gone through, things could have gone south fast. They'd have pulled every trick to sabotage the deal. Best to keep it quiet and finalize everything first. Sure, cutting them off twice would bring trouble down the line. But so what? As a reincarnator with a crew of loyal men, supernatural abilities, and the backing of Taijiang City's top official, he feared no one. At least not within Taijiang. As they stepped outside, Ye Bai spotted Song Dongfeng approaching with a refined-looking elderly man. Noticing Ye Bai's gaze, Song Dongfeng flashed an okay sign. Ye Bai felt a surge of relief. This trip hadn't been in vain, 2 buildings secured. His original plan had been to invest over 20 million in properties, but with undercurrents stirring and multiple competitors lurking, grabbing a few prime assets from their jaws was already a win. He dialed Principal Wang's number. "Hey Lao Wang, hate to bother you again. You sound a bit reluctant. Should I send you some more stimulating videos to liven things up?" True to his role as a guiding light for students, Principal Wang made a few calls, and once again, the Property Bureau rolled out the red carpet for Ye Bai. With experience from last time, Ye Bai streamlined the process, wrapping up the paperwork for both buildings in under half a day. 2 property deeds in hand. Total cost, 13 million. Now the owner of 3 buildings, he still had 8.1 million left in his account. As for the cash won from Xiao Hongyu's casino, all spent. After a long day's work, it's time to head home and unwind. Gotta admit, I kinda miss Auntie. Let me know if you'd like any further refinements. The Mercedes-Benz W140 sped down the road. Ye Bai sat in the back seat, leaning against the headrest with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, his phone rang. At first, he assumed it was his aunt calling to hurry him home for dinner. But when he checked the number, it was actually the landlord of the building where Liang Weiyuan Bar was located. "Hey kid, we're moving out tomorrow. Come get your keys. Just leave them at the bar downstairs. I'll pick them up tomorrow." The landlord hesitated on the other end, then continued, "No, that won't work. The building's been sold, and the bar is moving out too. They're already packing up." Ye Bai was almost home, no way he'd turn around now. "Then just leave the keys in the fire hydrant box." But the landlord pressed on, "I can't do that. What if they get lost? I wouldn't be able to account for it properly. Just come get them now, all right?" Ye Bai narrowed his eyes, sensing something off. If everyone had moved out and the place was empty, what did it matter if someone took the keys? This landlord seemed unusually insistent, almost desperate, to get him to go back. Without another word, Ye Bai hung up. Sure enough, his phone rang again, the landlord calling non-stop. Something was definitely wrong. Maybe the people he had outmaneuvered earlier had tracked him down and were using the landlord to lure him out. With a cold snort, Ye Bai turned off his phone. The job was already done. He didn't need to show his face anymore, just wait a week for the government documents to drop, then resell the building at a premium. He was a legitimate businessman now. No need to deal with scum like them. "I hope you idiots know better than to push me. I really just want to be a clean, honest businessman." Song Dongfeng, who was driving, glanced at Ye Bai through the rearview mirror and shivered involuntarily. Was it his imagination, or had Bai Ji just seemed terrifying? His face was expressionless, but an inexplicable, murderous aura radiated from him. It was unsettling, like a bloodthirsty beast baring its fangs, or like a blood-stained blade unsheathed halfway. He even vaguely resembled Jimmy from Election 2, except handsomer and much taller. Either way, it was terrifying. "Dongzi, turn around and head back to Rainbow Bridge." Rainbow Bridge. Upstairs from Liang Weiyuan Bar, in the landlord's apartment. An old man with bloodshot eyes hung up the phone. "You all heard him. He won't come," and he turned off his phone. "Now let my son go." The living room was thick with cigarette smoke, packed with over a dozen tattooed gangsters. In the center of the room, a slightly chubby, bespectacled man was kneeling on the floor, bound at the hands and feet, a burlap sack covering his head. "Old man, why'd you go back on your word? You agreed to sell to us. Why change your mind now? Don't worry, we won't hurt your boy. If you pay back the $1,000,000 gambling debt he owes us from last night." The old man's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull in disbelief. "Another $1,000,000? This useless waste. Just kill him already." He squeezed his eyes shut, resigned to whatever fate might come. But then, struck by a sudden realization, his eyes snapped open in horror. "Wait, he owes you $1,000,000? You're with those loan sharks, aren't you? You set him up." Seeing the gangsters' smirking faces, the old man choked back a surge of rage and lunged at them, only to be kicked to the ground. "Listen here, old man. It doesn't matter even if you know. The IOU's right here in black and white. If we don't get that $1,000,000 today, I'll rip out your son's teeth one by one in front of you, then crush his balls. See how your bloodline survives that." With a wave of his hand, one of his lackeys stepped forward, gripping a pair of pliers and sneering as he approached the bound man. Just then, police sirens wailed in the distance. A gangster peeked through the curtains. "Boss Baldy, cops are heading this way. Untie him. Let's go," the leader ordered. "You got lucky today. You've got 3 days to cough up that $1,000,000 or face the consequences. I keep my promises." After the gangsters left, the old man wept bitterly, slapping his good-for-nothing son between sobs. Moments later, father and son collapsed into each other's arms, crying in despair. They had truly been pushed to the brink, utterly broken. Rainbow Bridge hidden in the shadows. A black Mercedes W140 sat parked with its lights off. From the darkness, Ye Bai watched through his super eagle vision and super penetration sight, keeping Liang Weiyuan bar in his sights. Gambling addicts never die well. Old man, I already did you a favor by buying your building. That's more than you deserved. But these guys, they look familiar. I think I've seen them before. Maybe in my past life. Frowning, he pondered the thought. As the distant sirens grew louder, he saw the gangsters fleeing the building and piling into a car. Ye Bai immediately signaled Song Dongfeng to follow. Actually, I'll drive. Taking the wheel himself, since Song Dongfeng was just a rookie with no tailing skills. Ye Bai set off in pursuit. To his surprise, the gangsters drove all the way to Zayupingtai Resort Hotel on Mount Shopi. Rather than exiting the car, Ye Bai continued watching from a distance with his enhanced vision. When he saw them enter room 888 and report to a man inside, he smirked. So it's you, you little kitten. This man was one of Xiao Hongyu's 4 top enforcers, known in the underworld as Brother Cat, Fat Cat. He oversaw Xiao Hongyu's loan sharking operations. In Ye Bai's past life, this kitten had also been personally sent to his demise by Ye Bai. Now that he knew who his enemy was, Ye Bai felt a slight relief. The tables had turned. He was in the shadows while the other was exposed. The next step was deciding how to deal with this cat. But tonight wasn't the right time. The entire tailing operation had been caught on surveillance. After a moment, Ye Bai spoke softly, Dongzi, let's go. Yes, Brother Bai. Song Dongfeng immediately drove off. Though he had no clue what his boss was up to, abruptly heading to Rainbow Bridge one moment, then up Shopping Mountain the next, all while silently seated in the car, he understood his role. A subordinate shouldn't question his superior, he just needed to follow orders. If Song Dongfeng had initially revered Ye Bai because of Hong Kong gangster movie tropes, these past few days had solidified his genuine admiration. Being able to serve under such a capable leader was an honor. Room 888. Fat Cat was furious after hearing his subordinate's report. Useless. You can't even handle such a simple task. The underling kept his head lowered. Brother Cat, it's not our fault. Some worthless snitch tipped off the cops. Knock knock. Another subordinate rushed in. Brother Cat, 2 more buildings got snatched out from under us. And it's that damn Ye Bai again. What? Fat Cat grabbed the man's collar and roared. Are you kidding me? The subordinate swallowed hard. And no, Brother Cat. Fuck. Fat Cat slammed the man to the ground, kicking and punching him relentlessly. Worthless bastards. Absolutely worthless. 3 buildings gone. Do you have any idea how much we've lost? How the hell am I supposed to explain this to the boss? God damn it. After venting his rage, Fat Cat panted heavily and growled. I told you to dig up everything on that punk. Did you find anything? A trembling lackey handed over a folder. Why yes, we did. Fat Cat snatched it and skimmed through. A sophomore? Parents are just rural farmers? Their only assets are a village house, farmland, and the 3 buildings they stole from us? You'd better not be messing with me. Another subordinate cautiously offered. Brother Cat, there's no way a broke-ass loser like him could afford those buildings or get insider info. He's probably just a frontman for someone higher up in the city. After a moment's thought, Fat Cat snarled. Send men to his school. Find out everything about him. I want to know who's pulling his strings. His lips twisted into a vicious grin. If they're small fry, we wipe them out. His voice darkened. And even if his backer's too big to touch, a poor student like him, I can still make him disappear. When Ye Bai returned home, it was long past dinner time. Li Shiyan was curled up on the sofa, watching a drama on her tablet. Meanwhile, Aunt Qin Yu was dressed in another pair of tight, eye-catching yoga pants, stretching on her yoga mat. She lay prone on the mat, legs spread wide in a perfect split. Any man who saw this scene would envy the yoga mat beneath her. Hearing the door open, Aunt Qin propped herself up with her arms, keeping her lower body motionless, still maintaining the split. She turned her head and called out to Ye Bai, "Xiao Bai, I made turtle soup today. Shurian and I didn't eat much, so I saved most of it for you. Heat it up and have some. Okay?" Ye Bai nodded silently. Li Shurian pouted. "Mom, can you make something lighter tomorrow? It's always either black chicken soup or turtle soup. I'm breaking out from all this heatiness." Qin Yu blushed and glanced at Ye Bai. She was only worried about this little rascal. Ye Bai reheated the highly nourishing turtle soup and ate in the dining room while admiring Auntie Qin's yoga session. Feeling the heat of his gaze, Qin Yu, afraid that Li Shurian might notice something, quickly got up to take a shower, so flustered that she even forgot to put away the yoga mat. By the time she finished showering, Ye Bai had already gone back to his room, but Li Shurian was still on the sofa watching her drama. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu went to wash the clothes she had just changed out of. When she finished hanging her freshly laundered underwear to dry, Li Shurian was still glued to the screen. Qin Yu then went to the kitchen to prep ingredients for the next day. When she came out, Li Shurian was still watching her drama. Finally, Qin Yu couldn't take it anymore. "Shurian, it's so late. Aren't you going to sleep? It's the weekend tomorrow." "No school," Li Shurian replied without looking up. Qin Yu, who had always worried about her daughter's academic stress, now found herself wishing schools would hold weekend classes. Slightly frustrated, she was about to retreat to her room when Ye Bai suddenly opened his door and called out, "Auntie, my blanket is torn. Can you help me mend it?" "Of course." Qin Yu found the sewing kit in the storage cabinet and entered Ye Bai's room. The moment she stepped inside, he closed the door behind her and wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Auntie, I missed you." Over an hour later, Qin Yu emerged from Ye Bai's room, her face flushed, having fixed his blanket. Li Shurian, who had just finished her drama, got up to return to her own room. As she passed by her mother, she suddenly sniffed the air and wrinkled her nose in disgust. Qin Yu tensed up, her heart pounding. "Shurian? What's wrong?" "Mom, don't go into Ye Bai's room anymore. It's like a pigsty in there. Filthy and stinky." Morning. Ye Bai opened his window. Another refreshing day. The progress bar on his anti-conquest route had risen significantly. After washing up, he stepped out to find Qin Yu already in the kitchen making breakfast. She wore an apron over her silk nightgown, bending over as she scrubbed the frying pan. Her curves on full display, Ye Bai walked into the kitchen. "Ah!" Qin Yu jumped in surprise, shooting him a reproachful glare before rising on her tiptoes to nervously glance around, terrified that Li Shurian might see. This little troublemaker was getting bolder by the day. She quickly shooed him out and locked the kitchen door. Unbidden, her mind replayed last night's blanket mending session. This little devil. Currently, Ye Bai's entire net worth consists of 3 buildings and 8.1 million yuan in his bank account. In less than a week, after selling the properties, a massive sum of money will come in. Bay Media Company Limited is also in the process of being established at full speed. Ye Bai only needs to steer the ship. Once he gives an Aishan direction, he won't have to worry about anything else. He can easily be a hands-off leader. Ye Bai decided to spend the 8.1 million in his account today to reward himself. First, buying a car. Right now, a car is a necessity. The rented Mercedes-Benz S-Class is comfortable, no doubt, but it's not his own, so riding in it always feels a bit off. Second, buying property. The real estate industry hasn't yet peaked. Online, many people keep shouting that housing prices will drop, but in reality, they've been skyrocketing. The prosperous bubble of the real estate market hasn't burst yet. Buying property now is still a surefire investment. But Ye Bai has another reason for buying property: to save the woman who, in his past life, left him with lifelong regret. The Japanese woman who chose to drown rather than betray him. Ishihara Yukiko. At the moment, There are only two ways for Ye Bai to get close to Yukiko. First, gamble at an underground casino, or second, buy an apartment next to hers. On the surface, Yukiko is the woman of Xiao Hongyu, a prominent underworld figure in Taojiang City. But in reality, she's just Xiao Hongyu's shield, a tool to conceal his true sexual orientation. Xiao Hongyu has several homes, one of which is a luxury flat in Taojiang Mansion by the river. Yukiko also lives there. Xiao Hongyu occasionally returns, but he never shares a room with Yukiko. He either sleeps alone or brings his boyfriend home. In his past life, the most thrilling moment was when Ye Bai had just won Yukiko over and was playing games with her in her room when Xiao Hongyu suddenly came home, drunk and reeking of alcohol. Xiao Hongyu collapsed on the sofa and passed out, while Ye Bai had Yukiko brace herself against the sofa as they continued their game. Ye Bai called Song Dongfeng and instructed him to return the rented Mercedes first, then meet him at the main Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Taojiang City. After breakfast, Ye Bai took a taxi to the dealership, where Song Dongfeng was already waiting. As they entered, the saleswomen bowed politely, their attitudes warm and professional. The cliché of snobbish sales staff looking down on customers wouldn't happen here. First, employees at luxury car dealerships undergo professional training. Even if they secretly think a customer looks poor, they'd never show it. Second, Ye Bai was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of sophistication, like a CEO from a novel or a refined nobleman from a drama. Add to that the nearly 2-meter-tall bodyguard in a black suit standing beside him, who looked like a gorilla, and the sales staff didn't dare slack off. A flock of beauties followed attentively, catering to Ye Bai alone. Ye Bai stated his purpose. "I'd like to see the latest Mercedes Maybach." The lead saleswoman wore an apologetic expression. "I'm very sorry, but the Maybach line has been discontinued this year. It's expected to relaunch in the second half of next year." Ye Bai was taken aback. In his past life, he vaguely remembered hearing that Maybach had once been discontinued. He just hadn't realized it was this year. The saleswoman cautiously suggested, "Would you like to see the 2012 S600L? Is there one in stock? The kind I can drive away today?" "Yes. Lead the way." The saleswoman quickly guided Ye Bai to a display area. At first glance, Ye Bai was already drawn to the car. Its silver-gray exterior exuded luxury, professionalism, and grandeur, perfect for a legitimate businessman like himself. After a test drive, Ye Bai was even more impressed. The car handled beautifully and was incredibly comfortable. "This one," Ye Bai nodded lightly. Though his expression was calm, his decisiveness radiated an air of extravagance. The sales staff exchanged glances, their faces flushed with excitement. My God, how rich is this guy? Buying a luxury car was as casual as grocery shopping for him, no, even easier. At least they haggled over vegetable prices, but he didn't even ask about the car's cost. And he was so young and handsome. If only he'd take a liking to one of them. Just imagining doing shameless things with a wealthy, gorgeous man in such a luxurious car was enough to make them weak in the knees. The Mercedes S600 was the top-tier model, priced at 3.4 million yuan. Without hesitation, Ye Bai paid in full. While signing the contract, several attractive saleswomen tried flirting, but Ye Bai ignored them. In his past life, women of their caliber would have had to queue up for a chance with him. As Ye Bai was about to leave, the lead saleswoman invited him to dinner, but he politely declined. Under the resentful gazes of the staff, Song Dongfeng drove Ye Bai away. Once outside, Song Dongfeng, who had been holding back the whole time, finally spoke up. "Bai Ji, that lead saleswoman was really pretty, fair skin, big assets. Why'd you turn her down? What? Betraying your Wenjing sister-in-law again?" Song Dongfeng chuckled. "Nah, not at all. I just think a handsome, capable guy like you should have more women. Successful men having multiple wives is normal, right? With a brother like this, what could Ye Bai even say?" Suddenly, ding! A text message arrived. Ye Bai checked, it was from the lead saleswoman. She said he could contact her any time for after-sale service and mentioned a Sichuan restaurant with amazing food, inviting him to try it. After noticing Ye Bai hadn't responded to her for a while, She sent another text asking whether he used QQ or WeChat and if she could add his contact. Ye Bai shook his head, silenced his phone, and had no desire to engage with her. Many men assume that the more beautiful a woman is, the more aloof she becomes, but that's not actually the case. Judging people and adjusting her attitude accordingly is a skill women are born with. Of course, they act cold toward losers. Most guys can't even imagine how forward and uninhibited beautiful women can be when facing wealthy men. Now that the car was settled, the next step was securing a house. Ye Bai had Song Dongfeng drive him to the Taijiang mansion sales office by the riverside. Here, the property agents were even more enthusiastic. Of course they were. Someone with such striking presence arriving in a million-yuan Mercedes clearly signaled a rich young heir with deep pockets. For high-value clients like this, the agents practically fell over themselves to serve him. The representative assigned to Ye Bai was a young woman with particularly large, expressive eyes. Ye Bai cut straight to the point. Has Unit 2702 in Building 5 been sold yet? The luxury apartments here were high-end, fully furnished, and ready to move into. One elevator serving 2 units per floor. Unit 2701 happened to be the one Shuezi was currently living in. Oh, it hasn't. Would you like me to show you the property? The saleswoman gestured, ready to lead the way. No need. Just draw up the contract. I'll take it. Ah, yes, of course. For a second, the saleswoman seemed dazed, as if questioning reality. Was she selling luxury property or cabbages? But then she remembered this handsome young man had arrived in a million-yuan luxury car with a driver who doubled as a bulky bodyguard, and promptly let it go. The world of the wealthy was simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like her. For all she knew, this apartment might have cost less than one of his cars. The average housing price in Taojiang City is just over 6,000 yuan per square meter, but Taojiang Mansion consists entirely of Riverview properties, the most elite location in the city, with the highest prices. Moreover, these units are all move-in ready, so the price is 13,000 yuan per square meter. Unit 2702 is a 2-story luxury apartment spanning a full 200 square meters, with a total price of 2.6 million yuan if paid in full. Ye Bai knew very well that buying property here was a foolproof investment. It would multiply in value several times over in the future. These homes were also inflation-proof. The area boasted Taojiang's finest elementary and middle schools and a commercial hub, including a Wanda Plaza and another major shopping center, was just a kilometer away. Even in later years, when the real estate market crashed, prices here barely dipped. Ye Bai figured, once I have spare cash, I should buy a few more units here. After paying and signing the contract, Ye Bai finally owned his very first property. The saleswoman handed him the keys, her expression expectant. Would you like me to show you the apartment? Honestly, she wouldn't have minded getting involved with such a handsome guy. Rich and good-looking, she'd have happily let him have his way with her for free. No need, Ye Bai declined. A memory from his past life surfaced, something amusing. Back then, his first step toward securing Yukiko had also involved buying Unit 2702. But by that point, his reputation as a powerful underworld figure, on par with Xiao Hongyu, made it inconvenient for him to act personally, so he'd sent Zhang Lingnan to handle it. Unfortunately, the owner of 2702 was both wealthy and well-connected, making coercion impossible. Zhang Lingnan failed at his task but ended up seducing a saleswoman. While fooling around in her home, her husband caught them red-handed. Blinded by rage, the man grabbed a knife and tried to butcher the adulterous pair, only for Zhang Lingnan, a seasoned enforcer who'd fought countless battles alongside Ye Bai, to turn the tables and hospitalize him instead, breaking one of his legs. The incident even made the news. Ye Bai had to step in to clean up the mess. Then came the truly absurd twist. A month later, Zhang Lingnan wound up hospitalized himself after developing festering sores. Down there. As fate would have it, he ended up sharing a hospital room with the very same cuckolded husband. So Ye Bai knew exactly how wild some saleswomen could get. Some would even hook up with clients in unfinished units just to close a deal. Women like that, Ye Bai kept his distance. Arriving at Unit 2702 in Taojiang Mansion's Building 5, Ye Bai inspected his new home. The southern wall was entirely floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a breathtaking view of the Tao River. The river was so wide that the opposite shore was invisible. Only an island at its center could be seen. Though technically a riverview property, it felt more like an oceanfront residence, minus the beach. The landscaping below was immaculate, with expansive lawns. This place is perfect. Imagine watching the sunset here. Ye Bai was thoroughly satisfied. Soon after, Song Dongfeng arrived, carrying gift boxes of fruit and pastries. Ye Bai had Song wait inside while he went to ring the doorbell of Unit 2701. The underground casino didn't open until evening, and based on Ye Bai's understanding of Ishihara Yukiko, she'd either be napping or indulging in hobbies like painting or flower arranging at this hour. Yukiko was a homebody who disliked crowds and shopping, preferring solitary pursuits. Click, the door opened. Ye Bai flashed a warm smile, holding up the gifts. Hello. I just moved into 2702 today. We're neighbors now. Looking forward to getting acquainted. Yukiko peered out, dressed in a loose kimono that hid the dragon tattoo on her shoulder, but her beauty was still striking. Cool elegance, a voluptuous figure, skin like snow. She carried an innate Japanese femininity, radiating fragility, as though nature itself had designed her to be dominated. Their eyes met, and both exclaimed in unison, "It's you!" Of course, Yukiko remembered this man. She'd never forget him. He'd defeated her at gambling, her greatest pride, though her own lapse had cost her the match. Still, defeat was defeat. And truthfully, he was exactly her type. A classically handsome Chinese man, oozing raw masculinity. Despite his youth, there was an inexplicable depth to him, a charisma she found irresistible. Even though he'd shattered her unbeaten legend, she couldn't bring herself to resent him. In fact, when Xiao Hongyu sent his men to rough him up, she'd secretly worried for him. Yet, to her surprise, the man had connections of his own, one so formidable that even Hongyu's enforcer, Blackie, returned empty-handed. Delighted, Ye Bai said, "Never thought I'd run into you here. Mind if I come in?" After a brief hesitation, Yukiko agreed. She knelt by the tea table and began preparing tea. Fate works in mysterious ways, Ye Bai mused. You left quite an impression on me that night. Just today, I was thinking of visiting the casino again to see you, only to end up as your neighbor. He knew Yukiko's personality well. Outwardly aloof, but secretly passionate. With women like her, directness was key. Show your interest up front. Even if she feigned indifference or snapped, "Please behave," she'd be secretly thrilled. Sure enough, though Yukiko's lips remained pressed together and her expression blank, her hands trembled slightly as she poured. What woman doesn't enjoy being admired, especially by a man she already fancied? Ye Bai continued to ask, "May I ask for your name, miss?" "Shiera Yukiko," she replied softly. "You're from the island nation?" Ye Bai feigned great surprise, then fluently spoke a string of Japanese. "Konnichiwa, watashi wa Ye Bai to mashimasu, oei dekite ureshii desu," which meant, "Hello, my name is Ye Bai. It's a pleasure to meet you." In his past life, Ye Bai had watched too many educational films from the island nation during his teenage years, so he had picked up a bit of Japanese. Later, to win Yukiko over, he had hired a Japanese tutor and studied intensively for several months. By the time he succeeded in winning her heart, he had even mastered the language to a proficient level. Since Yukiko was from Kyoto, Ye Bai naturally acquired a fluent Kyoto accent as well. Yukiko's pupils trembled in shock. Taojiang City was only a second-tier city, and there weren't many foreigners who came here for work. She had never encountered anyone from the island nation here before. This was the first time she had heard her native tongue in this place. A deep sense of familiarity welled up inside her. Though this was only her second time meeting this handsome man, Yukiko felt an inexplicable closeness, as if they had known each other for a long time. "Are you also from the island nation?" Yukiko asked. Ye Bai smiled and replied, "I'm a local, but I've loved certain aspects of island nation culture since I was young, so I taught myself Japanese." Yukiko nodded and handed him a cup of tea with both hands. Ye Bai passed her a gift box in return. This is a small gift I prepared for my new neighbor. Some pastries. Would you like to open it and try some? After thanking him, Yukiko opened the box and was surprised to find that the Chinese-style desserts inside were all her favorites. A flicker of warmth finally appeared in Yukiko's cold, beautiful eyes, though her expression remained as composed as ever. That sense of familiarity grew even stronger. It was as if Ye Bai had been her lover in a past life. Mr. Ye Bai, have we met before? Yukiko gazed into his eyes. Ye Bai slowly shook his head. This is only my second time meeting you, Miss Yukiko. But for some reason, the moment I saw you, I felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if we've known each other for a long time. Yukiko's heart skipped a beat. He felt it too. Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Suddenly, the security door clicked open. Two men walked in, freezing momentarily when they saw Ye Bai and Yukiko sitting across from each other. Ye Bai turned his head slowly, locking eyes with the man at the front. Xiao Yu, and one of his 4 guardians, Fat Cat, the very same kitten who had been itching to drag Ye Bai out and kill him. The 4 people in the room exchanged glances as the atmosphere grew tense. Oh no! Why is Xiao Yu back so suddenly? Shouldn't he be cuddling with his boyfriend and catching up on sleep at this hour? Yukiko tensed up. That night, after Mr. Yi won 8 million at the casino, Xiao Yu had sent Blackie to take the money back, along with both of Mr. Ye's hands. If they recognized Mr. Yi here, wouldn't that be like a lamb walking straight into a wolf's den? Xiao Yu had trained at a martial arts school and built his reputation on sheer physical prowess. His right-hand man, Fat Cat, was even more dangerous, a former Southeast Asian free-fighting champion in his youth. With Mr. Ye's delicate, refined appearance, he wouldn't stand a chance against either of them one-on-one. Facing both at once? Hopeless. Yukiko's heart pounded wildly. She made up her mind to plead for Mr. Ye's sake, offering up her share of the casino's profits for the next few years. Compensating for the casino's losses might just cool Xiao Yu's temper. But then a far worse possibility struck her. What if Xiao Yu suspected she had conspired with Mr. Yi to cheat the casino? Given his ruthless nature, if he believed that, neither she nor Mr. Yi would make it out alive. Her mind churned with turmoil, but not a trace of it showed on her face. Her poker expression was an advantage in moments like this. Just then, Ye Bai stood up with a smile. You must be Yukiko's husband? And you are. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up as he took in Ye Bai's appearance. What a handsome young man. A normal man returning home to find his girlfriend alone with a stranger this good-looking would be suspicious, wary, even hostile. But Xiao Yu was an old queer. Yukiko was just his cover. Far from jealous, he found himself drawn to Ye Bai's striking looks. Before Ye Bai could answer, Yukiko cut in. This is our new neighbor from Unit 2702. He came by to introduce himself. His name is... Oh, I just realized I never asked for your name. Facing away from the door, she blinked rapidly in warning. My surname is Song, given name Dongfeng. Just call me Dongfeng. Yukiko picked up an open box of pastries and turned to Xiao Yu. Mr. Song brought these as a gift. Would you like to try one? Later. I have something urgent to take care of. Xiao Yu gave Ye Bai a warm, ingratiating smile. Dongfeng, please make yourself at home. Yukiko will keep you company. Excuse me for now. With that, he and Fat Cat disappeared into the bedroom. Yukiko exhaled in silent relief. He hadn't recognized Ye Bai. Miss Yukiko, what was that about? Why did you have me give a fake name? Ye Bai feigned ignorance. He owns the underground casino. If he realized you're the one who beat me that night, you wouldn't leave here alive, she whispered. I see. Ye Bai nodded as if enlightened. But why help me? Isn't he your husband? No. Yukiko bit her lip. I'm just his public-facing woman. Public-facing? Then what are you really? Stop asking. The less you know, the better. Ye Bai nodded, then took Yukiko's cold, delicate hand in his. Regardless, Miss Yukiko, I can't thank you enough. The warmth of his touch sent her heart racing. She wanted to pull away but couldn't bring herself to. Glancing nervously at the bedroom door, she whispered, "Mr. Yi, let go. If he sees this, the consequences will be worse than losing millions at the casino." She knew exactly how petty Xiao Hongyu could be. Even though she was just a beard for him on paper, she was his woman, his property. The last man who tried to flirt with her was now a skeleton at the bottom of Jinhu Lake. "Miss Yukiko, forgive my boldness, but from the moment I saw you, I felt an irresistible pull." Ye Bai's gaze burned into her, brimming with sincerity. "It's like we've met before. Like we were lovers bound by life and death in another lifetime." Yukiko couldn't speak. She felt it too, overwhelmingly so. Though this was only their second meeting, she had the absurd urge to throw away everything for him. Was this love at first sight? Fate? She'd never been drawn to any man before. Why did Mr. Yi affect her like this after just 2 encounters? Could they really have shared a past life? In the bedroom, Fat Cat hung his head in shame. "Boss, I screwed up. Someone snatched 3 of the 7 buildings we targeted." "Did you find out who?" Xiao Hongyu's eyes burned with anger. Losing those 3 properties meant a hit of over 60 million. Even for him, that stung. Fat Cat nodded, handing over a file. "This piece of trash named Ye Bai has a clean background, 3 generations of farmers. His family's only assets are a rural house, some farmland, and these 3 buildings. My guess is he's a front for someone higher up." Xiao Hongyu studied the ID photo, frowning. "Does he look familiar to you?" Fat Cat leaned in. "Now that you mention it, yeah. The more I look, the more I feel like I've seen him before." The first page showed a youthful face, one eye hidden behind thick, asymmetrical bangs. After a long pause, Fat Cat smacked his palm. "That hairstyle's trendy with kids these days. Some non-mainstream aristocracy crap. A bunch of my underlings wear it like that. That's why it seemed familiar." "Maybe." Xiao Hongyu's frown deepened. It wasn't just the hair, but he couldn't place why. "Find out who's backing him. If we can take them, we crush them both. If not, we still waste this punk. Even if we can't touch his patron, I want everyone to know Xiao Hongyu isn't some pushover." "Got it, boss. I've already got men digging. Once we track him down, I'll personally send him to meet his ancestors." Fat Cat clenched his fist with a vicious grin. The ID photo of Ye Bai was taken 4 years ago. Back then, he hadn't fully grown into his features, and his hair covered nearly half his face. Anyone could tell he was a nonconformist student. Now he was tall, handsome, and exuded extraordinary charm. To those unfamiliar with him, no one would ever connect him to this old photo. So it was no surprise that Xiao Hongyu and Fat Cat didn't recognize him. Still, a vague resemblance lingered in his eyes and eyebrows, which was why they had found him somewhat familiar. If Blackie had been here, he would have recognized Ye Bai instantly as the river-crossing dragon, who had won 8 million at the casino that day. Xiao Hongyu had assumed some big gang from another city was eyeing Taijiang and making him their first target. Hence why he'd sent countless lackeys recently to gather intel on them. But he never would have guessed that the 2 men they were searching for were, in fact, the same person. And worse, this man was currently outside his door, holding his woman's hand while pouring out a heartfelt confession. The underground casino at Jusho Manor operated in the shadows. Many of its patrons were wealthy, powerful, or even held special status. As such, there were no surveillance cameras outside the casino or the hotel, only inside in places like the restaurant and guest rooms, but Ye Bai had never stepped foot in those areas. So the only people who knew his face were the casino's management and Xiao Hongyu's woman, Ishihara Yukiko. Click. The door opened. Ye Bai sat upright with impeccable posture while Yukiko knelt in front of him, pouring tea. Fat Cat gave them a nod before leaving. Xiao Hongyu settled onto the sofa and asked warmly, "If I recall, your name is Song Dongfeng?" "Yes." "What industry are you in?" "Currently starting a business, opening a media company, though it hasn't officially launched yet," Ye Bai replied. "And your parents?" Xiao Hongyu pressed. "Just ordinary farmers from the countryside. I built myself up from nothing." Xiao Hongyu nodded, his impression of the man dimming slightly. Residents of Taijiang Suites were either rich or influential, and he himself had built a solid network there. At first glance, Song Dongfeng's striking looks and refined demeanor had made him assume this was some rich kid or bureaucrat's son. Turns out he was just some broke upstart who'd scraped together a little cash. Despite his inner disdain, Xiao Hongyu kept his demeanor warm. How could he not? This Song Dongfeng was so damn handsome. Exactly his type. A dangerous thought sprouted in his mind. Maybe I should take him as my own. But now that they were neighbors, there was no need to rush. Plenty of time. Plenty of opportunities. If gentle persuasion failed, force was always an option. When Xiao Hongyu showed no intention of leaving, his smile growing increasingly greasy and nauseating, Ye Bai decided he'd endured enough and stood to excuse himself. Today's gains had been bountiful. His progress with Yukiko had exceeded even what he'd managed in his past life. He was certain it wouldn't take long before he could save her from her endless loneliness. After Ye Bai left, Xiao Hongyu's smile faded. He glanced at Yukiko and ordered, "Spend more time with Song Dongfeng. I rather like that young man." Yukiko's fingers tightened around her clothes, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. When Ye Bai returned to Unit 2702, an Aishen called him. "Bai Ge, we've hired professional photographers and editors." "Good. What about the countryside house? Found anything suitable?" Ye Bai asked. "We were about to rent one, but when Jingjie said her grandmother lives in the suburbs, the scenery fits your requirements. She wants you to visit in person when you're free."
Ye Bai chuckled.
What a coincidence. Li Ziki also had a grandmother, a key figure in her videos. It seemed fate had ordained it. Wang Wenjing was destined to become the wildly famous Wang Ziki in this lifetime. "Send me the location. We'll meet there." Over an hour later, Ye Bai arrived in the Taijiang suburbs. Inside a rustic farmhouse courtyard, he found an Aishen, Wang Wenjing, her teammates, and Wang Wenjing's grandmother. The old woman grabbed Ye Bai's hands, tears streaming down her face. "Young man, Wenjing told me everything. Thank you. If not for you, her mother might have wasted away in that hospital. Use this place however long you want. Film whatever you need." Ye Bai quickly comforted her until she calmed down, though she kept staring at him, murmuring things like, "So handsome. Are you seeing anyone? And you'd make a fine grandson-in-law." Even the usually fierce Wang Wenjing flushed scarlet. Ye Bai surveyed the courtyard and was thoroughly satisfied. A clear stream flowed past the front, flanked by endless fields. Behind the house stood lush bamboo groves and peach orchards, merging into distant mountains. It was the perfect filming location. This is the place. With his decision made, Ye Bai pulled out a proposal he'd drafted the night before. On the cover, bold letters read, "Oriental food and lifestyle." The production quality must be exceptional. Every shot elegant. Every frame classically refined. No half-assed work. The channel's name will be Wang Ziki. Upload the videos to domestic platforms, Maypai, Bilibili, AC Fun, Weibo, but also add English subtitles and release them on YouTube. I want Wang Ziki's work to become a driving force for international cultural exchange. A bridge for traditional Chinese culture to reach the world. A global emblem of Chinese heritage. Everyone exchanged glances, stunned by Ye Bai's ambition. None knew if they could pull it off, but their blood burned with excitement anyway. First video, we film Lanzhou beef noodles. "Wenjing, can you make beef noodles?" At this point, Wang Wenjing no longer minded Ye by calling her by her full name. Hearing the question, she quickly nodded. "I can make beef noodles, but I'm not sure if they'll be authentic." "No problem. We can look up the authentic method online." The filming preparations began. An Aishen took out a traditional-style white mandarin jacket, purchased from the market as per Ye Bai's instructions. Wang Wenjing changed into the outfit, tied her hair into a bun, and touched up her makeup. The photographer directed his two assistants to carry the large kneading table to the riverside, searching for the best shooting angle to capture the elegant, classical aesthetic Ye Bai had envisioned. Filming started. Wang Wenjing kneaded the dough by the table. Though it was her first time cooking on camera, and she was a little nervous, she quickly found her rhythm after calming down. Honestly, watching a beautiful woman cook was truly a delight. Moreover, Wang Wenjing was clearly skilled. She looked like someone who cooked often. Ye Bai was very pleased. He could already foresee the massive waves Wang Ziqi's sudden rise would make in the world. Wang Wenjing's image and temperament were several levels above Li Ziqi's, and she was even more versatile. Combined with his own expertise as a reincarnated strategist pulling the strings behind the scenes, replicating Li Ziqi's path would undoubtedly make her even more explosive. In the realm of short videos, the era of Wang Ziqi was about to begin. After explaining everything clearly to an Aishin, Ye Bai took a hands-off approach and had Song Dongfeng drive him home. He had been busy all day, accomplishing many things. Though he wasn't physically tired, he felt a little mentally drained. Ye Bai found himself missing his aunt. Today, everything went remarkably well. Though the Maybach wasn't available, I managed to purchase a Mercedes-Benz S600 instead. As for the house, I secured a stunning riverside property, right next door to Shiraishi Yukiko's residence, laying a solid foundation for my plan to win her over. The sudden appearance of Xiao Hongyu and Fat Cat caught Ye Bai completely off guard. At the time, he was already prepared to fight. With an overpowering ability like Time Stop, their combat skills would have been useless anyway. Strangely, though, neither of them recognized Ye Bai. And just as in his past life, Yukiko instantly took a liking to him at first sight, choosing to help cover for him. Yukiko didn't consider the consequences of her actions. She didn't stop to think what would happen if Xiao Hongyu later discovered his new neighbor was the very same man who had swiped 8 million from his casino. She would undoubtedly be branded a traitor. But that was just who Yukiko was. The same Yukiko who, despite knowing Ye Bai had ulterior motives in approaching her, that he wanted to use her against Xiao Hongyu, still fell hopelessly into his honeyed trap. The same Yukiko who, even when Xiao Hongyu's boyfriend drowned her in a pool, refused to betray Ye Bai. Yukiko, in this life, I won't let you suffer ever again. At that moment, Ye Bai realized something. If he wanted to save Yukiko, Xiao Hongyu was an insurmountable obstacle he'd inevitably have to face head-on. Strike first. Eliminate the threat before it takes shape. But even using Time Stop to deal with them would leave loose ends, security footage, alibis. If only I could pause time for hours. Ye Bai pondered this. If possible, he could freeze time at home, rush to Jusho Villa, eliminate Xiao Hongyu, and return before time resumed. Perfect murder. Not even Sherlock Holmes could crack this case. Soon, the sleek silver-gray Mercedes S600 pulled up in front of his aunt's apartment. Song Dongfeng opened the car door for Ye Bai and asked, "Baiji, you seem preoccupied?" "Oh." Ye Bai was surprised the big oaf could tell. "Yeah." Song Dongfeng nodded earnestly. "You've been frowning the whole ride, like you're wrestling with something. Just say the word, your problems are mine. I'll go all out for you. What if I asked you to kill someone for me?" Song Dongfeng froze. After a moment of contemplation, he answered gravely, "Who? Yang Wenbin? Just give the order, Baiji, and I'll take care of him. But if things go south, you gotta promise to look after my mom." "Just kidding." Ye Bai patted Song Dongfeng's shoulder and headed upstairs. "Baiji, don't you trust me?" Song Dongfeng called after him anxiously. "Of course I trust you." And he did. The scene was all too familiar. In his past life, Song Dongfeng's first kill had unfolded exactly the same way. When Ye Bai entered the apartment, his aunt was cooking in the kitchen while Li Shiyan sat at the table, scrolling through her phone while waiting for dinner. Ye Bai slid open the kitchen's glass door to find Qin Yu chopping vegetables, her body moving rhythmically with each cut of the knife. Turning around, Qin Yu greeted him with a tender smile. "Xiao Bai, you're back. Hungry? I made lamb stew tonight. It'll be ready soon." Closing the door behind him, Ye Bai wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Auntie, did you miss me?" Qin Yu nearly dropped the knife in shock. "Xiao Bai, have you lost your mind?" "Let go," she hissed. "Shiyan's right outside." Instead, he tightened his grip. "Auntie, can you wear that nightgown and—" A flush crept up Qin Yu's face, her legs nearly buckling beneath her. The memories from last night flooded back. How this little rascal kept ambushing her, never fighting fair. No, absolutely not. She refused outright. Xiao Bai, let me go. What if Shurian walks in? Unless you agree, I'm not letting go. His tone left no room for argument. You brat. Fine. All right, I'll do it. Click. The kitchen door suddenly slid open. What are you two doing in here? Li Shurian barged in to find Qin Yu chopping scallions while Ye Bai stood beside her, peeling garlic. Qin Yu's heart nearly leaped out of her chest, but she forced composure. Xiao Bai was just helping me prep the ingredients. Li Shurian eyed them suspiciously. Then what were you whispering about? Something about nails? Is something broken at home? Ye Bai. Qin Yu, glaring daggers at him behind her daughter's back. Qin Yu played dumb. You must have misheard. We didn't mention nails. Really? Li Shurian's skepticism deepened. Lately, her mom had been acting strange, but she couldn't pinpoint why. Mom, why are you breathing so hard? And why are you sweating so much? Beads of sweat formed on Qin Yu's forehead. Why don't you try cooking next time? It's sweltering in here. Ye Bai interjected. Who asked you? Li Shurian snapped, unwilling to engage further. With a cold huff, she stormed out. A short while later, dinner was served. Midway through the meal, Li Shurian abruptly looked up. Mom, are you seeing someone? Qin Yu nearly choked. Instinctively, she glanced at Ye Bai before quickly averting her gaze. Like a child caught red-handed, she stammered, And no, of course not. So I'm right. Li Shurian sighed. Who is it? That real estate CEO who keeps chasing you? Or the gym owner who sends flowers every day? I don't mind if you date, but no marriage. Li Shurian's voice turned stern. If you remarry, Dad's inheritance becomes shared property. I won't let some outsider take what's ours. Okay. Qin Yu hung her head meekly. Her eyes flicked toward Ye Bai again. But Xiao Bai isn't really an outsider, is he? Night had fallen. All was silent. Ye Bai sat by the bed, waiting quietly. Creak. The door opened. Qin Yu, clutching the hem of her skirt, walked in with flushed cheeks. The light went out. Even the moon outside the window seemed to shy away, quietly hiding behind the clouds. Another pleasant morning arrived. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers through the air. Ye Bai got out of bed, neatly folded the freshly changed sheets from the night before, and stepped out to wash up. Auntie had already prepared breakfast. She glanced up at Ye Bai, her eyes a mix of bashfulness, resentment, and something unspoken. Li Shurian emerged from her room, yawning. Mom, what were you doing last night? Washing clothes in the middle of the night? You woke me up. Her room was next to Qin Yu's, each with its own small balcony. Though separated, they were still connected. Any loud noises could be heard. Curious, Li Shurian went to Qin Yu's room to see what she had been washing. There, hanging alone on the balcony, was a bedsheet. Mom, why were you changing and washing bedsheets in the middle of the night?
Li Shurian frowned suspiciously.
Wait, you don't own sheets like this, do you? This looks more like Ye Bai's. Qin Yu's toes curled in embarrassment, as if she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment right then and there. Have you been in my room? How do you know what my sheets look like? Ye Bai asked. Li Shurian immediately fell silent, her face cold as she went to eat breakfast, ignoring Ye Bai entirely. While eating, Li Shurian stared at Qin Yu's face for a long time. Mom, what skincare did you use last night? Your skin looks so much brighter, like you're glowing. Huh. Qin Yu blinked, then glanced at Ye Bai. She hadn't used any skincare before bed. Wait, is that rumor online true? Does it really have beautifying effects? After breakfast, Li Shurian left for school. Though Ye Bai didn't have classes, he didn't want to make Andy worry, so he headed out as well, asking Song Dongfeng to pick him up. He planned to buy some daily necessities for the Riverside apartment, then visit next door to bond with Yukiko. After shopping, He had Song Dongfeng help carry the items to Unit 2702. Just as he was about to knock on 2701's door, his phone rang. It was one of his underlings. Baiji, get to the hideout now. What's wrong? Ye Bai asked. Some gangster snuck into the school asking about you. We've got him under control. Ye Bai's eyes narrowed. He turned back to 2702, signaling for Song Dongfeng to head downstairs while pressing for details. We're interrogating him, but the guy's tough, hasn't cracked yet. Fine. Wait for me. The Mercedes S600 sped through the streets, arriving at an abandoned building behind the school half an hour later. As soon as they parked, the underling who had called rushed over, his expression grim. By GE, this guy's got an attitude. Acts like he's got serious backing. Won't stop running his mouth. Ye Bai nodded and followed him inside. On the 4th floor, a bound man was shouting defiantly. You little shits don't know who you're messing with. You know who I work for? Let me go now, or when my boss gets here you're all dead. Ye Bai stopped in front of him. Who's your boss? The man sneered. Who the hell are you? Ye Bai's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. You came to the school asking about me, and you don't even know who I am. The man scoffed. So you're Ye Bai, some broke-ass nobody with no connections. Just a dog on a leash, daring to cross us. Ye Bai had a rough idea of who sent him. He held out his hand. One of his underlings immediately handed him a hammer.
Ye Bai spoke coolly.
Untie his hands. Hold down his left one. Got it, Baiji. The underlings obeyed, untying the man's hands and pinning him down, stretching out his left arm. Realizing what was coming, the man thrashed in panic. What the hell are you doing? Let me go. Ye Bai raised the hammer and swung down. Thud. Crack. Ah! The man howled like a slaughtered pig, his thumb mangled and bloody. Sweat poured down his forehead as he writhed in pain. Then came the index finger, the middle finger, the ring finger, the pinky. Ye Bai's voice remained steady. Switch hands. I'll talk. Cat sent me. Tears and snot streamed down the man's face, his expression pure terror. These weren't students. They were devils. Don't rush. Ye Bai stopped him and turned to his men. Dongzi, film this. Keep the others out of frame. Yes, Baiji. A long while later, the man had confessed everything, lying on the ground like a broken dog. Ye Bai ordered, as a lackey, you know exactly what fat cat's like. If he finds out you ratted him out, what do you think'll happen to you? If you're smart, you'll keep your mouth shut. Don't let him know I'm aware he's looking for me. Understood. The man stayed silent. Seems you still don't get it. Ye Bai extended his right hand. The man flinched violently and nodded frantically. I get it. Ye Bai didn't pull back. Instead, an underling placed a cigarette in his fingers and lit it for him. The man exhaled in shaky relief. He couldn't tell who the real gangster was anymore. Even Fat Cat's boss, Boss Xiao, didn't carry himself with this kind of presence. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Fat Cat? No, their entire gang had just provoked someone terrifying. Let him go. Ye Bai waved dismissively, then turned to gaze at the distant mountains through the broken window. Little kitten, why couldn't you just wait a few more days to die? Watching the man named Luo Yang clutch his hand and stagger away, Song Dongfeng remained silent for a moment before speaking. Brother Bai, were you worried about this yesterday? Should I take care of that fat cat? His expression was serious as he made a slashing motion across his neck with his hand. Having grown up watching the Young and Dangerous film series, Song Dongfeng understood one principle very well. Blocking someone's path to wealth was like killing their parents. The other side had set up a scheme, first letting people lose everything in the casino, then offering high-interest loans, and later forcing them to sell their homes to repay the debt. In the end, they gained the victims' entire fortunes without spending a single cent. But now, Brother Bai had intercepted 3 of those buildings. Since they had already sent someone to confront them, this matter was bound to escalate. There was only one solution now to eliminate Fat Cat, Luo Yang's boss. Ye Bai had already decided to deal with Fat Cat, But there were some things he couldn't explain to Song Dongfeng. He patted his arm and said, "Dongzi, it hasn't come to that yet. Don't rush." Though their leader remained calm, Song Dongfeng grew anxious. Brother Bai, strike first and gain the upper hand. Hesitation leads to disaster. The worst thing in this world is being indecisive. True, but we're not part of that world. We're legitimate businessmen, law-abiding citizens. Don't worry, I already have a plan. Ye Bai smiled and turned to leave. Song Dongfeng watched his retreating figure and punched the wall in frustration. He didn't understand. What was wrong with Brother Bai? Was this still the same bold and decisive leader he knew? If they sent a lackey today, they could bring an entire gang tomorrow. And if they ignored the rules of the underworld and targeted their families, what if they went after Brother Bai's home? Song Dongfeng's eyes flickered with uncertainty before finally hardening with resolve. Yuan Garden, Unit 502. Qin Yu hummed a tune as she bent over, cleaning the room. Recalling everything that had happened the day before, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, along with a touch of sweetness and excitement. That little rascal! At least I held my ground. Her phone suddenly rang. It was Xiao Bai calling. Qin Yu answered cheerfully, only to receive devastating news. "Auntie, a classmate is having a birthday party today. I'm going to celebrate at his place and staying over, so I won't be back tonight." "Oh, all right." After hanging up, Qin Yu was overwhelmed with disappointment and emptiness. Taojiang Mansion, Unit 2702. Ye Bai stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of whiskey as he gazed outside. The sunset painted half the sky and the river in fiery red, a breathtaking view. But Ye Bai saw none of it. His mind was fixed on one man, Fat Cat. How should I deal with him? Even as night fell and darkness swallowed the sky, Ye Bai still hadn't come up with a solid plan. Creating a perfect accidental death was too difficult. He considered many options: a car crash, falling debris, a fatal plunge, but each idea had flaws. No matter what, he would be at the scene, and his time-stop ability was too brief to establish a flawless alibi. Just as he was deep in thought, his reflection in the window suddenly began fading, until it vanished completely. "What's happening?" Startled, Ye Bai raised his hand, but all he saw was empty air. He rushed to the bathroom, turned on the light, and found the mirror equally empty. An invisibility ability? Testing it with his phone's camera confirmed it. He was completely undetectable. With a thought, his body reappeared. Further experimentation revealed that his invisibility extended to his clothes, but anything he held remained visible. For example, if he held his phone while invisible, it would appear to float in midair. But if he slipped it into his pocket, it disappeared with him. Just what I needed. Being a reincarnator has its perks. A clear plan formed in his mind. He pulled out a burner SIM card and sent Luo Yang, Fat Cat's underling, a text. "Feel like hot pot." Their prearranged code. The reply came quickly. "I didn't say anything. Hope you keep your word." "Good. Where's Fat Cat now?" "Boss is pissed today. He went to Rainbow Bridge to collect a debt. Said he needed to blow off steam. And after, if he doesn't go drinking, he'll head back to the casino. He usually stays in room 888 at Jusho Villa." Just as Ye Bai was about to remove the SIM card and head to Jusho Villa, another message arrived. "Didn't you already ask this earlier? You even took boss's photo. Why ask again with a different number?" Ye Bai's eyes narrowed. He realized something was wrong. He removed the burner card, flushed it down the toilet, then inserted his own and called Song Dongfeng. "The number you have dialed is currently switched off." The automated message sent a chill down his spine. He hurried downstairs to hail a cab to Rainbow Bridge, only to find a black Mercedes S600 parked silently in its usual spot. "Song Dongfeng, you idiot! Why didn't you listen to me?" Rainbow Bridge. Hidden in the darkness, a tall, broad-shouldered figure in a cap and mask crouched motionless. His eyes remained fixed on the entrance of the Goodwood bar, occasionally glancing at a photo on his phone. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Hesitation leads to disaster. Location: the former landlord's home on the 4th floor above the Liang Weiyuan bar. A gray-haired old man knelt on the floor, pleading desperately. We really have no money left. The 5.5 million from selling the building, we gave it all to you. We're barely scraping by selling our furniture these days. Please, spare my son. As he spoke, he kowtowed violently, his forehead smashing against the floor until blood streamed down his face. In the center of the living room, a slightly overweight man was tied to a chair, unconscious. Shattered glasses and 5 or 6 teeth lay scattered on the floor. Fat Cat, gripping a blood-stained pair of pliers, strode over to the old man and kicked him to the ground. Old man, you beg me to spare your son? But who's gonna spare me? Paying debts. Isn't that just how the world works? With a cruel laugh, Fat Cat tossed the pliers aside and barked. Bring me a knife. No money? Then we'll start with one of your son's legs as collateral. One of his lackeys immediately handed him a gleaming cleaver. A worthless piece of shit like him. His leg's worth 50,000 at most. You got a problem with that? Fat Cat sneered as he approached the unconscious man. Terrified out of his wits, the old man scrambled forward and clung to Fat Cat's leg. Don't cut his leg. Please, don't. We'll pay. We'll pay you back. Pay me back. Fat Cat looked down with a cold smirk. Didn't you just say you're broke? What the hell are you gonna pay me with? I have an older sister and 2 younger sisters. I'll call them. Beg them to lend me money. Just give me a little more time. Please, don't take his leg. If he loses a leg, how will he survive after I die? The old man sobbed. Should have said that earlier, you stupid old fool. Fat Cat kicked the old man away, then spat on his head. Listen up, you old bastard. You've got 1 day. If you don't cough up 2 million, you'll be collecting your son's corpse. 2 million. But it was only 1 million before. The old man paled. Fat Cat scoffed. Hello? We're loan sharks. You think we don't charge interest? 1 day late. That's an extra 500,000. But that's too much. Can't you lower it a little? Fuck your mother. Fat Cat stomped on the old man's head, grinding his face into the floor. You know how much money I lost because of your bullshit? And you dare haggle with me? You want me to chop your son's leg off right now? We'll pay, we'll pay. Fat Cat nodded in satisfaction. You better mean it. Don't even think about running. I'll have men watching you. If you try to escape, I'll chop both your son's legs off first. After delivering his threat, Fat Cat led his gang out. Downstairs, he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly, feeling the frustration of the past few days melt away. In the shadows, a tall, burly figure wearing a cap and mask watched the group leave. He quickly compared the lead thug to a photo on his phone. Once confirmed, he pulled out a machete from his jacket and tightly wrapped a red cord around the handle. Memories of gangster movies from his childhood and the things he'd experienced with his sworn brother flashed through his mind. His blood boiled with fury. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, ready to charge. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him from behind. Startled, he instinctively raised the machete to strike. But then he heard a deep, familiar voice. Dongzi, it's me. Brother Bai. The towering figure froze, turning in shock to see Ye Bai standing behind him. Brother Bai, what are you doing here? Pulling down his mask and removing his cap, the man revealed a dark-skinned face with a long fringe covering his right eye. It was Song Dongfeng. If I didn't come, were you really going to do something this stupid? Song Dongfeng, remembering his original mission, urgently pointed at Fat Cat. Brother Bai, you're just in time. That's Fat Cat. Let's kill him together. Do you have a mask? You can use mine. I don't care about going to jail. I can go without one. Put the damn knife down first. But, Song Dongfeng tried to argue. Do I still count as your big brother or not? Listen to me. Drop the knife.
Ye Bai snap.
Grudgingly, Song Dongfeng untied the red cord and threw the machete to the ground, turning his head away stubbornly. Brother Bai, did you forget what Luo Yang said? Fat Cat's coming for you. He wants you dead. I know. Ye Bai wanted to lecture him further, but seeing his brother's loyalty, his tone softened. Even if we kill Fat Cat now, what then? Spend the rest of our lives on the run? With your build, do you really think a mask and cap will hide you? Anyone who knows you would recognize you in a second. Song Dongfeng clenched his jaw. I told you I don't care about going to jail. You don't have to do anything. I'll kill him myself and take the blame. It won't involve you. You're my brother. You think I'd let you rot in prison? And murder? You could get the death penalty. You think I'd let you take a bullet for me? But if we don't kill him, he'll kill you. Luoyang said Fatmal used to fight in Southeast Asia. He's killed people before. Now he's working for Xiao Hongyu, and he's got blood on his hands. If a madman like him targets you, Dongzi, Ye Bai's voice turned grave. Do you trust me or not? Ido. Song Dongfeng nodded. This little kitten? I've got a plan to deal with him. One that'll make him disappear without a trace, and no one will ever connect it to us. Really? Song Dongfeng was overjoyed. When has your big brother ever lied to you? Damn, Brother Bai. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was actually pretty nervous. I've cut people before, but I've never killed anyone. Kill who? We're legitimate businessmen, law-abiding citizens. We'd never do something like murder or arson. What about Fat Cat? Trust me, evil people get what's coming to them. That vicious cat won't be around much longer. The two brothers walked off side by side, their shadows stretching long behind them. Shopping Mountain, Jusho Villa, underground casino. Achoo! Fat Cat sneezed violently, then suddenly turned around. But the hallway behind him was empty, not a soul in sight. What's up, cat bro? Asked one of his underlings beside him. Fat Cat wore a suspicious, uneasy expression. I don't know what's going on. Ever since coming back from Rainbow Bridge, I keep feeling like someone's following me, watching me. But every time I turn around, there's nothing there. Cat bro, maybe you're just stressed? Boss Xiao chewed you out again today, didn't he? The underling asked. Hell yeah. The boss has been riding my ass these past couple days. It's all because of that little bastard Ye Bai. I'm gonna head to Taojiang University myself tomorrow. Fat Cat cursed under his breath. Once I drag that motherfucker out, I'll make him wish he was never born. If I let him walk out alive, I'm a goddamn son of a bitch. After instructing his underlings to keep the casino in order, Fat Cat parted ways with them and took the elevator up to the 8th floor of the hotel. He arrived at room 888, swiped his keycard, and entered, kicking the door shut behind him. But then, as if a gust of wind had blown through, the door creaked open again. Fat Cat felt something was off. He hadn't felt any wind, so why had the door blown open? He went to the entrance and peeked outside. No one was around. The hallway was long. If someone had just pushed the door open, they wouldn't have had time to disappear. Damn it, must be seeing ghosts. Fat Cat muttered, scratching his head, wondering if he was just being paranoid. He closed the door, turned on the lights, and walked deeper inside. Room 888 was a presidential suite. Spacious, lavishly decorated, no different from a luxury mansion, complete with a kitchen. When Fat Cat entered the bedroom, he saw a woman fast asleep on the bed. Next to the bed was a trash can filled with used syringes, while the table held several unopened ones. Opening a box on the table, Fat Cat found it half filled with white powder. He took out a glass jar, poured in some liquid and a pinch of the powder, stirred it well, then ripped open a fresh syringe and drew in the murky mixture. Stripping off his clothes, he revealed bulging muscles covered in needle marks. Slapping his arm a few times, he expertly jabbed the needle in. Ah! Fat Cat gasped in euphoria before lunging onto the bed. 2.5 minutes later, Fat Cat leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette. The woman was already awake, planting a tender kiss on his cheek. Darling, you were amazing. She got out of bed but rolled her eyes the moment she turned away, mouthing silently, useless bastard, before heading to the bathroom for a shower. A while later, Fat Cat smacked his lips in satisfaction, got up, jabbed himself with another dose, then collapsed back on the bed. Whoosh! The steam in the bathroom froze mid-air. Water droplets sliding down the woman's curvaceous body hung motionless. Her dissatisfied expression was stuck in place. Time itself seemed to have stopped. Then, an invisible pair of phantom hands appeared on the table. The box of powder floated up, tipping a generous heap into the glass jar. A bottle rose next, pouring in an unknown liquid. A used syringe wobbled out of the trash can, hovering over the table to suck up the semi-fluid mixture. Then it flew toward Fat Cat, plunging straight into his arm. The plunger depressed, forcing the entire concoction into his veins. Seconds later, the door swung open by itself, then closed again with a click. Whoosh! Time resumed. Ah! Fat Cat hissed as a sharp pain jabbed his arm. Looking down, he saw a fresh needle mark oozing blood. Did I really stab myself that hard just now? He muttered in confusion. Then, his heart pounded like a drum. He gasped for air like he'd swallowed fire, his mouth parched. His head snapped back violently, pupils shrinking, eyes rolling white. Thud! He collapsed to the floor. When the woman stepped out of the shower, she found Fat Cat convulsing on the ground, foaming at the mouth like an epileptic patient. Cat bro! Cat bro! She shrieked, slapping his face. Wake up! What's wrong? But Fat Cat didn't respond. His spasms slowed, then ceased altogether. His pupils dilated. Empty. The woman checked his breath, then let out a blood-curdling scream. Fat Cat, one of Xiao Hongyu's 4 guardians, ruthless and infamous, was dead. Soon, a crowd of underlings rushed in at the commotion, freezing at the sight. A blonde punk blurted, "Holy shit, Cat Bro's dead? Call the cops." Cops! Another thug smacked him hard. We're the fucking mafia. What kind of moron calls the cops? Right. So what? Bury him in the hills. The blonde got smacked again. Dumbass. Call Boss Xiao. We can't handle this. Much later, Xiao Hongyu arrived. By then, a black market doctor had already examined the body. No signs of trauma. Death by drug overdose. The doctor concluded. Black Hua, another of the 4 guardians, murmured, "Boss, there's no sign of foul play. I checked the security footage. No outsiders in the past week except Fat Cat himself, this woman, and some of the boys. The underlings always came in groups for reports and left together. Doors and windows were intact, locked from the inside." When Xiao Hongyu's gaze shifted to the woman wrapped in a bathrobe on the bed, Black Hua swallowed hard, desire flickering in his eyes. "Boss, you know her. She's been with Fat Cat since she was 18. No way she'd kill him. And seriously, Cat Bro was a freaking Southeast Asian kickboxing champion. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't." Xiao Hongyu frowned. His gut said something was off, but all evidence pointed to an overdose. After a long silence, he shook his head. Maybe he was just paranoid lately, thanks to that outsider stirring up trouble. "Give him a proper funeral," he ordered, "and tell the boys to keep their mouths shut." Settling the matter, Xiao Hongyu glanced at the woman again. "She's been Fat Cat's woman for years. Take care of her. Dedicate a portion of his share to her, aside from what goes to his family." "Got it." Black Hua smirked at the woman on the bed. Standing among the underlings, Luo Yang felt a chill crawl down his spine. Just what kind of monster have we pissed off? He just asked about Fat Cat's whereabouts this evening, and in under a few hours, Fat Cat's dead without a sound? Had he not sent those texts, it would have never crossed his mind. Cat Brother's death was no accident. Luo Yang felt waves of dread. A thought even flashed through his mind. If they kept provoking that guy named Ye Bai, would the currently untouchable Boss Xiao end up as just another corpse one day? Rainbow Bridge. Above Liang Muiyuan Bar, 4th floor. The bespectacled, slightly overweight man was already asleep, his face swollen and littered with scars. Even in his dreams, he whimpered in pain. 2 million. 2 million. The old man muttered in his sleep. Where could he possibly get that kind of money? He'd already begged every relative, but no one was willing to help a hopeless gambler. His sisters had all urged him to cut ties with his son, to let the boy rot. Yet he couldn't just stand by and watch his own child beaten to death. For a moment, suicide seemed like the only way out. At least death would end the torment. Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed 2 stacks of cash lying on the bare table. Money that hadn't been there before. He scrambled over and saw a signed IOU beside the bills, bearing his son's name. What is this? His eyes widened as the alarm on his phone rang from his pocket. Confused, he didn't remember setting it. He pulled out the phone to find the screen open on an unsent text draft. Fat cat is dead. Get out. You're on your own. Tears welled in the old man's eyes. He dropped to his knees, kowtowing wildly in every direction. Heaven has eyes. The gods have shown mercy. By the Taijiang River, Ye Bai lit a cigarette and stuck it into the sand. Kitty. Next life, open your damn eyes wider. Be a better man. The moon rose over the river. Stars blanketed the sky. Ye Bai stood in silence, lost in thought. Ding. His phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. A message from his aunt. Xiao Bai, come home early after your classmate's birthday. I'll be waiting. About that weird request. I've agreed to it. When Ye Bai returned home, it was already past midnight. Activating his super hearing, he realized Li Shuryan had long since fallen into a deep sleep. There was no movement from Auntie's room, but the steady sound of breathing came from the sofa in the living room instead. Ye Bai turned on the light and saw Auntie asleep on the couch. Even though she was a woman in her 30s, she looked adorably innocent in her sleep. Drool was almost dripping from the corner of her mouth, and she kept smacking her lips as if she were eating something delicious in her dreams. Ye Bai shook his head and walked over, intending to carry her back to her bedroom. But the moment he wrapped his arms around her slender, soft waist, she woke up, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. Amusingly, even though she was awake, she was still smacking her lips.
Ye Bai chocolate.
Auntie, what were you eating in your dream? It must have been really tasty. Qin Yu's elegant and pretty face flushed red as she instinctively glanced downward. Ye Bai was speechless. No way? He scooped her up in his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Auntie, were you serious about agreeing to that strange request of mine? Qin Yu let out a shy hum. Earlier that morning, Shuryan had commented that her skin looked even fairer and smoother, glowing with vitality. After checking the mirror, Qin Yu realized it was true. So, after hesitating all day, she decided to agree to Ye Bai's unusual request, letting him wash her face to see if it really had beautifying effects. Nestled in Ye Bai's arms, Qin Yu shyly tucked her head in, but didn't struggle since Shuryan was already asleep. But then, she glanced around and realized they were heading to the wrong room. Xiao Bai, you're going the wrong way. This isn't your room. Ye Bai shook his head and gently placed her on the pristine, soft bed.
No mistake, Auntie.
I wanted to go to your room, but Shuryan is right next door, and our balconies are connected. It's fine. It's not like she hasn't heard before. Ah, you little rascal. Don't say that. Morning. Li Shuryan emerged from her room with dark circles under her eyes, immediately throwing a tantrum. Mom, why were you doing laundry in the middle of the night again? Qin Yu kept her head down, not daring to respond, but she shot a reproachful glare at Ye Bai. It's all this bad guy's fault. Ye Bai ate his breakfast, feeling rather pleased with himself. Thank you, Yukiko. He silently expressed his gratitude for the Ishihara family's secret techniques. If I ever worked as a masseur at a foot spa, I'd definitely become a top-tier technician. Wait, if just learning a little is this effective, then how powerful must Yukiko be, since she can perform the full technique? He felt a twinge of regret. Back in my past life, when Yukiko and I were together, why didn't I think to ask her to use the Ishihara family's secret massage on me? After breakfast, Shuryan left for school, while Ye Bai headed to the supermarket to buy ingredients. He planned to cook a lavish meal at Taijiang Mansion today and invite Yukiko over to enjoy it, and maybe deepen their connection while he was at it. With Fat Cat dealt with, Xiao Hongyu's side wouldn't be making any moves for a while. Ye Bai had considered just eliminating Xiao Hongyu yesterday as well, but after some thought, he dismissed the idea. Fat Cat's death from a drug overdose could be written off as an accident. But if Xiao Hongyu also died on the same day, suspicions would inevitably arise. If the police got involved, there was a risk they might uncover traces leading back to him, and Ye Bai wasn't willing to gamble on that. Among the factions currently clashing with Xiao Hongyu's group, Ye Bai was undoubtedly the most conspicuous. First, he had taken 8 million from the casino, then snatched 3 buildings in Rainbow Bridge. If the police investigated, their attention would undoubtedly fall on him. So, for now, Ye Bai decided to let Xiao Hongyu enjoy his freedom a little longer. After finishing his grocery shopping, Ye Bai returned to his riverside apartment, put away the ingredients, and activated his super hearing to check for any movement in Unit 2701. Only Yukiko was home. Xiao Hongyu must have spent the night out with his boyfriend again. Confirming Xiao Hongyu's absence, Ye Bai stepped outside and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened, revealing Yukiko standing gracefully in a kimono. "Miss Yukiko, I'd like to invite you over for dinner," Ye Bai said. Yukiko shook her head, her expression cool. "Mr. Yi, I appreciate the offer, but it's best we keep our distance. If Mr. Xiao discovers your identity, it won't end well for either of us." With that, she began to close the door. Ye Bai held it open, sincerity in his eyes. "I just want to thank you for your help. It's just one meal. After this, I won't bother you again." Yukiko's expression remained unchanged, but Ye Bai, who knew her well, caught a flicker of hesitation in her calm gaze. "I know a bit about Japanese cuisine. I was planning to make foie gras nigiri tonight. Would you like to try it? See if it tastes like home." Foie gras nigiri was Yukiko's favorite. In his past life, Ye Bai had flown to Tokyo and paid a hefty sum to learn the recipe from her favorite restaurant, a move that had played no small part in winning her heart. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Yukiko nodded slowly. "Then I'll go prepare. Please come over at dinner time." Watching Ye Bai return to Unit 2702, Yukiko hesitated for a moment before stepping back inside. She took a shower, changed into a cherry blossom-patterned kimono, and began carefully applying her makeup. Evening. Ye Bai was busy in the kitchen when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, his eyes lit up. Yukiko stood before him in a delicate, cool-toned cherry blossom kimono. Her cold beauty, alluring figure, snow-white skin, and the faint glimpse of a blue dragon tattoo on her shoulder created a mesmerizing blend of elegance and temptation. She exuded the quintessential charm of a Japanese woman, every inch of her radiating an irresistible allure. "Miss Yukiko, welcome." Dinner was nearly ready, only the soup was left to simmer. Yukiko took her seat at the table, her eyes widening slightly at the lavish spread before her. There was Japanese cuisine, Chinese dishes, and even Southeast Asian delicacies, each one a personal favorite of hers. No Korean food, of course. Neither Ye Bai nor Yukiko considered that slop worthy of being called cuisine. In Ye Bai's eyes, the infamous beauty jjigae was no different from pig feed. "Miss Yukiko, you might not believe me, but last night, I dreamed of you." Ye Bai's gaze was earnest. "These dishes, they're all the ones you told me in that dream were your favorites. That's why I decided to prepare this dinner for you today." Yukiko picked up the foie gras sushi roll first and took a bite. After just one taste, her eyes lit up. It was the flavor of home, almost identical to the taste of that Tokyo restaurant she frequented. She tried the other dishes next. Each one was delicious and precisely to her liking. Her eyes shimmered with emotion as she ate slowly yet gracefully, embodying the refined poise of a traditional Japanese woman. "Mr. Yi, your cooking is exceptional." Yukiko couldn't help but praise. There's an old saying, to conquer a woman you must first conquer her stomach, and Yukiko's stomach had already been conquered by Ye Bai. The sense of familiarity and warmth she felt toward him grew stronger. Though her expression remained cool, her heart stirred with an increasingly intense flutter. Even Xiao Hongyu didn't know she loved these dishes so much. Only two people who had truly loved and lived together could understand such details. Could the legend of past lives be real? Did she and Mr. Yi share unfinished karma? How else could this be explained? "I'm glad you enjoyed it, Miss Yukiko." Ye Bai smiled warmly, silently thanking Shin Mengyao in his heart. His culinary skills had been honed by pampering her. Back when Shin Mengyao was in college, he rented an apartment nearby. After she complained about the terrible campus food, he practiced cooking relentlessly, preparing varied meals and delivering them to her school. 2.5 years of this routine had polished his skills to perfection. Meanwhile, while Ye Bai was stealing home, Xiao Hongyu gathered his inner circle in the Jushio Villa conference room. In the front row sat 3 of his 4 guardians, Heiwazi, Nyotu, and Lu Sanji. As for Fat Cat, he was gone for good, now lying in a coffin at the mortuary. Heiwazi managed the underground casinos. Nyotu oversaw entertainment, bars, KTVs, and spas. Lu Sanji handled real estate ventures. Fat Cat had specialized in loan sharking and luring fat lambs to the gambling dens. With Fat Cat dead, someone had to take over his operations. Xiao Hongyu turned to Heiwazi. The casinos are already yours. Take over Fat Cat's responsibilities and look after his crew. Heiwazi nodded, exhilarated. Xiao Hongyu's authority was absolute. The other 2 guardians voiced no objections. Truthfully, they disdained Fat Cat's small-time ventures. In their eyes, he'd only earned his rank by being an early follower. After a pause, Xiao Hongyu frowned. Something's off about Fat Cat's death. He never overdosed before. Could it be tied to that outsider who shook up the casino? Had Ye Bai been present, he'd have given Xiao Hongyu a thumbs up. Sharp instincts for an old fox. Boss, no way, scoffed Heiwazi. How could anyone kill Cat Brother without triggering the hallway cameras? His wife said she just took a shower and found him overdosed, foaming at the mouth. The coroner, the footage, her testimony, everything points to an accident. Unless you're saying a ghost did it. Heiwazi added. Besides, those troublemakers vanished after that night. They were probably just drifters hitting our city for a quick score. I've seen their type before. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Xiao Hongyu conceded. But Heiwazi, finish what Fat Cat started. First, find out which city bigshot that student Ye Bai works for. Then send him to hell, as tribute to Fat Cat. Leave it to me, boss. Heiwazi thumped his chest. Some broke college kid? Easy prey. Nearby, Luo Yang's pupils trembled. It sounded like Xiao Hongyu was telling Heiwazi, go die by Ye Bai's hand too. Ye Bai was a monster, killing invisibly, backed by ruthless underlings. Heiwazi might be a seasoned thug, but against that, hopeless. After the meeting, Fat Cat's former crew stayed behind for orders. Heiwazi scanned them and locked onto Luo Yang. You're Luo Yang, right?
Luo Yang nodded.
Fat Cat bragged you're his best scout. Tomorrow, dig up everything on Ye Bai at Taijiang University. Luo Yang's soul left his body. Me? Again? He masked his despair with a nod. Heiwazi noticed Luo Yang's bandaged hand. What happened?
C'est car accident.
Got run over.
Luo Yang lied.
Any thought of confessing to Fat Cat had died when Fat Cat did. Help assassinate my boss. Then admit it?
Hell no.
Heiwazi clapped Luo Yang's shoulder and strode off. Watching him leave, Luo Yang saw a walking corpse. This whole gang will be crushed by Ye Bai. You idiots have no idea what he is. Why provoke him? After a long silence, Luo Yang made a treasonous choice. He sneaked to the restroom and texted both numbers from last night, detailing today's events. He added, please tell Brother Yi. From now on, I'm his loyal mole here. Whatever he needs, intel, tasks, I'm his man. A wise bird chooses its tree. A wise servant picks his master. Luo Yang saw the writing on the wall. Xiao Hongyu's empire was doomed, and he wasn't dying with it. Heiwazi held a file in his hand, which contained a photo of Ye Bai during his non-mainstream phase. Why does this guy look so familiar? Heiwazi frowned. Glancing up, his eyes landed on a younger gang member sporting the exact same hairstyle. Fuck. No wonder he looks familiar. What the hell are you doing with this retard haircut? The underling grinned. Big bro Heiwazi, this is super trendy among youngsters these days. If I don't rock this look at the clubs, no girls will give me the time of day. Dumbass. Snorting in amusement, Heiwazi tossed the file into the trash. To him, that broke-ass student was already a dead man. Once Luo Yang finished digging up info, he'd crush the kid without breaking a sweat. It never crossed his mind that this non-mainstream teen was the same unstoppable force who had dominated the casino that night. After barking a few instructions to his underling, Heiwazi stood and headed to room 888, swiping the keycard to enter. The room had been cleared out by then. Fat Cat's corpse taken to the morgue, the blood scrubbed clean. But Cat's wife was still there. She sat on the bed, scrolling through her phone. Spotting Heiwazi, she scrambled to her feet. Big bro Heiwazi. Sister Cat, sit down. No need to be so stiff. Just call me Xiao Hei. He smirked. Sister Cat, your man squirreled away a fortune over the years. Thing is, he's got plenty of blood relatives. You? No legal status. Means you'll walk away with nothing. The woman clenched the bedsheets in silence. You wouldn't want to waste years on Fat Cat just to lose it all, would you? As he spoke, Heiwazi traced a finger along her pale cheek, his blood simmering. Play along like a good girl, and I'll make sure you get a piece of Cat's fortune. Maybe not all of it, but enough. Without hesitation, Cat's wife stepped closer. Obedient. Night deepened. Song Dongfeng pulled up in a Mercedes S600, picking up Ye Bai from Taojiang Mansion to drive him home. Seated in the back, Ye Bai watched the city lights glide past, contentment settling in his chest. Things had moved fast with Yukiko today. Soon enough, she'd be kneading his muscles with the Ishihara family's secret techniques. In his past life, he'd known Yukiko well, but that was a Yukiko nearing middle age. This younger version? A completely different thrill. Every flower has its bloom, each stage, its own beauty. Dongfeng kept glancing at the rearview mirror, visibly itching to speak. Excitement and curiosity burned in his eyes. But Ye Bai had a rule: no chatter while driving. As the self-proclaimed most loyal underling, Dongfeng obeyed without question. Finally, the car rolled up to Auntie's apartment. The second Ye Bai stepped out, Dongfeng exploded with pent-up questions. Bai Ye, how the hell did you do it? Offing Fat Cat without a whisper. No cameras, no traces. Even the coroner can't find shit. Luo Yang told you? Yeah. Said he wants in. Swears he'll be your fucking lapdog. Dongfeng eagerly flipped through Luo Yang's texts as proof. Ye Bai skimmed them before laughing coldly. This backstabber's got the right idea. Smart rats know when to jump ship. Dongfeng grinned crookedly. After a beat, Ye Bai asked, that burner, registered under your name? Yeah. Scrap it. Get a new one. Untraceable. Only use it for Luo Yang. Luo Yang was spineless scum. He'd sell out his boss today. Tomorrow, he'd flip on Ye Bai for a bigger fish. Such men were tools. Never allies. Never let them hold real leverage. After a few more warnings, Ye Bai headed upstairs. He'd known things wouldn't end cleanly. Sooner or later, Xiao Hongyu would escalate things further. But he hadn't expected Black Wazi to come sniffing so fast. Even after Fat Cat's death, the old bastard wouldn't quit. Luo Yang could only stall for so long. Once Heiwazi realized nothing was happening, he'd move in personally. The tree craves calm, but the wind won't cease. Fine little Black Wazi. Let's dance. In his past life, Ye Bai had clashed with Xiao Hongyu over a construction project. Back then, Heiwazi had ambushed him, chopping off an Aishin's arm when he took a blade meant for Ye Bai. Later, Ye Bai had personally sent Heiwazi to hell. Now that the bastard was back, he'd gladly do it again. After Fat Cat, something inside him had shattered. Killing one or two, no difference anymore. Leave no evidence, and he stayed pristine. Just another law-abiding businessman. The apartment door swung open. Shower water hissed from the bathroom, Li Shiyan washing up. Auntie Qin Yu knelt on a yoga mat, stretching. Xiao Bai, left you dinner, lamb stew today. Turning, her eyes brightened at the sight of him. Ye Bai walked over, expression mild. Smack! Qin Yu yelped, scrambling up, shooting a nervous glance at the bathroom. Feigning outrage, she hissed, You brat! Since when do you act so bold? Who do you think you are? Who said I think about you at all? He pulled her close, lips quirking. I just keep you right here. A hand pressed lightly over her heart. Qin Yu gasped softly, her voice laced with playful accusation. You little rascal. Her eyes shimmered like rippling water, her face flushed with a maidenly shyness. Suddenly, the sound of running water from the bathroom stopped. Qin Yu's expression froze in panic as she struggled to break free from Ye Bai's embrace, but his arms held her tightly, leaving her no room to escape. Xiao Bai, let go of me. Li Shiyan's done showering. She could come out any second. Qin Yu squirmed in protest. Auntie, I'll release you if you agree to one tiny request. Ye Bai murmured near her ear, his voice a whisper like a demon's temptation. What request? Could you switch to a different way of? No way. Qin Yu blinked, momentarily stunned, then stared at Ye Bai in disbelief. Xiao Bai, you can't possibly mean. This little devil. How could he even think of such a thing? Auntie, what are you imagining? Ye Bai replied, torn between amusement and exasperation. I don't have those kinds of niche preferences. Then what? Ye Bai answered with a single word. Oh. Realization dawned on Qin Yu, and her head shook wildly like a spinning rattledrum. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Click. The bathroom door swung open. Li Shiyan stepped out in her bathrobe, only to find Ye Bai sprawled lazily on the sofa with his arms behind his head, while Qin Yu sat stiffly beside him, posture textbook perfect, like a student in strict obedience. Mom, why is your face so red?
Li Shiyan ate her skeptically.
I just finished doing yoga, Qin Yu stammered, glistening with sweat. It was intense. Really? What kind of poses leave you this out of breath? Li Shiyan shook her head and retreated to her room. Qin Yu shot a look brimming with unspoken reproach at Ye Bai before fleeing in flustered defeat. Late at night, creak, the soft sound of a door opening. Qin Yu stepped inside, her eyes luminous in the dim light. Stupid Xiao Bai. You wretched little. Creak. The door closed again. The lights went out. Early morning. Li Shiyan was awakened by the rumbling sound of the washing machine. Bleary-eyed, she trudged out of her bedroom, visibly annoyed. Qin Yu blushed and lowered her head, not daring to make a sound, looking as timid and pitiful as a helpless kitten. The family of three began breakfast. Li Shiyan stared at Qin Yu's face in shock, as if she had discovered something unbelievable. What's wrong? Did I not wash my face properly? Qin Yu asked nervously. No. Li Shiyan shook her head. Mom, how is your skin getting better every day? Really? Qin Yu instinctively touched her cheek and realized her skin did feel much softer and smoother than before.
Li Shiyan nudda.
It looks like a freshly peeled egg. You used to have fine lines around your eyes, but now they're completely gone. Qin Yu couldn't sit still anymore. She quickly grabbed a makeup mirror and was stunned when she saw her reflection. Her cheeks were fair, delicate, and soft, almost like a newborn baby's skin. Who could believe she was a woman in her 30s? Her complexion now surpassed that of an 18-year-old girl. Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Ye Bai, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Could this all be because of Xiao Bai? Oh my god, is that rumor actually true? Ye Bai also noticed Auntie's dramatic change. I wasn't this OP in my past life. Could this be another perk of being a reincarnator? Some kind of supernatural ability? After breakfast, Ye Bai left the house first. Song Dongfeng was already waiting downstairs, leaning against a Mercedes S600. He took a drag of his cigarette. The moment he saw Ye Bai, he hastily stubbed it out and opened the rear door, inviting him inside. The luxurious Mercedes slowly pulled away. In the dimly lit stairwell, Li Shiyan finally stepped out, frowning in deep thought. She felt like she understood Ye Bai less and less. Not only had he stopped being Shun Mingyao's simp and severed all ties with her, but he was also being pursued by Chun Sini, the untouchable ice princess of their school. and lately he hadn't even been attending classes. Word was that he had taken a month-long leave of absence, approved personally by the principal. What kind of arrogance is this? Treating school like a public restroom, coming and going as he pleases? Ordering the principal around like some lackey? Today, he even left in a high-end Mercedes S-Class sedan. The driver was someone Li Shiyan recognized, that dim-witted oaf who always followed Ye Bai around. Where the hell did they get this car? Just what secrets is Ye Bai hiding? Whatever, it's none of my business. Even if he committed murder and arson, why should I care? The real mystery is Mom. She's been acting strange too. Late at night, I keep hearing weird noises from her room. Li Shiyan made a decision. Tonight, I'm staying awake. I have to find out what Mom's up to in her room. Ye Bai had originally planned to head to Taojiang Mansion to spend more time with Yukiko, but then he received a call from Aunt Qin. He asked Ye Bai to come to Longting Tower near Central Plaza. Their company had already been set up. Ye Bai was shocked. So fast? It hasn't even been a week. Here's the thing, Brother Bai, Aunt Qin explained. A company in that building went bust, so we didn't need to renovate. We just bought new office supplies, set up the place, and installed our sign. Everything was finished last night, and the company's already operational. I posted job listings online, lots of applicants. I scheduled some interviews for today. Why not come check them out? Fine. Ye Bai agreed and instructed Song Dongfeng to reroute to Central Plaza. Though he had founded many companies in his previous life spanning various industries, Bai held special meaning as his first enterprise in this lifetime. It was also a critical foundation for his future business empire. Just the thought of it made him a little excited. Whether I reach the summit someday and become an internet mogul all depends on how well Bai lays the groundwork now. Soon they arrived at Central Plaza. Longting Tower was a commercial skyscraper in the city center, over 30 stories tall. Bai's leased office space was on the 18th floor. The tower was designed in a square-shaped layout, with elevators and restrooms in the center and office spaces surrounding it. Bai had rented about 300 square meters in Unit 1801. Entering the office, the first thing in sight was the reception desk. Behind it, an artistic sign on the wall read, Bai Cultural Media and Internet Technology Company, Limited. Above it was the company's logo, a splash of paint forming the letters BY, specially designed under Aunt Qin's direction. After walking around, Ye Bai was thoroughly impressed. Despite Aunt Qin's unflattering appearance, bean-sized eyes, and a pimply face, he was undeniably reliable. 5 bespectacled neats were already at work at various stations. Poached them from another company. Editors, business liaisons, operations guys. Aunt Qin bragged. After shooting that video with Sister Wenjing yesterday, I had the editors rush the post-production at home. The final cut should be done by tomorrow. Ye Bai had nothing to say. This guy was practically born for this field. Leadership skills maxed out from the womb. With brothers like him, wealth is guaranteed. Zhang Lingnan was there too, but since he lacked skills, he was sweeping the floor. When he noticed Ye Bai looking his way, he flashed a toothy grin. Soon, the first batch of aspiring female streamers arrived for interviews. Flawless makeup, stylish outfits, like a flock of brightly colored birds, their perfume thick in the air. Ye Bai sat at the head of the conference table, flanked by Aunt Qin and Song Dongfeng like royal guards. Strangely, it almost felt like an imperial selection of concubines. The first interviewee was a cute young girl, quite pretty, but she stumbled over her words, her communication skills were lacking. Ye Bai shook his head inwardly, but when he asked about her background, wow, she was from the Provincial Dance Academy. No problem then. Poor speaking skills could be trained later. As long as she had a sexy figure and could dance, just swaying her hips in front of the camera would be enough to make money. Hired on the spot. The second candidate wasn't as promising. She was articulate, but her looks were underwhelming, and she had no special talents. Pass. The third one had delicate, sweet features and was tall, but her build was a bit too sturdy. Calling her a heavy tank might be an exaggeration, but she was far from slender. Ye Bai gave her a once-over and asked, "How's your appetite?" The girl hesitated but answered honestly. I can eat enough for 2 or 3 grown men in one meal. Perfect. Welcome to Bay culture. Ye Bai immediately thought of those female binge-eating streamers. This girl was born for it. With 2 strong recruits already secured, he was looking forward to the remaining candidates. Unfortunately, after interviewing over a dozen more, none met even the minimum requirements. Next, Zhang Lingnan opened the door and called out. A sweet-faced, voluptuous girl walked in. Hello, teachers. My name is Su Isha. She bowed slightly, revealing a generous expanse of pale skin. Her face had the youthful innocence of a college student, her eyes clear and bright, yet there was something oddly mature about her, a hint of a young wife's charm.
Ye Bai froze.
Wasn't this the blue dress war goddess, Xiaoshatzi? Staring at the voluptuous young woman before him, who exuded the charm of a mature woman, Ye Bai was momentarily stunned. It was actually the blue dress goddess, Xiaoshatzi, Little Sha. He glanced down at the information in his hand. Su Isha, 18, freshman at the School of Foreign Languages and Cultures, XX University of Business and Technology. And she was only 18, the blue dress goddess. This woman was an internet phenomenon. With just one viral video, she had exploded in popularity, becoming a mega-influencer with tens of millions of followers. All it took was her swaying her hips in a blue dress, carefree and effortless, and she had twirled her way into becoming a billionaire. Ye Bai felt a surge of excitement. It was as if the heavens were smiling upon him. On the very first day of his company's launch, an internet sensation of this caliber had walked right into his hands. Combined with the soon-to-explode Wang Ziki, Bay Media was laying an incredibly solid foundation. And Ai Xian's beady eyes gleamed as he whispered, Baiji, she's really pretty. I think she's got potential. Ye Bai nodded, then suddenly recalled his past life habit of fooling around with female streamers. He decided to set some ground rules. Listen, Xuanzi, I'm warning you. If any of our company's female streamers throw themselves at you, I won't stop you from having fun. But if you dare force yourself on them, I'll make sure you regret it. Don't worry, Baiji. And Ai Xian thumped his chest in assurance. The highest quality streamers in our company will always be reserved for you. Take this Su Isha in my eyes. She's already yours, just like Wen Jingjie. I'll just play around with the leftovers who come begging. Watching an Ai Xian's exaggerated wink, Ye Bai felt speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? Was he, Ye Bai, really that kind of lecherous man? But thinking back in his past life, an Ai Xian had indeed sent several high-quality, untouched streamers to his bed. Whenever an Ai Xian had his eye on a streamer, he would always ask for Ye Bai's approval first before making a move. Su Isha stood there awkwardly after her self-introduction, her eyes reflecting the naive stupidity of a college student. Ye Bai asked, Can you dance? No. Su Isha shook her head. Then sway your hips for me, Ye Bai said. Su Isha looked confused. Huh? Sway what?
Ye Bai gesturet.
Just move your hips however you think looks good. Feeling a little strange, Su Isha blushed as she looked at the unfairly handsome interviewer. With flushed cheeks, she raised her hands slightly and gave a hesitant wiggle. Her movements were stiff, yet somehow carried an inexplicable allure. Ye Bai was thoroughly satisfied. Xiaoshatzi was practically born to be a suggestive internet celebrity. Her ability to captivate men seemed innate. Good. You're hired. Welcome to Bay Media. Ye Bai stood and extended his hand. Ah? Oh, thank you. Still looking dazed, Su Isha quickly reached out and grasped his hand. At that moment, it felt like she was grasping her future. Her hand was warm, soft, and smooth, almost too delicate. If she used those hands to, Ye Bai immediately cut off the thought. Damn it, Auntie was always influencing him like this, making him have such perverted instincts. Beside them, an Ai Xian watched their handshake, his beady eyes darting back and forth as he looked at Su Isha like she was his future sister-in-law. The others who had just been hired only got a verbal welcome from Ye Bai, but for Su Isha, he had stood up and personally shaken her hand. He was definitely interested in this girl. Then again, who wouldn't be? A rare beauty like her was impossible to resist. And Ai-Xian quickly added, Xiao Su, this is our company's chairman, Mr. Ye Bai. Ah, Chairman Yi, it's an honor. Su Yisha bowed deeply in flustered excitement. A blinding expanse of fair skin flashed before Ye Bai's eyes. Youth was truly wonderful, so firm and supple. He was talking about her skin, of course. Keep it up. I see great potential in you. You could become a top-tier influencer. Ye Bai patted her shoulder. Really? Thank you for your faith in me. Chairman Yi. Su Yisha's cheeks flushed, though whether from excitement or shyness was unclear. Over the next hour, Ye Bai interviewed 5 or 6 more candidates, but it seemed his luck had run out after Su Yisha. The rest were all mediocre at best. With that, Bay Media's first recruitment session concluded with 3 promising talents. Ye Bai instructed, Nanzi, bring them all in. I'll outline their career paths. Zhang Lingnan nodded and went to fetch the 3 women. Ye Bai first looked at the girl who wasn't particularly articulate but had a pretty face and a slender figure. Zhang Yusin, 23, graduate of the Provincial Dance Academy. And Ai-Xian. Ye Bai addressed him formally. Work on her communication skills, but don't neglect her dancing. Have her study the trending dances on A site and B site, as well as the latest K-pop and Western girl group choreography. Her niche will be as a sexy, highly skilled dance content creator. Aim for high-quality dance videos every 2 days, with evening live streams. He paused, then added, since she's weak in conversation now, focus on dancing first. Once her speaking improves, I'll personally train her on how to engage fans and get big spenders to tip willingly. The art of milking money from live-streaming Big Brothers was actually a skill Ai-Xian had mastered in their past life. Having heard it so often, Ye Bai had picked up a thing or two. He'd passed the knowledge to Ai-Xian, who would undoubtedly refine and expand on it. Next, his gaze landed on Xiao Momo, the girl who could eat enough for 3 grown men in one sitting. During the interview, she had been wearing a loose sun-protective jacket. Now, feeling warm, she took it off. Only then did Ye Bai realize she wasn't just some overweight tank. Her proportions were actually perfect, with a voluptuous, Western-style figure. She was like a plus-sized version of Su Yisha, the kind of curvy bombshell that would be considered a rare gem abroad. With delicate features and a sweet face, she was guaranteed to attract a massive following. Plenty of internet perverts loved this kind of thick, juicy aesthetic. Ye Bai looked at Xiao Momo and said, your niche is food exploration vlogging, with the persona of a competitive eater. For the initial phase, you can film in Taojiang City. Our city has plenty of local specialties. You could shoot 1 video a day and still have content for half a year. After a moment's thought, Ye Bai added, you can live stream and record simultaneously. Stream while exploring restaurants, then later edit the live stream footage into fast-paced videos. Finally, Ye Bai turned to Su Yisha. Your future niche will be as a fashion and beauty influencer, specializing in videos that highlight your figure and looks. You can take some dance lessons, no need to master it, just learn a few moves, but make sure to maximize your biggest advantage, your sexy physique. Also, avoid live streaming as much as possible. Don't let fans break the illusion. Keep them fantasizing about you. Su Yisha nodded eagerly, her eyes filled with admiration. Director Yi is so professional. Even though he seemed about her age, he was so mature and composed. And he had this unique masculine charm. His charisma was off the charts. When she arrived for the interview today and learned it was a new company, Su Yisha had been a little nervous. But now, watching Ye Bai speak with such confidence, all her worries had vanished. With such a professional boss, maybe she really could become a top influencer. Not just Su Yisha, the other 2 girls shared the same thought. For a moment, all 3 of them were brimming with hope for the future. After giving them detailed instructions, Ye Bai had Ai-Xian lead the 3 out to get settled. He then headed to the chairman's office. Though the company's space wasn't large, Ye Bai's office was lavishly furnished. A floor-to-ceiling window offered a panoramic view of Central Square. In his past life, Ye Bai had always loved this kind of aesthetic. Whenever he had free time, he'd call his secretary in and have her lean against the window, to admire the scenery below. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped twice, and Aunt Qin walked in carrying a laptop, looking excited. By GE. When Jingjie's Lanzhou beef noodles video is edited, we couldn't find the track you mentioned, Dreams Among Flowers, but we found another classical bamboo flute piece that fits the video style. As he spoke, he placed the laptop on the desk and hit play. A melodious bamboo flute tune began. The video opened with a cozy rural courtyard. Lush green mountains, a clear stream, and a vegetable garden bathed in the morning sun. Everything looked idyllic. Then, a woman in an elegant white hanfu appeared on screen. Her skin was snow white, her features delicate. 5 classical black calligraphy characters appeared. Lanzhou beef noodles. Beside them was an image of a steaming, aromatic bowl of beef noodles. Next, the classical beauty began cooking, picking fresh vegetables from the garden, then kneading dough on a wooden table. Instantly, the ethereal fairy descended into the mortal world, exuding warmth and homeliness. After watching, Ye Bai nodded in satisfaction. The production quality of this video far surpassed Li Ziqi's from his past life, and the lead actress's charm and presence were on a whole other level. Once posted online, this video would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Because it was an entirely new niche, Ye Bai ordered, upload the video. Leave account management to the professional operations team, and don't let Wang Wenjing pause her filming schedule. Ye Bai's expectations for White Knight's future grew even stronger. They had Wang Ziqi for cultural depth and Sui Sha for alluring beauty. What more could they need? Just as Ye Bai was envisioning the future, he received a call from one of his underlings. Bai Ji, that punk who follows Fat Cat, showed up at the school again. We caught him, but he claims he's with us now. It was Luo Yang. The black kid had sent him to scout the school again. Ye Bai hung up and had Song Dongfeng drive him to Taojiang University. When the Mercedes S600 reached the gate, it couldn't proceed. Unauthorized vehicles needed a pass. But Ye Bai's face was the pass. As the window rolled down, the old security guard recognized him and immediately opened the gate. Watching the Mercedes drive in, the guard muttered in awe, "Damn! Ye Bai's made it big, riding in a $1 million Benz. Even the university president doesn't have that kind of swagger." He then glanced at the stunned younger guard beside him. "This morning, I heard rumors that even the president was running errands for Ye Bai. Thought it was nonsense, but now it seems pretty damn true. If I hadn't stopped you back then, you'd probably be in the hospital getting your legs fixed right now." The younger guard murmured, "So the forum rumors are real? Is Ye Bai really some underworld prince? The underground emperor of Taojiang?" Regardless of the rumors, one thing was clear. Ye Bai was no longer just some campus troublemaker. He was now a full-fledged gang boss. Ye Bai arrived at a small grove in the university's rear garden. From a distance, he saw Luo Yang pinned to the ground by several underlings. He wasn't resisting, just lying there quietly. "Bai Ye! Bai Ye!" The underlings greeted him one after another.
Ye Bai nodded.
"Let him go." They released him. Luo Yang scrambled up, smirking at one of the guys who'd held him down. "Told you I wasn't lying. I'm with Bai Ji now, we're on the same side. You just wouldn't believe me." Then he turned to Ye Bai with an ingratiating bow. "Bai Ye." Ye Bai waved a hand, signaling the others to step back, then gave Song Dongfeng a look. Song Dongfeng immediately stepped forward, searched Luo Yang, and pulled out his phone. After checking to ensure it wasn't recording, he powered it off. Ye Bai also used his X-ray vision to scan Luo Yang for any hidden devices, mini cameras, wires, or the like. "Brother Bai, you saw the message I sent yesterday, right?" Luo Yang said with an ingratiating smile. "Blackie sent me to investigate. What should I tell him when I report back?" Ye Bai pondered for a moment before replying. "Drag it out as long as you can. When you can't stall anymore, give me a heads up. I'll naturally send someone to deal with him. Brother Bai, why not just—" Luo Yang made a throat-slitting gesture. "And while we're at it, take care of Xiao Hongyu too." Song Dongfeng snorted coldly. "You're telling Brother Bai what to do now?"
No, no. Luo Yang shrank back.
Who am I to dare tell Brother Bai what to do? Ye Bai naturally wouldn't explain that Fat Cat had just been taken out, and with the heat still on, it wasn't the right time for more action. Go back for now. Report to me if anything comes up. Ye Bai then turned to Song Dongfeng. Dongzi, did you finish what I asked you to do yesterday? Song Dongfeng nodded and stepped forward, handing Luo Yang a newly acquired burner phone card. Use this number from now on. Yes, Brother Dong. Watching Luo Yang leave, Ye Bai checked the time. It was already afternoon. There wasn't enough time to go bond with Shuezi now. He considered having Song Dongfeng drive him straight home. He was starting to miss his aunt. But Song Dongfeng suddenly spoke up. Brother Bai, I heard the English lecturer in our department took maternity leave. There's a new replacement, super hot and fiery. Wanna go check her out?
No.
Ye Bai shook his head, uninterested. He wasn't some lust-driven pig who couldn't walk straight at the sight of a pretty woman. All right then. Song Dongfeng sighed in disappointment. I heard the new English lecturer is Yang Wenbin's cousin's girlfriend. Thought maybe you could steal her and cuckold him. Wasn't it him who pulled strings with the principal to get you expelled?
Yang Wenbin S. Zhouxin? Yang Hui's Hong?
Ye Bai stopped in his tracks. What's the new lecturer's name? Chun Yujia. Song Dongfeng answered. So it was her. Ye Bai fell into reminiscence. This woman, he knew her well. So well that he could recall every mole on her body. Brother Bai, where are you going? English class. When Ye Bai returned to school for the English lecture, he caused quite a stir. All eyes turned to him. Everyone knew he'd taken a long leave of absence, approved by the principal himself. Yet here he was, back after just a few days. Though curious, most students didn't dare ask. Matters involving the school's top troublemaker weren't their business. Ye Bai walked into the lecture hall and took a seat in the back row. Moments later, Song Dongfeng rushed in, sweating profusely and clutching a bouquet of flowers. Bai Ge, the balloon flowers you asked for are ready. From the second row, the heavy tank beside Shin Mengyao snorted. Mengyao, since you've been ignoring Ye Bai lately, he must have realized his playing hard to get act didn't work on you. Look how desperate he's gotten. Probably heard it's your birthday and came crawling back with flowers just to impress you. A faint smirk curled Shin Mengyao's lips. So what if Ye Bai pocketed 580,000 yuan? He was still just her lapdog. Hadn't he loudly claimed he'd lost interest in her? Acted all high and mighty? Now that his tricks failed, here he was, begging for attention again. Pathetic. The heavy tank sneered. Listen, girls like us shouldn't give guys like him any respect. When he brings those flowers over later, tear into him. Humiliate him. Let him know fairy princesses aren't to be messed with. The heavy tank was still fuming over how Ye Bai had publicly embarrassed her before. Who did he think he was? Trying to woo Mengyao without even buttering her up first? And then daring to act like that. Seeing Shun Mengyao nod slightly, the heavy tank grinned, already relishing the thought of Ye Bai getting torn apart when he handed over the flowers. Back row. Ye Bai inhaled the delicate fragrance of the balloon flowers. Chun Yujia's favorite. The last time he'd seen her before fleeing, he'd promised to bring her a bouquet when they met again. In his past life, Ye Bai had known many women. But after the collapse of his empire, Chun Yujia was the only one who'd extended a helping hand. Not just emptying her savings to fund his escape, but even offering to run away with him. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked up as a young woman strode in, wearing a crisp white blouse, an OL-style skirt, her wavy flaxen brown hair cascading over her shoulders. She carried herself with effortless elegance, a blend of sophistication and allure, vaguely reminiscent of that actress nicknamed Fairy Lu, but somehow even more striking. It was no wonder the hormone-driven male students were spellbound. Ye Bai's gaze lingered on her legs, longer than his entire life's worth of luck, as memories flooded back. Chen Yujia had trained in ballet since childhood, sweeping awards until joint problems forced her off stage. Had fate been kinder, she'd have shone under dazzling spotlights, not in lecture halls. In his past life, by the time she became an English instructor, Ye Bai had already been expelled. They'd only met years later. Back then, he'd clawed his way up as an underworld boss. His once handsome face now carved with scars, one leg crippled, tattoos snaking across his skin. And Chun Yu, a vivid balloon flower tattoo bloomed on her left cheek. He'd never understood why she'd ruined such a beautiful face, until he learned it masked a knife scar. Their meeting followed a cliché. He'd saved her from a gang attempting assault. Things unfolded naturally, and they eventually tumbled into bed. Ye Bai had assumed an artsy girl like her would be experienced, but Chun Yu had been a virgin, and he'd been the only man to ever breach her walls, because that alleyway rescue had cracked open her trauma. Summer 2013. Forced out of dance by failing joints, Chun Yu enrolled at Taojiang University as an English instructor. On her birthday, after celebrating with her boyfriend Yang Huizhong, they'd been ambushed by a drunken gang in an alley. When knives flashed, Yang, usually so domineering, shrank back, leaving her to fend for herself. She fought. A blade slashed her face. Only the timely arrival of patrolling officers saved her from worse. Yet rumors spread that she'd been violated, tainted goods. Unable to bear the stigma, she resigned and fled the city alone. Good morning, everyone. Since college English is mandatory, I expect full attention so you can pass CT4 smoothly. Chun Yu's gaze swept the room, then halted abruptly at the back row. Her brow furrowed slightly, not from awe at Ye Bai's looks, but confusion. Who is this? She'd memorized most students' faces. There was no such standout in the electronics engineering batch. Excuse me, she called out. Are you in this program? Ye Bai stood with a faint smile. Just returned from leave, Professor Qin. Then he picked up the bouquet and started forward. The heavy tank jabbed Shin Mengyao excitedly. No way. Look. He's bringing the flowers over. Is he seriously about to confess mid-lecture? Totally on brand for the school's delinquent though. Rules don't apply to him. Shin Mengyao was momentarily stunned. Though her face remained expressionless, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of smugness inside. She mused to herself about how she should reject him later. Agreeing was out of the question, but she still had to keep Ye Bai on the hook. After all, he had 580,000 yuan in his bank account. If he spent it all on her, just how many designer bags and cosmetics could she buy? As Ye Bai approached, Shin Mengyao was about to speak, but he walked right past her, straight to the podium, and presented a bouquet of bellflowers to the new English lecturer. Professor Chun, you're beautiful. These flowers suit you, Ye Bai said, meeting her eyes. Chun Yu was taken aback for a moment before accepting the bouquet with a radiant smile. Thank you, student. What's your name? Ye Bai. You're Ye Bai. A strange glint flashed in Chun Yu's eyes. Her boyfriend had mentioned this name before. Apparently, he was the most notorious troublemaker at Taojiang University. Not long ago, he had publicly beaten up her boyfriend's cousin, Yang Wenbin, over that girl from class 2, Shin Mengyao. Yang Huizhong had even said he'd personally asked Principal Wang to expel Ye Bai, but for some reason, the principal had ignored the pressure and allowed him to return. Chun Yu glanced at Shin Mengyao, whose face had turned ashen, and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. So, these flowers were originally meant for Shin Mengyao. But after some argument, Ye Bai had deliberately given them to her instead, just to spite the girl. College boys are so childish. Ye Bai returned to his seat, his gaze soft as he watched Chun Yu. Professor Chun, the flowers I owed you, I've given them to you now. In this life, I'll protect you. I won't let you suffer like that again. Bellflowers should be held in one's hands, not tattooed on one's face. Ye Bai also thought about Chun Yu's injured leg. Could he heal it? If even his aunt had experienced a rejuvenating effect after taking it, would it help Chun Yu recover? Or perhaps, now that he had awakened so many abilities, he might unlock a healing power in the future. If that happened, curing Chun Yu's leg would be effortless. Shin Mengyao's face darkened. She was glad she hadn't spoken up earlier. Otherwise, she'd have made a fool of herself by now. Playing hard to get was one thing, but this was just ridiculous. Today was her birthday, the most important day of the year. Yet Ye Bai actually dared to mess with her like this. Ye Bai, congratulations. You've gone too far. Shen Mengyao swore she would never acknowledge Ye Bai again. Even if he begged on his knees, she wouldn't forgive him. Who did this insignificant, pathetic simp think he was? What gave him the right to treat her like this? Class passed quickly. The afternoon lessons ended. Ye Bai and Song Dongfeng headed to the parking lot to retrieve their car when they spotted Principal Wang approaching from a distance. Lao Wang, off work already? Ye Bai greeted with a smile. As Song Dongfeng opened the car door, Ye Bai slid into the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S600, waving at Principal Wang before driving off. Principal Wang stood frozen, his face livid. Only after the Mercedes had disappeared did he pull his hands from behind his back. Clutched in his grip was a Volkswagen Passat key. Where's the justice in this? He hurled the key to the ground in frustration. That little brat who kept threatening him was now driving a Mercedes worth millions, while he, the school principal, was still stuck with a Passat. Lao Wang felt like nothing more than Ye Bai's errand boy. Dinner time meant crowded streets filled with students, forcing the Mercedes to crawl forward slowly. Ye Bai rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. As they passed, many students mistook the car for some high-ranking officials. Maybe the principal had upgraded his ride? But upon closer inspection, they realized it was the school's notorious bully, Ye Bai, lounging in the back seat, while his ever-loyal lackey, Song Dongfeng, drove. Shen Mengyao and her hefty desk mate were among the gawking crowd. Rubbing their eyes in disbelief, they exchanged glances. Is that really Ye Bai? If they didn't know him, they'd have assumed he was some wealthy heir. His demeanor and presence bore no resemblance to the loser he used to be. Shen Mengyao, though materialistic, focused mainly on women's luxury brands and knew little about cars. She only recognized it as a Mercedes. Just as she wondered if Ye Bai had blown that 58,000 yuan on the car, a nearby student gasped, "That's a Mercedes S600. Costs millions. I saw one at an auto show. Did Ye Bai's family get rich overnight? Maybe he's actually a billionaire's son who's been pretending to be poor all this time, simping for Shen Mengyao, and now he's finally showing his true colors? That's how it always goes in novels. Cut the crap. The truth is, Ye Bai's the son of a mafia boss. He just inherited his father's gang." Check out the pinned post on Taohua City's forum. Someone leaked that he's the underworld prince, the city's new shadow emperor. I wasn't sure at first, but now, it's definitely him. Shen Mengyao and her friend silently pulled out their phones and searched the forum. The post was detailed, complete with candid photos. After reading, they exchanged stunned looks. Her friend hesitated before whispering, "Mengyao, maybe you should give Ye Bai another chance?" Shen Mengyao nodded, mentally forgiving him and reinstating him as the top contender in her roster of suitors. A mafia prince? The shadow ruler of Taohua City? Now that was a man who matched her standards. When Ye Bai returned home, Li Shiyan wasn't back yet. Seeing Aunt Qin bent over the stove, her plump rear swaying as she cooked, Ye Bai strode into the kitchen and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "Brat, let go. Shiyan will be home any minute." Qin Yu guiltily glanced at the door, terrified her daughter would walk in and catch them like this. "I took a cab. Shiyan's on the bus. She'll be another 10 minutes. Ye Bai inhaled the scent of her shampoo, the warmth of the moment soothing his exhaustion. "Auntie, can I kiss you?" He didn't understand why she resisted. After everything they'd done, why draw the line at kissing? "No." Qin Yu refused without hesitation. As long as they didn't cross that final boundary, as long as they didn't kiss like lovers, she could still pretend there was a way back. "Then can I kiss Shiyan's rice bowl?" "Shiyan's what?" Qin Yu froze, but when Ye Bai, "Oh, you little devil," she squirmed indignantly, forgetting for a moment that Ye Bai was still holding her. Click. The front door unlocked. Li Shiyan was home. She looked up to see her mom cooking while Ye Bai peeled garlic behind her. Catching the aroma of rice, she asked, "Mom, what's for dinner?" Qin Yu replied, "Stir-fried leeks with eggs, spicy kidneys, and braised lamb."
Li Shiyan frowned.
Why always such greasy, heavy dishes? I've been breaking out lately. Qin Yu didn't answer, instead shooting a meaningful glance at the troublemaker behind her. Blame this little rascal. Dinner was served. The three of them sat down to eat. Li Shiyan studied her mother's flawless, porcelain-smooth skin, then touched the new pimple on her own face, green with envy. Mom, what skincare products are you using? Let me try them. Ah? Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Ye Bai. How could I possibly let you use that? She shook her head. I'm not using anything special. Li Shiyan pressed. Then are you taking some miracle supplement? Share some with me. Qin Yu had no idea how to explain, unless she shook her head violently, banishing the scandalous thought. Have I lost my mind? How could I even consider such a thing? Li Shiyan watched her mother's shifting expressions, growing more suspicious by the second. Something was very off. She made up her mind. Tonight, she'd put her plan into action. She'd pretend to sleep, then sneak over to finally uncover what her mom was really doing at night, and what those strange noises from her room were all about. After dinner, Li Shiyan washed up and returned to her room early. She had made up her mind to launch a surprise attack tonight, so she turned off the lights as soon as she entered her room, pretending to go to sleep. Ye Bai and Qin Yu exchanged glances, with Qin Yu's eyes full of shyness. Auntie, I'll be waiting for you in my room. Ye Bai walked to the door but turned back to remind her. Auntie, remember to wear that white silk nightgown when you sleep. It's good for your skin. Qin Yu pouted. You little rascal. Don't get any ideas. Auntie won't spoil you anymore. She had recently read online that educating children required the right methods. You couldn't just give them everything they wanted. As the night deepened, Ye Bai sat on the edge of the bed, texting an Xian to assign him some tasks and share a few tips. Click. The door opened. Ye Bai looked up to see Auntie entering, her face flushed. She hadn't listened to Ye Bai. She wasn't wearing the silk nightgown he'd suggested. Instead, she had on a purple robe. Auntie, what's that? Ye Bai pointed at the wall behind Qin Yu. She quickly turned around, tilting her head to look. Ye Bai chuckled at her back. As expected, Auntie still spoils me. Qin Yu turned back and shot him a coquettish glare. You little MMPH. Before she could finish, Ye Bai pulled her into his arms. Auntie, let's go to your room instead. Suddenly, Ye Bai seemed to hear movement outside, activating his Tosurjuyan, penetrating vision. He saw Li Shiyan quietly opening her door and tiptoeing over. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Qin Yu's eyes were glistening as she tilted her head in question. Shoo! Ye Bai pressed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Qin Yu had been blushing furiously, but Ye Bai's next words nearly scared her out of her wits. Shiyan's outside. Qin Yu immediately sat up straight, her heart racing as she whispered nervously, You little rascal, are you just trying to scare me? Ye Bai didn't answer, gesturing for her to look at the floor. Qin Yu turned and saw a faint shadow moving under the door crack. Her scalp tingled, and her body froze. Ye Bai's eyes gleamed mischievously. Auntie, have you ever played the two-number game? Qin Yu realized what he meant and shook her head frantically. Outside, Li Shiyan was puzzled. When she'd left her room earlier, she could have sworn she'd heard voices in her mom's room. But now, there was no sound at all. Yet the light was still on. What was her mom doing? Just as she was wondering, she suddenly heard Qin Yu let out a strange cry. It took Li Shiyan a moment to recognize the sound. Then her face burned with embarrassment. So her mom was secretly exercising alone. Li Shiyan clicked her tongue in mild disgust and hurried back to her room. Though mature for her age, she was still an innocent young woman. Discovering her mom engaging in such private activities was beyond mortifying. Well, mom's been alone for so many years. It's only natural she'd feel lonely. I can understand. Li Shiyan began reflecting on herself. Had she been too selfish, controlling her mom and preventing her from dating or remarrying? Even if half of her late father's properties were divided, the remaining half would still guarantee a comfortable life for both of them. That night, Li Shiyan took a long time to fall asleep. The next morning at breakfast, She was lost in thought, completely missing the subtle glances exchanged between Qin Yu and Ye Bai. Qin Yu looked like a love-struck young girl, shy yet glowing with happiness. After much deliberation, Li Shiyan finally made up her mind. Mom, I support you finding a boyfriend. You can even remarry if you want. But you have to bring him home first so I can vet him thoroughly. Only if I confirm he's trustworthy can you two be together. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and she instinctively glanced at Ye Bai. What if he's younger than me?
Li Shiyan pundarat.
That's fine, but no more than 5 or 6 years younger. Definitely not like your friend who dates college boys fresh out of high school. Oh, Qin Yu drooped dejectedly. Li Shiyan sighed and explained patiently, Mom, you don't understand. These days, so many young guys are lazy dreamers, fantasizing about being pampered by beautiful older women, spouting nonsense like Shanghai aunties are rich and gorgeous or an old Audi A8 is still an A8. I don't want you dating someone way younger because I'm afraid you'll get scammed. What if they take your money and leave you heartbroken? But what if they're not after money? Qin Yu pressed.
Li Shiyan frownat.
You can't read people's hearts. How would you know their true intentions? Qin Yu grumbled under her breath, though her words were inaudible. Watching this, Ye Bai found it all highly amusing. This mother-daughter pair was hilarious. Their roles were completely reversed. The 18-year-old daughter acted like a wise old mother, while the 30-something mom behaved like a naive little girl. But Ye Bai understood why. Qin Yu had already confided their entire history to him while lying in his arms. Li Shiyan's parents divorced when she was young. She grew up in poverty with her mother, forcing her to mature early. After her mother passed away, she returned to her father's household, only to lose him soon after to a sudden death. Left with her stepmother Qin Yu, the two formed a bond deeper than blood. As for Qin Yu, she had been a housewife straight out of college, never experiencing the real world. After inheriting her late husband's wealth, she lived a sheltered life, leaving her personality untouched by hardship, still as innocent as a young girl. After breakfast, Ye Bai went downstairs, got into his Mercedes-Benz S600, and headed to Central Square. Soon, he arrived at his destination. While Song Dongfeng went to park the car, Ye Bai entered the Longting Business Tower and took the elevator to the 18th floor. Originally, the company only occupied a few hundred square meters, but Ye Bai knew that wouldn't be enough as the business grew. So, he had an Aishen rent out all the units from 1801 to 1808. Money wasn't an issue for him, though his bank account only had around 2 million at the moment. Once the government documents were finalized in a few days, selling the Rainbow Bridge property would bring in a massive profit. The newly leased office space was repurposed. Some areas were turned into professional live streaming studios, while others were completely cleared out, with full-length mirrors covering the walls to create dance studios. The live streaming rooms weren't fully decorated yet, but the dance studios were simpler to set up. Within half a day, 3 dance studios were ready. Dance Studio 1 was reserved for Zhang Yusin, the stunning but soft-spoken graduate from the Provincial Dance Academy. When Ye Bai stopped by to inspect, he found Zhang Yusin dancing while a female photographer filmed her. Her skills were impeccable, her movements fluid, her posture graceful. Combined with her striking beauty and Ye Bai's behind-the-scenes, strategic support, she was bound to attract millions of followers. Becoming a top-tier influencer was practically guaranteed. Dance Studio 2 belonged to Xiao Momo, the big eater. She wasn't much of a dancer, so instead, she wore a figure-hugging outfit and struck alluring poses under the guidance of a dance instructor. Her voluptuous, exaggerated curves, reminiscent of Western beauty standards, were undeniably captivating. Even Ye Bai, a man of considerable experience, felt a slight stir watching her. He had given her clear instructions. Her food review videos had to balance genuine culinary content with a hint of allure. Each video's intro and outro had to showcase her figure. After all, her body type had a massive fan base. Some viewers had particular tastes. Ye Bai recalled how, in the future, many Bilibili creators would blend food content with suggestive undertones. Most were just thinly veiled thirst traps using food as an excuse. Once viewers followed them, automated DMs would flood in, pushing them to join WeChat or QQ groups, only to be bombarded with scams, paid content, or even exorbitant private meetup offers. Dance Studio 3 was Su Isha's domain. When Ye Bai walked in, he saw she had followed his instructions and donned a blue battle outfit. She was also filming under the guidance of a dance instructor. As Ye Bai observed, Aunt Qin sidled up with a sly grin. "Boss, notice anything off?" "What do you mean?" Ye Bai frowned. "Seriously, boss? You didn't catch it? All my effort wasted."
Niswan feigned heartbreak.
Seeing Ye Bai's hand twitch, a warning sign, Aunt Qin quickly dropped the act and explained. "All right, listen. These 3 new streamers are all top-tier beauties, each with their own appeal. I made sure to reserve them for you, boss. No way I'd let anyone else get ideas. That's why all their photographers, dance instructors, and assistants are women." "Pretty thoughtful, huh?" And Qin wiggled his eyebrows, looking like an eager puppy waiting for praise. Ye Bai was speechless. He scowled. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do I look like the kind of boss who exploits female employees?" "Ah, yes, of course not, boss. You're absolutely right." And Qin nodded vigorously. As Ye Bai's most loyal underling, he knew his boss very well. Total hypocrite. While accompanying Ye Bai on the inspection, Aunt Qin hadn't been watching the girls. He'd been studying his boss's reactions. Watching Zhang Yusen, a faint gleam in his eyes. Watching Xiao Momo, a little too interested. Watching Su Isha, couldn't look away. And Qin had already mentally ranked them as wife candidate number 1, 2, and 3. His bet? Su Isha would be the first to conquer Ye Bai. Better start buttering her up now. She's the future first lady of Bay Media. After a while, Ye Bai's brows furrowed. Su Isha had no dance background, and her attempts to follow the instructor's moves were awkward and unpolished. "Hold on." Ye Bai stepped in, halting the session. "And Qin, take the instructor for a break. Get some water." And Qin immediately understood. Boss wanted a private chat with Su Isha. Maybe even a dance battle in front of the mirrors. With a knowing smirk, he shooed the staff out and considerately closed the door behind them. Su Isha tensed. Something feels off. What's he planning? Is the boss trying to? Sure, he's handsome, charming, and loaded, but he can't just force himself on me. At least take me out for flowers, dinner, and a movie first. I'm not that kind of girl. As she fretted, Ye Bai spoke sternly. "I told you, you don't need complicated choreography. Just learn a few simple moves, sway a little, and let your body do the talking." "Huh? Really? But Yusen dances so well. I thought guys preferred that." Su Isha mumbled, looking down. She'd seen Zhang Yusen's performance and felt insecure, pushing herself to mimic the flashy moves. Ye Bai shook his head. "Remember how you moved during your audition? Show me that again." As he spoke, he picked up the camera on the table and clicked the record button. Su Isha thought for a moment, then lightly lifted both hands and casually swayed her hips twice. "Yes, just like that. Very enticing, but still not enough." Ye Bai shook his head, still unsatisfied. The video didn't evoke anywhere near the same feeling as watching the classic blue combat outfit clip in his past life. "Keep swaying." Su Isha twisted her hips again, but it still didn't capture the effect Ye Bai wanted. After more than 10 attempts, Su Isha was sweating anxiously, on the verge of tears, yet Ye Bai still wasn't satisfied. "Come see the video yourself," Ye Bai said sternly. Su Isha cautiously stepped closer, took a look, and almost burst into tears. Even she wasn't happy with the result. The video's appeal fell far short compared to the clips featuring the other 2 trainees. Watching her growing flustered, Ye Bai finally had an epiphany and realized what was missing. "I have an idea to get the right effect, but it might put you in an awkward spot. Are you okay with that?" Of course. Of course." Su Isha shook her head repeatedly. She had no objections. As long as there was no behind-the-scenes coercion, she'd do anything. Where else could she find a company with such great benefits? One that even helped fulfill her dreams of becoming an internet celebrity. She tread carefully here, terrified of being fired at any moment, so she gave everything her absolute best. Seeing her agreement, Ye Bai nodded. Sui Sha suddenly turned around, her face flushed with shock. How could the boss take liberties with her just because he was handsome? Though hesitant, Sui Sha wasn't really angry, probably because Ye Bai was too good-looking. She just lowered her head shyly, cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Perfect, now you're in filming mode. Keep going.
Ye Bai commanded.
Almost instinctively, Sui Sha swayed in front of the camera, though still slightly reluctant, lifting and lowering her hands hesitantly. Turn around. Face the camera. Ye Bai kept issuing orders. Once the shoot ended, Ye Bai reviewed the footage and nodded in approval. Excellent. Take a look. Sui Sha leaned in, then froze in disbelief. On screen, she moved with effortless grace, her subtle expressions brimming with allure, her entire demeanor radiating an enthralling charm. Her lips parted slightly in awe. Was that really her? Excitement surged within her. Something told her this video could go viral, catapulting her to fame overnight. Ye Bai then had Sui Sha call Aunt Qin and the others in to review the clip. Everyone who saw it was stunned. The cameraman looked at Ye Bai like he was some kind of anomaly. You can film a suggestive video like this? Objectively, it wasn't risque. She was dressed modestly, just skimming the edges of allure while emphasizing her silhouette. Yet something about it was undeniably magnetic, striking a balance between innocence and temptation. Even as a woman, watching it made her pulse race. How would male viewers react when this dropped online? Director Yi, you're a filming genius. The cameraman gave a thumbs up. Of course, Xiao Su is beautiful too. Another girl wouldn't have pulled off this vibe. Sui Sha blushed furiously. Director Yi, if I ever struggle to get into character again, please help me like you did today. Ye Bai paused. He hadn't expected such a request. But what man could refuse a tiny Shotzi's plea? Sure, he agreed. The others exchanged amused glances, eyes darting between the two. Just what happened earlier in the dance studio. Seeing everyone looking at her with strange expressions, Sui Sha realized she had said something wrong. Her delicate, innocent face flushed red with embarrassment, and she quickly tried to explain. I didn't mean it like that. The others nodded, their faces saying, we get it, which only made Sui Sha even more flustered. The shoot resumed, and Sui Sha went to the dressing room to change into a stepmother dress. The photographer raised the camera and started filming. Though the outfit she changed into was more revealing and alluring than the blue battle dress, no matter how he shot it, he couldn't capture the same effect as Ye Bai had. The photographer was baffled, scratching his head in confusion. But Sui Sha knew exactly why. She couldn't get into that state by herself. Chairman Yi, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Sui Sha bit her red lips, looking at Ye Bai with a mix of shyness and pleading. Then, something happened that nearly shattered the photographer's sanity. Ye Bai shook his head, took the camera from the photographer with a resigned expression, and walked over. Then, he reached out and slapped her. Sui Sha bit her lip, swaying to the music in a teasing, half-resisting manner. Her eyes brimmed with a complex mix of emotions: grievance, shyness, excitement. As she glanced at Ye Bai while moving seductively, her gaze practically dripping with desire. Ye Bai kept a cold expression, issuing commands. Look at the camera. Move your hips. Yes, just like that. Blink. Smile. Not like that. Tone it down, shy and innocent. That's it. That perfect mix of purity and allure.
Ye Bai nodded in satisfaction.
This little minx, Isha, she's too good at seducing people. No wonder she was born to be an internet tease. Once the video was done, female staff members crowded around to watch, each stunned by the final result. Sui Sha was overjoyed, looking at Ye Bai with admiration. The photographer was dumbfounded. So that's how those kinds of videos are made? You can shoot suggestive content like this. But Xiao Su's state seemed a bit off. She needed Chairman Ye's help to get into work mode. Ye Bai called Su Isha's operations and video distribution team into a meeting. Remember, he instructed, when posting these videos, tag everyone with pure wholesome allure. Chairman Ye, a bespectacled girl with braces, asked, "What's pure wholesome allure?" Ye Bai thought for a moment before explaining. It's a mix of sexy, charming, innocent, and cute. Basically, purity with a hint of sensuality. If you still don't get it, just watch Su Isha's videos. Her style is the definition of pure wholesome allure. Su Isha raised her hand. Chairman Yi, I've never heard of this term before. Did you invent it? You could say that. Ye Bai didn't elaborate. Pure wholesome allure was an internet buzzword that only became popular in 2019, with an online celebrity named Hidden Half Forest as its representative. But since Ye Bai introduced the concept in 2013, it was now his original creation. Ye Bai pulled up a second video. And for this clip of Su Isha dancing in a bodycon dress, besides pure wholesome allure, there's another tag you must add: stepmother dress. Stepmother dress? A video editor looked puzzled. Ye Bai explained, exactly. Think about it. In TV dramas, those young, glamorous stepmothers always wear these tight-fitting dresses, right? The team pondered and realized it was true, especially in Korean dramas where chaebol stepmothers were always dressed in sexy bodycon dresses, exuding fiery allure. Chairman Yi, did you also invent stepmother dress? Su Isha gazed at Ye Bai with starry eyes, impressed by his expertise. Yep. Ye Bai shamelessly nodded again. What's wrong with borrowing from the future? If you say it first, it's yours. One of the operations staff said excitedly. I have a feeling Su Isha's videos will blow up online, and pure wholesome allure and stepmother dress will become trends nationwide. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was true, Su Isha's videos were electrifying. Both men and women would love them. Women would feel a tingling fascination, while men would feel other kinds of tingling. Paired with the fresh, perfectly fitting concepts of pure wholesome allure and stepmother dress, they were bound to take the internet by storm, inspiring countless imitators. And Bay Media, the company behind Su Isha and these concepts, would undoubtedly rise to unprecedented prominence. After the meeting, Ye Bai received a phone call and left the company. Su Isha returned to dance studio number 3, practicing her hip-swaying moves in front of the mirror, trying to recapture that feeling. But without Ye Bai's help, she just couldn't get into the right state. Xiao Su was frustrated. Do I really have to ask Chairman Yi to help me like that every time? He's the company chairman, he's busy. I'm just a small employee under him. Asking for help once or twice is fine. But if I keep bothering him, won't he get annoyed? Su Isha was overthinking it. No man could refuse a request like hers. And Ye Bai was no exception. Knock knock. The studio door opened, and in walked General Manager and I. As the second in command of the company, he was a figure of authority. Su Isha immediately greeted him respectfully. General Manager and I. Ah, no need for formalities, Sister Sha. Just call me Xiao and I or Little Xian. And I Xian grinned, rubbing his hands together. Ha! Su Isha was stunned. Though Manager and I was young, he usually carried himself with dignity. What was going on today? By the way, Sister Sha, I've cleared out your workstation in the main office. General Manager and I, did I do something wrong?
Su Isha panicked.
Just as she was on the verge of going viral, was she being fired? No, Sister Sha, you've got it all wrong. I've set up a private office for you right next to Chairman Ye's. Come, let me show you. And I Xian led the way, and Su Isha followed in confusion until they reached a lavishly decorated office. Though not as grand as Ye Bai's, it had a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking Central Square, offering a breathtaking view. Sister Sha, take your time settling in. I won't disturb you further. And I Xian smiled before leaving, carefully closing the door behind him. Finally, Su Isha understood the reason for An I Xian's sudden change in attitude. He thinks Chairman Yi and I have something going on? Su Isha found it both funny and secretly pleased. She mused, would being Chairman Ye's woman really be so bad? He's handsome, rich, and powerful. gentle when he wants to be, yet commanding in a uniquely attractive way. And when he's filming, her face flushed red again at the thought. Unbeknownst to her, while helping Suisha with the shoot, Ye Bai had unconsciously used the secret techniques of the Ishihara family. Ye Bai swore he didn't do it on purpose. Cross my heart. After finishing the call, Ye Bai instructed Song Dongfeng to answer another call in the underground garage while he went downstairs alone. As soon as he stepped out of the lobby, he saw a short, thin young man wearing glasses standing at the entrance, holding a gift box. "Brother Bai, I got the things you asked for." Ye Bai was surprised. "That fast? Didn't you take some time to explore Shanghai?" The young man scratched his head sheepishly. "I can always explore Shanghai later. Brother Bai's orders come first." Ye Bai took the gift box from him. "Head back to the company. Your brother Xian is swamped right now. You can go help him." "Yes, Brother Bai." The young man hurried into the building. Watching him leave, Ye Bai nodded to himself. This young man, Yuan Yihong, had lost contact with him in his past life after Ye Bai was fired. Later, Anai Xian had mentioned that Yuan had gotten into a prestigious graduate program at the Provincial University of Electronic Science and Technology, eventually joining ByteDance and climbing to an executive position. Since Ye Bai was determined to build his own internet empire, he wasn't about to let such talent slip away. Recently, he deliberately assigned Anai Xian to mentor Yuan, observing his work. The kid was reliable, definitely worth nurturing. Who knew? He might even be a key asset in developing Ye Bai's own version of Douyin someday. Just then, Song Dongfeng pulled up in the Mercedes S600 from the underground garage. Ye Bai got in with the gift box and directed him to drive to Taojiang Mansion. Inside the box were pastries from a century-old shop in Shanghai, Shiraishi Yukiko's favorite. In his past life, after cuckolding Xiao Hongyu, he and Yukiko had traveled to Shanghai together. The first thing she did after landing was hail a cab straight to that shop. Unfortunately, the original location had been demolished, and the new store was still under renovation. Ye Bai would never forget the disappointment in Yukiko's eyes that day. And later, before she became a cold corpse, she never got to taste those pastries again. Soon, they arrived at Taojiang Mansion. Taking the elevator to the 27th floor of Building 5, Ye Bai told Song Dongfeng to wait at his own apartment. Holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand and the gift box in the other, he rang the doorbell. Click. The door opened. Yukiko peeked out, her expression as aloof as ever, but her eyes flickered with a faint spark of joy when she saw him. Ye Bai knew that was her version of happiness. With a smile, he said, "Miss Yukiko, aren't you going to invite me in?" After a brief hesitation, she stepped aside and let him enter. In the living room, Ye Bai handed her the bouquet. "These are for you." Yukiko accepted it with a quiet thank you, then looked down. It was her favorite, baby's breath. Next, Ye Bai gave her the pastry box. "And this is from my favorite shop in Shanghai. I had a friend bring it back. I wanted to share it with you." He lied effortlessly. In truth, he had no particular fondness for sweets and couldn't tell what made these pastries special. But when Yukiko opened the box, her eyes widened. It was the signature pastry from that century-old Shanghai shop, the one she loved most. Now she was even more convinced that she and Mr. Yi had some unfinished connection from a past life, destined to be together in this one. He always knew exactly how to move her. Everything he did sent ripples through her heart. "Mr. Yi, thank you so much," she said sincerely. "I love this gift. I hope you don't mind. I'd like to try it right away." She opened the box, handed one pastry to Ye Bai, then took one for herself. Turning slightly away, she lifted a hand to cover her mouth as she took small, delicate bites. Today, she wasn't wearing a kimono. Instead, she had on a snug, sleeveless top that revealed her snow-white skin and the dragon tattoo spanning her shoulder. Her lower half was clad in an extremely short white floral skirt. Her cold beauty, seductive figure, the allure of a Japanese woman, and that fierce dragon tattoo, all these elements combined to create the one and only Shiraishi Yukiko, the woman who made men want to conquer her. Under Ye Bai's intense gaze, Yukiko felt a strange emotion stirring inside her. something between ambiguity and sweetness. But then she thought of Xiao Hongyu and his ruthless methods, and it was like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her head, dousing the warmth in her heart. There was no future for her and Mr. Yi. If she betrayed Xiao Hongyu and was discovered, Mr. Yi would undoubtedly be killed brutally. Mr. Yi, she said after a long pause. Last time, you promised that after dinner you wouldn't bother me again. We shouldn't see each other anymore. It's better for both of us. Yet for some reason, saying those words made her chest ache with sadness. She thought of the cherry blossoms back home. Just as Ye Bai was about to respond, Yukiko's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, hesitated for a few seconds, then answered. Hello. Xiao Hongyu's voice came through. Yukiko, prepare some snacks and open the bottle of red wine in the third compartment of the wine cabinet. Let it breathe. I'm bringing an important guest home. We'll be there soon. Yes, she replied before hanging up. Mr. Yi, she urged. You need to leave. Xiao Hongyu is on his way. I'm not going, Ye Bai said calmly. Yukiko grew anxious, fearing for his safety. She quickly laid out the stakes. Even though Xiao Hongyu and I have no real relationship, on the surface, I'm still his woman, his property, his pride. If he finds us alone together again, he'll investigate you. Once he learns you're the one who won 8 million at his casino, he'll assume we conspired to cheat him. He might not dare touch me because of the Shiraishi family's retaliation, but he will hurt you, brutally.
Ye Bai understood Yukiko's horrors.
Xiao Hongyu was narrow-minded and vicious by nature. Though that old creep wouldn't dare lay a finger on Yukiko, he would never allow any other man to get close to her either.
Ye Bai chuckled.
Miss Yukiko, are you worried about me? Yes. Yukiko nodded. The last man who tried to flirt with me has long since become a skeleton beneath Jinhu Lake. Don't worry, Miss Yukiko. Xiao Hongyu can't touch me, and I'll protect you too. Ye Bai stood and extended his hand to her. Come with me. Leave Xiao Hongyu. Trust me. But in Yukiko's eyes, Ye Bai was just a handsome young heir. How could she drag him into this hell? Almost pleading, she said, Mr. Yi, I'm begging you. Please leave. Now.
Ye Bai sikhet.
To Yukiko, Xiao Hongyu was a terrifying demon king, while he himself was just a powerless knight, hopelessly outmatched. Is it time for Xiao Hongyu to meet the fat cat? But it's only been a few days. If Xiao Hongyu dies unexpectedly, it'll cause an uproar. The police would investigate, and even without evidence, I'd be their prime suspect. That'd put a shackle on everything I do. I was too impatient. In my past life, winning Yukiko over took half a year. After rebirthing, I actually thought I could do it in just days. As Ye Bai turned to leave, his gaze fell on the door, and he froze. Miss Yukiko, it's too late. Click. The electronic lock spun open, and Xiao Hongyu pulled the door aside as he stepped in, followed by 2 men. Looking up, he saw Yukiko clearing the dining table, which was set with a few plates of snacks and a decanter of red wine. Yukiko, go back to your room. We have things to discuss, Xiao Hongyu ordered. Yes. Yukiko nodded and retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. When she turned around, she found the room empty. Mr. Yi? She called softly. No response. The window was open, and the wind blew in, making the white curtains flutter in the air. Had Mr. Yi climbed out the window? But this was the 27th floor. Yukiko hurried to the window and looked outside. Seeing the narrow ledge leading to Unit 2702, she let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Yi must have used the ledge to go home. Yet, for some reason, the thought of Ye Bai leaving filled her with a deep sense of loss. Truthfully, she really loved the feeling of being with him. Every time she saw him, her quiet heart would flutter. Thinking back to the words she had just said to him, that they shouldn't meet again, Yukiko felt a pang of sadness. Mr. Yi must be disappointed too. But Yukiko truly had no choice. If only I hadn't become Xiao Hongyu's woman. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a pair of hands suddenly reached from behind and pulled her into a tight embrace. Yukiko nearly gasped in surprise. But then a familiar voice whispered in her ear. "It's me, Mr. Yi. You didn't leave?" Though her face remained as expressionless as ever, a flicker of joy flashed in her eyes. Ye Bai held her close, his breath warm against her ear as he murmured, "Miss Yukiko, I like you. Let's be together." Pressed against his chest, surrounded by his scent, Yukiko's heart pounded uncontrollably. She felt like she was melting into him, intoxicated by his presence. But a sliver of reason remained. "Mr. Yi, I'm Xiao Hongyu's woman. We can't be together. It's for your own good. It's fine. We just won't let him know," Ye Bai whispered, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair. "Or we could just send Xiao Hongyu to keep Fatty Cat company." Still holding her tightly, Ye Bai gently tilted her head back and pressed his lips to hers. Truth be told, Ye Bai understood Yukiko better than she understood herself. In mere moments, she was limp in his arms, her fair cheeks flushed, eyes glazed with desire. Yukiko had come to this foreign land alone, and after becoming the woman of a local crime boss, no man dared to approach her. The few who had tried with ill intentions had been dealt with brutally by Xiao Hongyu. So she had endured an unspeakable loneliness, suppressing her emotions for far too long. Now, in Ye Bai's arms, it was like a dam breaking. Her pent-up feelings surged out, and she responded to him with desperate passion. A long moment later, they finally parted, Yukiko's eyes dazed with lingering desire. "Miss Yukiko, I know you feel the same way. Say yes, be with me." Ye Bai's whisper was like a demon's temptation. Yukiko nearly agreed. But then, Xiao Hongyu's booming laughter echoed from outside the door, snapping her back to reality. If Xiao Hongyu discovered her betrayal, his wrath would be terrifying. And Mr. Yi would end up as another skeleton at the bottom of Jinhu Lake. "And no, Mr. Yi, we can't do this." She pushed him away with effort. "This isn't right." Ye Bai distinctly remembered that in his past life, after this kiss, things had escalated uncontrollably between them. Then it hit him. Back then, Yukiko had been even lonelier, even more repressed. And more importantly, she had known that Ye Bai was a figure no less powerful than Xiao Hongyu. She had also been aware that his motives weren't pure, that he was using her to get to Xiao Hongyu. Wanting to escape Xiao Hongyu's control, and genuinely drawn to Ye Bai, she had gone along with it. But in this life, in Yukiko's eyes, Ye Bai was just a nobody. She feared that if they crossed the line, things would spiral out of control, and eventually get him killed.
Ye Bai siket inyartli.
As much as he wanted to take her right then, it just wasn't feasible under these circumstances. Unless he forced her. But how could he ever hurt a woman like Yukiko? Someone who would rather die than betray him. He cherished her too much for that. Seeing Ye Bai's pained expression, Yukiko's heart softened. "Mr. Yi, even if I can't give myself to you, I can still."
Ye Bai blinket.
"Oh, then, I'll trouble you, Miss Yukiko." Suddenly, Ye Bai thought he heard Chan Sini's father's name. Instantly more alert, he focused his gaze on the wall. Activating his super hearing and X-ray vision, he saw Xiao Hongyu holding a glass of wine, chatting animatedly with the two men. One was short and pudgy, with a jovial smile like the Maitreya Buddha. The other was gaunt, his face stern and unreadable. Hired thugs are so unreliable. Who would have thought Zhou Kachang, a fugitive wanted across 4 provinces, would fail to deal with a mere girl? Xiao Hongyu downed the rest of his wine and continued, "Tell your superiors to give me one more chance. This time, I'll send my most trusted men to kidnap his daughter and force him to hand over that thing." "It's too late," the gaunt man said grimly. "That thing. Chun Jingbin has already handed it over to another group higher up." "What?" Xiao Hongyu's face paled as he straightened up abruptly. "Then, will this have a major impact on that esteemed figure?" "Not for now," the portly man replied with a smile. "The most critical evidence has already been hidden by the esteemed one. So, Boss Xiao, there's no need to worry. For the time being, you still have their confidence." Xiao Hongyu let out a sigh of relief. However, the portly man continued, his smile fading. The esteemed one is furious with Chun Jingbin's actions, says he was given face but refused to take it. Their orders are clear. Once the dust settles, arrange for his daughter to be taken care of. Understood. Xiao Hongyu nodded. I'll have my men disguise themselves as Zhou Kachang's accomplices returning for revenge. We'll eliminate his daughter. After a moment's thought, he added, I've looked into it. Chun Jingbin's daughter signed up for a piano competition. Next month, on her way to the provincial capital for the event, we'll make our move then. How does that sound? Good. Both the portly and gaunt men nodded in agreement. Ye Bai stroked Shuezi's fur, lost in thought. So Zhou Kachang had been a hired thug paid by Xiao Hongyu. Back when Ye Bai saved Chun Sini, he'd followed Zhou Kachang and overheard him tricking her into opening the door by asking directly if Mr. Chun Jingbin was home. Even then, Ye Bai had his suspicions, which was why he'd warned Chun Jingbin afterward. The waters here run deep indeed. In his past life, a year after Chun Sini's brutal murder at Zhou Kachang's hands, Chun Jingbin had been investigated for disciplinary and ethical violations. Then, he'd mysteriously committed suicide. As for who this esteemed figure they mentioned was, Ye Bai neither knew nor cared to find out. That level of power struggle wasn't something he wanted to be dragged into. But if Xiao Hongyu still planned to kill Chun Sini, then Ye Bai had to intervene. After all, Chun Sini was his future girlfriend. And the promise he'd made to her, he'd never forgotten it. Xiao Hongyu seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, By the way, have you found out who it was that saved Chun Jingbin's daughter? After the plan to kidnap Chun Sini failed, Xiao Hongyu had ordered his mole within the police department to investigate, but the matter was highly classified. His contact wasn't high-ranking enough to access the details, so he had enlisted the help of these two men who worked for their mutual patron. The short, stocky man nodded and placed a document on the table. Xiao Hongyu picked it up, his pupils instantly constricted.
Ye Bai.
So it was him who saved Chun Jingbin's daughter. All the pieces fell into place in his mind. Everything made sense now. So this student named Ye Bai was Chun Jingbin's frontman. Knowing the Rainbow Bridge area would soon be designated as a high-tech development zone, Chun had sent Ye Bai ahead to buy up properties. You know this guy? The stocky man asked. Xiao Hongyu nodded and relayed his history with Ye Bai. The stocky man smirked with amusement. Chun Jingbin refused our terms, insisting on handing over that thing. I thought he really was a man of integrity. Turns out he's just a hypocrite.
Ye Bai.
A cruel smile spread across Xiao Hongyu's face. Now that he knew who was backing Ye Bai, there was no need for Blackie to keep investigating. Soon, he could simply send the kid straight to hell, ruining his plan to kidnap Chen's daughter, then snatching 3 buildings worth over 60 million right out from under him. This was the perfect time to settle old and new grudges alike. Xiao Hongyu said, After we finish Chun Sini, I want to take him out too. Any objections? Suit yourself. Ye Bai gently stroked Yukiko's head, his gaze distant. Xiao Hongyu planned to kill Chun Sini first, then come for him. That meant there was still a brief window of peace. Old Xiao. Guess I'll just have to send you down to meet little cat before then. Once Xiao Hongyu was dealt with, Yukiko could finally be with him without fear. And then, the two of them could freely explore the myriad techniques of the Ishihara family's secret arts. Some time later, Ye Bai stood by the window smoking a cigarette. The sound of brushing teeth and rinsing echoed from the bathroom. The living room had long since fallen silent. Xiao Hongyu had personally gone downstairs to see his guests off. Soon, Yukiko emerged from the bathroom. Shyly avoiding Ye Bai's gaze, she fidgeted slightly. Ye Bai gently pulled her into his embrace. She squirmed weakly for show, then settled against his chest, eyes closed, savoring this fleeting sweetness. Miss Yukiko, you like me too, don't you? She didn't answer, but her silence was answer enough. I understand your hesitation. The only reason you won't truly be with me is because you're afraid Xiao Hongyu will hurt me. Ye Bai stubbed out his cigarette, lifted her chin, and made her meet his eyes, his expression solemn. But Yukiko, believe me when I say I'll resolve this soon. I'll remove every obstacle so you can be with me without fear. Her lashes trembled, and she instinctively clung tighter. Mr. Yi, please don't do anything reckless. You have no idea how strong Xiao Yu is, nor how cruel. Oh, I know. Gazing at the woman who had given her life for him in his past existence, he decided to reveal a hint of truth. If he couldn't trust a woman willing to die for him, then who could he trust? Miss Yukiko, my conflict with Xiao Yu runs far deeper than what you realize. Do you really think Fat Cat's death was just an accident? Her eyes widened as she stared up at him in shock. Ye Bai smiled faintly and didn't elaborate. As Yukiko studied his handsome face, a surge of unprecedented hope welled in her heart. So, Mr. Yi wasn't at all what he seemed. Maybe she really could break free from Xiao Yu. Maybe she really could be with him, become his woman. Mr. Yi, did Amaterasu hear my prayers and send you to save me? She whispered dreamily. Instead of answering, Ye Bai simply tightened his embrace and kissed her. Meanwhile, at the same hour, Longting Tower, 18th floor. White Knight Media. Dance Studio 3. Su Yisha followed her instructor's lead, practicing a few simple moves designed to accentuate her alluring curves before attempting a third take. But without Ye Bai's involvement, she struggled to get into character. Neither she nor the photographer was satisfied with the results. After much deliberation, Su Yisha finally blushed and murmured, "Teacher, could you maybe, sort of help me like Chairman Yi does right before filming?" The photographer, a recent graduate, stared at her in disbelief. "Girl, are you okay?" But for the sake of the shoot, she reluctantly agreed. Though she was straight, even she couldn't deny Su Yisha's sultry appeal. If the girl was offering, well, it wasn't exactly a chore. Face-burning, Su Yisha signaled to begin, pretending the photographer was Ye Bai. To her surprise, it worked. A little, but the effect was pale compared to the real thing, nowhere near the impact of the first two videos. After hours of futile effort, they gave up. "We'll just wait for Chairman Yi. Only he can motivate you properly." Su Yisha caught the implication and flushed scarlet. Now even she questioned if something was wrong with her. She stared longingly at the door, willing Ye Bai to return. But as closing time arrived, there was still no sign of him. Back home after a quick meal and shower, Su Yisha collapsed onto her bed, exhausted. Still, the thought of those two viral-worthy videos and her impending fame brought a giddy thrill. Thank you, Chairman Yi. He was her destined mentor, and she his protege. Then, for some reason, her cheeks burned anew, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. Without realizing it, her mind replayed Ye Bai's commanding presence during filming. He really is kind of attractive. The Mercedes S600 sped down the road. Ye Bai sat in the back seat, lost in thought. Suddenly, a new idea struck him. In his past life, he had spent his entire existence immersed in the underworld, fleeing until the very end. There was nothing he wouldn't do, except abide by the law. So whenever he encountered an enemy, his mind would spiral into tunnel vision, fixated on solving the problem through violence. Take Fat Cat, for example. He had simply sent him straight to meet his ancestors. Since Xiao Yu is Chun Jingbin's enemy, could I use this top official's power to eliminate him? With his time-stopping and invisibility abilities, gathering enough evidence to ensure Xiao Yu faced execution would be effortless. He could tail him unseen, uncover his secret documents, or plant hidden cameras in his home and office. But Xiao Yu had powerful backing, a high-ranking patron in the provincial capital. Even in his past life, when Ye Bai had personally sent him to the grave, the underground casino at Jusho Villa had remained untouched. That alone spoke volumes about the influence of the man behind him. Moreover, that same figure had played a role in the collapse of Ye Bai's empire. Even if I handed Xiao Yu's criminal evidence directly to Chen Zhengbin, he might not be able to take him down in one strike. I'll try it anyway. Better to have a backup plan. If Chen Zhengbin can't bring this criminal to justice, then I'll have to step in and rid the world of this scourge myself. Xiao Yu's underground casino had ruined countless families. Eliminating him would be a public service. Once he was dealt with, Yukiko could finally relax and focus on studying the secret techniques of the Ishihara family with Ye Bai. After a moment's thought, Ye Bai ordered, "Dongzi, head to Taichung Town tomorrow and buy some surveillance equipment." Taichung Town, a tech hub in the suburbs of Taojiang City, had a thriving electronics industry. Its massive electronics market sold all sorts of rare gadgets unavailable elsewhere. "Got it." Song Dongfeng agreed without question. Soon, they arrived at his aunt's apartment building. Ye Bai gave a few more instructions. Tomorrow, Dongzi was to handle the task directly and skip picking him up, before sending him off. When he entered the apartment, Li Shiyan was lounging on the couch playing with her phone. While Auntie Qin busied herself in the kitchen, the door left ajar. She was crouched on the floor, peeling garlic. A big, heart-shaped pile of cloves sat beside her. "Auntie, let me help you with that." Ye Bai walked in and casually closed the kitchen door behind him. Bang! Qin Yu, though fully aware of his mischievous intentions, still jumped at the sound. She turned and shot him a glare. "You little brat. Keep it down. What if Shiyan hears?" Ye Bai smirked. "What's there to be afraid of? It's not like she hasn't heard worse." Qin Yu's face flushed crimson. "You little devil. Don't you dare bring that up. It's all your fault." Watching her flustered reaction, Ye Bai couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss, but she suddenly sniffed the air. "What's that smell?" She moved closer, inhaling near his neck, and her expression shifted. "Why do you smell like a woman's perfume?" Her eyes narrowed, looking every bit like a jealous wife suspecting infidelity. "Really? No way." Ye Bai feigned ignorance, sniffing his collar. The scent was unmistakably Yukiko's. Seeing Qin Yu's pout, he quickly improvised. "Wait, could it be your perfume lingering on me?" He clapped his hands in mock realization. "That's it. A certain auntie must have." Qin Yu clamped a hand over his mouth, her elegant face burning red. "You little rascal. Always teasing me." Too embarrassed to press further about the scent, she let the matter drop. Ye Bai exhaled in relief. He dodged a bullet. After dinner, once Li Shiyan had gone to bed, Ye Bai quietly slipped into Qin Yu's room. "Xiao Bai, maybe we should go to your room instead. Mine's too close to Shiyan's. What if she hears something and comes to eavesdrop again?" Qin Yu fretted. "Fine." Ye Bai nodded, scooping her up in his arms and nudging the door shut with his foot. Meanwhile, Li Shiyan lay wide awake. She had spent the day reflecting and realized how selfish she'd been. Her mother wasn't getting any younger. Who was she to control her life? If Qin Yu wanted to date or even remarry, so be it. At worst, she'd just gain a stepfather. Yet, sleep eluded her. After tossing and turning, she decided to talk it out with her mother and headed to her room. She knocked softly, but there was no response. No light under the door, either. "Mom's asleep already? But she's been staying up so late these days. I always hear noises in her room at night." Puzzled but hesitant to barge in, what if her mother was exercising again? She turned to leave. Just then, a breeze from the balcony nudged the door open with a creak. Li Shiyan glanced back. Still no movement inside. She stepped in and flicked on the light. The bed was neatly made, untouched. Where is she? A search of the apartment turned up nothing. Her mother's shoes were all by the door. Had she gone out barefoot? And her phone was still in the bedroom. After a long hesitation, Li Shiyan approached a place she hadn't visited in ages. Ye Bai's room. The light was on, and faint sounds came from within. Knock, knock. The moment her knuckles rapped the door, all noise inside ceased. "Ye Bai, have you seen my mom?" His irritated voice answered. "How should I know? She's your mother. Why ask me?"
Li Shiyan clenched her fists.
"Ungrateful bastard." Then, a strange sound came from inside.